Good morning, everyone. So everyone voted for England versus New Zealand as the first match today. Let's see. What have we got? Let's check out... Oh, man. Wait, no, Wibbly's in. Yeah, let's check out Wibbly. And also Maddie B.
Okay.
This will be exciting. We're going to get to see a bunch of crazy preamps. Oh, for anyone who's curious, here is the bingo card for today. There you go. I'll leave this up until the first hand's over. People can look over it. I'll mark off the free space even. Okay. So we've seen the English team play a couple of matches. They've been getting crushed. We'll see if New Zealand can manage to do the same. South starts off with a club. That is a 21 count. Where are they playing?
It is, yeah. So I do see there's an alert. I wonder if that's a strong club. I think it is, because otherwise the double's a little weird, right? As a negative double.
I mean, it would already be a little bit weird because double for strong clubbers would tend to show like 5 to 7 or something.
Yeah, that's true.
But let me...
Maybe it's just a 2+ club.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they might... I don't know. I'm going to open up their convention cards if I can get there just a sec. New Zealand. We got Wibbly and Brown. They're just playing 2/1, but let me look at their 2-note opener. 20 to 21 balanced.
I mean, something obviously is not quite right about that.
I could understand feeling that the South hand, despite being 4-3-3, is like too good for 2-0. No jacks. Like, you don't have any of these short honors like Ace King Doubleton or something, which is a pretty bad holding. So
It looks spot on to me, but wouldn't the alternative be to open 2 clubs agree bid to no Trump?
yeah, it is a good question. Okay, I don't know. But anyway, we're here. So a club, a heart, a double, probably denying 4 spades, European style, and South decides to just game force with 2 hearts.
This is all strange. Like when someone just kind of put their hand in no Trump,
Hey, Junzel. Yeah, so South bids 3 now. I mean, I was going to say, assuming I'm right about the double by North denying 4 spades, I was a little bit surprised that North didn't bid 2 spades over 2 hearts, just to conserve room in an auction like this. But
Yeah, I do think you're right about the meaning of that double.
so South bids 3 now. Wibbly, understandably, might be a little bit nervous about passing this because a lot of the times partner's 2 heart bid is going to be much more distributional than this, right? Like, South could have opened some number of no trump or 2 clubs, as you say, if he just had a balanced hand. So 2 hearts often is going to deliver a long club suit, and North has a lot of controls. So if South has a hand that's like stiff ace of hearts, 6 clubs to the king queen, ace of diamonds, ace of spades, I mean, 7 clubs isn't that far
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, I think, the other, right, like sometimes, in these delayed no Trump auctions, you're showing a partial stopper, but as you say, it's not what it sounds like here. Here it sounds like this is just some different kind of no Trump hand from bidding 3 over the double. Although that might sound like long clubs too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think the fact that South, didn't open no trump, I mean, maybe one club is something special, and the convention card that they have posted is not really what they're playing right now, but that would also be a little bit weird. So
Yeah. I'm just gonna step away for 1 second here.
Sure. All right, let me get Cope and Crouch's convention card pulled up as well so that I have all the information, which hasn't done me much good in figuring out what's going on systemically, but we'll get there. West kind of understandably just leads a heart against this auction. You know, he might be a little bit nervous about leading away from the King of Hearts, but over tricks don't matter at imps. So, hoping for Queen Doubleton in his partner's hand and that his partner can get in to play hearts through. So Declare has 3 spades. Technically, you can get 4 of them. The 8 Doubleton of spades is good enough with South 7 to collect 4 tricks, but Declare's not going to play the hand that way. He's got 4 diamonds, and I think he's pretty likely to collect all 4 of them with the Jack dropping Doubleton. Again, no real reason to play a diamond to the 10. Maybe at match points you would, but at imps I think you just don't worry about stuff like that. When it comes to over tricks, you just take the very simple line of play. Cash the ace and queen. So 4 diamonds, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, and 3 spades is already 11. 11 tricks. Hey, Eves. Hey, Leon. You're still sitting out, but you're going to have some matches later today. Well, we get cheer on your boys. And Brown and Wibbly have done well to stay out of, I think, a pretty bad slam on this board. So that's a good start for them. This is also kind of a nice play by Declare in the end position. I mean, he rectifies the count by giving up a spade trick here. So if West happened to have started with long hearts and long clubs, he would have been squeezed on this trick. But East still has a club guard. West still has the heart guard. So it's going to be the same 11 tricks as at the other table. Heart opening lead did appear to cost, but just an over trick. Push board. All right. So everyone's seen the bingo card. We'll check in on it every once in a while.
Cool.
East has a 12 count, gets to open a spade. West will game force with 2 hearts. And where are East-West going to end up? I mean, it looks like they'll probably end up in 3 now. They don't have a major suit fit anywhere.
So. Yeah, I think it's not a great 3-0 because there's a bunch of work to do, but with the ace of spades on the side, I don't think it's going to be too hard to make it.
Yeah, ace of diamonds on side as well is kind of a big deal.
Right.
Otherwise, you might only have 1 diamond stopper and could be in trouble. But
yeah.
Yeah, so spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, not promising anything extras, just marking time. 3-0 by West. I wonder what the East-West agreements are about the 3-0 bid. Most pairs would play these jumps to 3-0, show like a strong no-trump type hand. So West's hand is a little bit light for that, with only 14 highs and no aces.
Yeah. They may just be playing this as a fast arrival sequence.
Yeah.
You know, like this is less encouraging than bidding 2-0 and inviting partner to make some further hand showing action.
Right. So North on lead, I mean, has to pick one of the minors on an auction like this, and I imagine that diamonds is going to be the choice.
I think so too. Like, you're not thrilled about leading for Jack fourth. A partner could just have like the queen in an entry, and he like gets in, leads another one, and eventually, eventually good things happen.
Yeah. So 4th best diamond. The South will win the ace to return the suit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a position where you put in a middle one. You could just have five, I guess not five running diamond tricks with the deuce lead. We could have four running diamond tricks.
Yeah, like King Jack fourth, obviously in North.
Yep. Yeah, even king queen fourth, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that would be unlikely. West wouldn't make that bid with jack third, but queen third's possible. You know, he might just be stuck and figure it's as good as he's gonna get.
Right. And again,
There's,
at Imps, you kind of just think of what's the most likely way for us to actually be able to beat
right.
this contract, and it's probably not you play low at trick one, hope that partner has some heart cards, hope that declare can't run the spades, hope that declare barely has eight
Yeah,
tricks,
right.
and like here's a simple layout. Partner is King Jack fourth of diamonds, and we take the first five tricks. So
Yeah.
diamond to the ace, diamond return, I assume, in due time, and declare can just knock out the ace of clubs. Feels like the most straightforward way to go about the play. So the defense will be able to set up a long diamond, get in with the spade ace and cash it, but declare will have taken 9 tricks by that time. 5 hearts, 2 clubs, and 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and here, club's much more attractive than spades because club guarantees 2 tricks. Spades could produce 4 on a really good day, but not without risk at him. So you just want to play a club and guarantee 9, and then look around maybe later and see if you got time to play a spade.
Right.
I think he's just giving us a look, recounting his tricks, making sure, you know, making sure he's got everything calculated correctly, and then I think it'll be pretty quick once he does play.
Oh my god.
What's up?
He played a spade to the king.
Come on. I mean, we saw some of this yesterday. I don't remember which pair it was, but some pair that was also kind of in match point mode, not quite thinking about their tricks in imp terms. I wonder if that's happening here again also.
I'm trying to think, so what is necessary for you to go down when you play a spade to the king? Because if North flies the ace of spades, then you have the 2 spade tricks that you need. If South wins the ace of spades and returns a diamond, you...
I mean, how about South has ace jack 10 fourth of spades and ducks it?
Well, but then,
and then you decide it works and you lead another one. I think that's where you go down.
Well, okay, but he wasn't going to do that.
Safe.
He was just going to win a spade trick and then switch to clubs.
Yeah, well, how about South just wins and returns a spade, and now you still need to knock out the ace of clubs, and they might be able to take. Well, I guess could they take 3 spades, a diamond, and a club, then? I guess not, because if North has a 3rd spade to return, they can only ever take 2 spades.
Yeah, it looks like maybe this is actually no cost.
Maybe it's fine. It looks weird.
I mean, it could cost if something really weird had happened in the diamond suit, like if North had led low from a doubleton at trick 1. But
yeah,
barring that, I don't think there's actually any layout where it costs. So maybe this is okay because it technically guards against 5-1 hearts. Anyway, board 3. South opens a diamond. Ooh, okay. Classic New Zealand style.
Well, I think between this and the previous board when we opened a club alerted, I think North South are playing precision and their cards should set a date.
That's really weird. Because...
I mean, it is, but we're looking at the hands.
You know what else is weird? 3-No Trump went down on board 2 at the other table. So England just picked up 10 imps out of nowhere. Do I believe that 3-No went down?
I mean, from the other side, is it possible on a club lead something interesting happened?
They did lead a club.
Well, now, so Declare now hasn't taken those diamond tricks that guaranteed his sixth and seventh trick, so he's got to decide what to do.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Anyway, I do have
Oh,
confirmation
wow.
from North South's teammates. They're playing 2/1. Um,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not that
Well, thank
surprised
you
that they
for
choose to
telling us.
open at the one level on these hands. It's just a style thing, and we've seen this a lot from, well, specifically Wibbly before. Um,
Mhm.
so, so the diamond opener, two spade preempt by West, although unfavorable, we would expect this to be more towards like the intermediate side than just preemptive, which is what West has. 2-0 by North looks like maybe is like clubs forcing with clubs. Three spades,
Uh,
and North decides to balance with double. Um,
Yeah, so they're probably just gonna end up in five diamonds, right? Like North may make yet another try, like bid four spades as a raise to five diamonds with extras, but South obviously is going to reject that try.
yeah, South's hand isn't great, especially opposite a club suit. The singleton club is no good. Jack third of spades is fine. Ace king fifth of diamonds is great, but obviously he has opened an eight count. So
Yeah, yeah, like a Jack third of spades opposite a incredibly likely singleton is it's great. There's no wastage, but like no wastage normally implies that your high cards are somewhere else, and here his high cards are nowhere else.
yeah,
Like usually when people say no wastage, they mean I had a 12 count and none of them were wasted. Not I had a 7 count and you know, and that was that. I
right.
did you
So
wonder if North South are playing multi two diamonds, maybe South just like couldn't stand not to open and had no alternative.
well, I mean, we almost got a bingo square. South could have opened three diamonds, um,
Right.
which
I
I,
suppose.
I would say wouldn't be that unusual for them. But if you're allowed to open this hand a diamond in your partnership, I think it's a great thing to do with the ace king fifth. This is such a different hand than say like jack third, ace fourth, king fifth, singleton. Then
Yeah.
you probably still open a diamond if it's like your partnership style, but you wouldn't be as thrilled about it. Here, your whole hand is like ace king fifth of diamonds, and I would just like to be able to show it in one bid if I could.
Look, you don't have to sell me on the value of extremely light openings, but I'm not sure this is the hand that I would want to do it on. Like, if I had like Ace King Nine Eight Seven of spades and a singleton heart, I think that's much more attractive than this hand.
Hmm.
Like,
Okay, South
one
decides to
neg.
cooperate a little bit.
Yeah, like, I think one negative of opening a hand like this is here it doesn't matter. West had a two spade bid, whether or not there was a bid in front of him, but sometimes when you open a hand like this, they can make an overcall that would have been a pass. It's not like it's totally free to make these light openings, and when you do it below the major suits, it's much less attractive to me.
Hmm.
Like one spade has real preemptive value, one diamond, in a sense, has negative preemptive value.
So north south, you get to five
Anyway,
diamonds. We are being told, and I see on their card as well that they do play a weak two diamonds. So,
wow,
but at these colors, the south hand is just too strong. Like they'll preempt two diamonds
yeah,
on some
Queen Ten
really
Feather,
really
like
bad
yeah,
hands.
yeah. Look, I'm not going to argue with their success. Like obviously North South, they're one of the best pairs in that part of the world. I just feel like this is one where if you're gonna pick and choose your spots, I don't know if this is all that attractive.
So king of
And
spades
here
opening
they're
lead.
not gonna do great.
Yeah, the 4-1 diamond split does cause a lot
It's
of
an annoying hand
problems.
to defend.
That's
Yeah,
also
ace jack of
true.
hearts offside.
I think that the defense will probably be able to get this right, and even if they don't, I don't see any way that Declarer is going to pick up the diamond suit on his own. But I think it seems maybe it's not all that likely that East finds a spade continuation here. East may well continue a club. Okay, East does continue spades, so now Declare just has no hope. There's no way to pick up the diamond suit anymore, so there is a diamond loser. Um,
Yeah, I think club for me is just pretty unattractive.
well, there's no guarantee that your partner doesn't have a club void, right? Like, but
Ah, I mean, if five clubs was definitely a cubed, then partner can't have a club void.
okay, good call. Yep, very good point. All right, Queen of Diamonds, Diamond, East shows out. We're going to see a claim in a second for down one. This may well be a good result for North South because with all the bad splits, it looks like very little makes. And if North South get to 3 no trump, they're not going to be particularly happy either.
Hmm.
This isn't going to be a huge win, but it might pick up a few imps.
Yeah, and I think North South probably will get to three no trump with I think it was 26 combined highs. I think North had 18 and South had 8, and nowhere else to play the hand.
Yeah, 5 diamonds looks like maybe the best game contract. It's hard to say
I think 3 no
necessarily.
is.
What?
Right, 3 no of diamonds, and 3 no of either minus you splits, you have 9 easy tricks.
No, because the ten of spades could be in West's hand, right?
Oh, yeah, sure, right. It's true.
So, I, I
Well,
mean,
3
it's
no by
not,
South is
it's not clear to me that 5 diamonds is the best game contract, but I think it's pretty likely. Either way,
3 no.
um,
3 no by South, I think, is. Or 3 no by North, rather, I think is better because now East would have to lead a high spade. One, he would have to lead a high spade without having both high spades, and that's pretty unlikely.
sure. All right, 3 passes go around to South. He has a nice hand this time. He'll get to open a diamond.
Or Chinotrum, possibly.
Yeah, it's still weird to me that he chose not to open 2 now on that very first board, or some number
Yeah.
of no trump. So,
Is it possible? Oh, no, you said you looked at. I was wondering, could they be playing like some kind of preemptive 2 no Trump? But you said you looked in the art.
no, it's 20 to 21 for them. This isn't really the style of hand that you want to be opening 2 no trump with. Like, I'm a huge advocate of opening no trump with singletons because I think oftentimes it describes the hand, but the singleton ace and all of these aces and kings, this hand just feels very suit oriented. Like you could easily miss a minor suit slam and open 2 no trump and get to 3 no and go down, I think. So,
So I basically agree with that. The one counter argument I'd make is, given how light North South seem to be opening, obviously we don't know what their style is red, but if partner would be opening basically any 10 count that includes some reasonable high cards, like, two of the three ace, king, queen of spades, once he's kind of denied that by passing, you're not likely to be missing a slam.
yeah. Well, I was partially correct on board 3. They do pick up 2 imps, but it wasn't because 3 no trump was bid in the other room. It was because 5 diamonds was
The
bid and
G,
they took one fewer trick.
I see.
Um,
Yeah. And notice here, he rebid to no Trump, so he was putting his hand in that kind of box. Although obviously, that may have been somewhat influenced by partners responding a heart in the short suit. You know,
yeah.
now there's not a heart problem anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So we get the king of spades lead, king queen doubleton. I mean, West probably wanted to lead a heart, but was a little bit less enthusiastic after the heart bid on his left. So tries a spade.
Yes, and Declare can plan to unblock the Jack ten of spades and try to use the nine as an entry to the King of Hearts after setting up his diamonds.
Yeah, that does seem like a reasonable approach.
I mean, that would be for 10 tricks, four diamonds, two clubs, ace, king, and two spades.
The king of spades is a really weird lead, right? Like we talk sometimes about like what are you supposed to do with like king queen fourth, or
Mhm.
depending on your spot cards, and like people will say, oh, king queen 10 fourth, sure, I'll lead a high one. King queen 3 deuce, I'll lead a low one. So when West leads the king of spades and clearly has no spot cards to go with it, it almost looks like it's from shortness um, to me.
I mean, so there is, I mean, obviously, when you're looking at the ace jack 10 9 8 as declare, I think that's likely, but I do like the lead, right? And spades are, North is known to have at most three spades because he would have checked back. South could have four, but, you know, what can you do? But I think, like, if your side has a future, this has to be where it is, right?
Sure.
And so he didn't unblock the spade unless it's an
I
operator
Yeah,
error, which
I
looks
think
like a
that's
mistake.
a VuGraph error. Yeah, because I was
Yeah, I think
curious whether or not.
attacking catching ace of hearts, yeah.
See, I was curious
Sorry.
whether or not he would try and run the eight of diamonds, because if he did run the eight of diamonds, it would kind of risk stranding the king of hearts. It would be necessary to pick up, say, queen jack 10 fourth in east hand, but the inference I was making about the king of spades being from likely shortness makes that play a little bit less necessary. Like, if West had led a low spade and the jack 1 trick 1, then we might expect West has spade length and therefore is likely to have diamond shortness. So,
Yeah, and notice again a little match pointy because the king of hearts is the 10th trick.
yeah.
So,
Um,
if your goal is nine, then it's okay to strand the king of hearts potentially.
sure. Yeah. Leon says that North can have four spades on the auction. Three diamonds was just a retransfer, so they play some sort of like transfer, whatever it's called, um, over the two now in this spot. I mean, nonetheless,
Oh,
it's
I missed a three diamond bit. I thought he just raised a three no trump.
no. North showed five heart. Well, I assume North showed five hearts in the
Yeah.
auction. So that's just like the only reason why I think the Jack of Hearts is not necessarily a standout lead.
Mhm.
But yes, it is very possible that North, I think, could have four spades.
Yeah. So West kind of excited to set up his hearts here, but in practice he's giving Declare an entry to an otherwise inaccessible king of hearts. Although it does stop Declare from setting up a spade trick now.
Well, again, I'm still convinced Declare has the eight of spades in hand, but um,
Yeah, none of it really matters. Whatever West does at this point, it's going to be 10 tricks. If he plays a heart, that's, pitch a club in his hand is good. Oh, sorry, no, it'll be only 9 tricks if he plays another heart.
well, East is on lead.
Oh, sorry, East is on lead. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, East
So,
is end played here. I mean, like, West is going to get end played if East exits a spade, which I think East is going to do.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
this sets up Declare's spade, and then West actually does get end played. So regardless of where the eight of spades actually is, it doesn't matter at this point. The nine of clubs is an important enough card that West can't exit a heart. That gives access to the heart king. If West exits a club, Declare can guess to play low, and he will. This actually isn't a guess, because if the queen of clubs was in West's hand, East would have switched to clubs rather than playing a spade. So there's a heart. King holds, Declare's hand is high, and he'll claim the rest.
Yeah.
I'm going to tentatively say well played. I mean, I still assume he unblocked the ten of spades at
Yeah.
trick one, but yeah, I mean, this I think was a well thought out and well played hand from South.
Yeah. And that's a common kind of operator error where, we're looking at it and sort of we can see that possibility of why it's important to get the high spades out of your hand, but the operator, like, who is not a top expert, doesn't think of that. It's just like, oh, you played a low spade.
Right.
Like,
It's
you're
like
just
the
playing a
ace of
card you're
spades
expecting to see.
wins, so everyone else plays
Right.
their lowest card. Moving on.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right, one no trump. Let me see what the range on this is. They say good 14 to 17, which I mean, look, I'm not sold on these sorts of upgrades, like vulnerable, but it is kind of important to make sure that your ranges remain relatively like condensed. So if you are going to be opening like even at these colors 10 counts, then I wouldn't play 15 to 17. So
Right. I
so
like
yeah.
the upgrade here, right? You have three tens, your stuff is coordinated. Virtually all your points are aces and kings. Like, yeah, you'd love a fifth card in one of your suits for the upgrade, but I think this truly is a 14 plus, right? This is worth more than 14 and a half points.
Yeah, it seems fair. So no trump, two diamonds showing one major, hearts or spades. South doubles to show values. Um, I think maybe double is negative, but uh,
I
anyway,
think doubles just card showing, right? Two diamonds was one major, so it's really important just to immediately send a message that you have some stuff and, possibly start going after them. But just more importantly, just, if you pass, what number of no trump are you planning to bid later? Two no trump is probably taken at that point. I think, you need a bid available to say that you have an invitational no trump or better.
yeah, and so South able to make a takeout double of spades on the next round. I mean, I assume. Hopefully, they've talked about this because it doesn't look like South wanted to penalize two spades. Um,
Yeah, it's true. South's position now is a little uncomfortable.
I mean, East West have done well, right? They have nine spades, and they were able to preempt this auction, taking full advantage of the vulnerability. Um, they may
And
well
notice
make
this is a
this
spot.
contract.
Yeah, notice that this is a spot where it's really important to have good notes when you're playing at this level because South is thinking a long time. And if you don't have notes and think a long time and double and partner pulls, you are going to end up in front of a committee, you know. But here, if you have notes that say, like, no, no, we define this as a takeout double, you know, everyone might grumble about it, but it's clearly defensible.
Yeah, so South does double a third time in the auction, and North does very well to pull, I
Yeah.
think. Um,
Yeah, but again, assuming that, they can prove that this is a takeout double, everything is fine. If they can't, I think this is one where there may be, you may get to check the director box on your bingo card.
um, so North South get to four hearts. Now, this contract looks like it probably isn't going to have much play. Even if East West fail to get a diamond wrath, which, is maybe 50-50 at this point, depending on the opening lead. East has a natural heart trick. There's two spades, there's the ace of diamonds, and there's a club trick for East West. So,
Yeah, East can even lead the queen of clubs without blowing up his club trick since, the ten's on his right instead of his left.
yeah. I mean, this is still not terrible for East West. I think there's some chance three spades was going down. Declare may well have, on auctions like this, decided to hook the queen of spades into South's hand. Not just because of the takeout double, but because of the one no trump opening on his right. So I think there was some chance that the defenders were actually going to score five tricks against that contract. This might be down two. It's not doubled. So
Yeah, it's true, but I don't know, if you're north and south, you're just as happy not to have one of these, like, touch and go 530 versus 100 kind of hands.
yeah, for sure. Oh, I mean, like, I would not want to be defending it doubled, but
Right.
if three spades went undoubled, then I could understand it. Okay, two rounds of diamonds gets roughed. East is going to cash the king of spades, get out the queen of clubs, and then it's going to be up to Declare to figure out what to do from here. I mean, a pretty natural thing to do, honestly, I think, is to I was gonna say, like, cash the ace of hearts and then take a heart finesse, but we don't actually have an entry to do that. So I think Declare is just gonna cash the ace king of hearts and eventually lose a club. Because if the heart finesse loses, then East is end played. That was my concluding the thought. But
Right. And I think Declare should not be fooled. Like, obviously, as you say, his entry position is great, but he should not be fooled into winning the ace and playing finesse the 10 of clubs later. That jack of clubs is not going to fool anyone.
yeah. Yeah, because if East had a hook club holding like Jack Doubleton, regardless of his heart holding, he would just exit a trump. He's like, man, I'm not blowing up the club suit by switching to Jack Doubleton here. That would just always give up a trick. So, Declare does correctly read the queen jack of clubs in East's hand, but the 9 does not fall. So 2 down, minus 200. Could be a bit of a swing, for sure, on this one. Obviously, New Zealand got the worst end of it, but they did avoid a disaster of minus 530. No double contracts.
It may go at the other table, it'll probably start similarly, right? Like, North will probably open a no trump, even if it's 15-17. Whether or not he does, East is going to bid some number of spades. South will show the hearts one way or another, whether it's a negative double or something else. And, their North out they're going to be playing in some number of hearts, at least 3, presumably.
Mm-hmm. All right, East-West turn. Let's see what they can end up doing. Do we have a Grand Slam alert here?
I don't think so, right? Like, I mean, I guess you can rough out the King of Diamonds to pitch your third club. Do you have enough entries to do that? Yeah. With both major C splitting, you can play in either one and rough out the King of Diamonds.
Yeah, now this isn't a good Grand Slam. I think a lot of people will look at it and be like, well, like, you just need 3-2 breaks in both suits and a little bit of extra luck, but, yeah, it's not...
I mean, you could also catch the King of Diamonds and King Jack of Clubs in the same hand and have a squeeze.
No, we can't, because we don't have entries. That's the main issue. If it really was just,
right.
Like, if it was just that, then sure, it would be a little bit better. But
right, well, you can catch a stiff King of Clubs.
Yes, Singleton King of Clubs or King of Diamonds roughing out. Fly High says, you want to reverse dummy? Do we have entries? I don't think we do have enough entries to reverse the dummy. If we were able to rough 3 rounds of diamonds in West's hand, then sure, that would be the plan. But we just don't have the entries to do so. If they lead a diamond, that would help.
So meanwhile, back in the real world, I think we have a 2+ club, but otherwise natural. 3 diamonds. What, who knows? That looks like it might be some kind of check back bid, given that he's bid 3 spades rather than 3 hearts.
Right. Yep.
We saw North-South play transfers in this auction, but this looks like it was kind of a more American style. So 5 diamonds, probably exclusion.
Exclusion, and now East has a little bit of thinking to do, because, 5 diamonds got... I'm sorry, what? Double is such a
I
disrespectful
mean,
bid. Double is so
yeah,
disrespectful. Like, okay, look here. Side tangent. Um, I played on a team once where, and I'm not going to mention who this was with. I don't think you know Craig or have heard this story, but I played on a team with a player who insisted that doubling the opponent's keycard bids was winning bridge because people frequently make mistakes about their system after this. And I
yeah.
think that's like a really scummy thing to do. Like, it's not technically against the rules, and maybe this person is technically correct that if you want to win, then this is a way to take advantage of people who don't have solid agreements about their system. But I like that's not the way that I want to win, and I think that that's just like a really low blow. Anyway, so I don't know what North is doing. Maybe North is suggesting that like he actually wants to like save in 7 diamonds just because of the vulnerability. But man, I don't know about the double of 5 diamonds.
Well, notice there's something else going on besides what you're saying about uh like I don't have a problem with it, but I see why it feels a little unseemly. But not everyone has always discussed how they respond to exclusion, right? Whether they, do a sort of like preempt style, like 0-1 1 with, etc., or kind of a more standard keycardy style. I think there's arguments for and against both, and people play both ways, and even experienced players, I think it comes up so rarely, haven't necessarily discussed which one they do.
Right. Yeah. And okay, so
So five hearts looks like it was intended to be a 0 or 3 response. Probably redouble would be the first step, and if they're playing 1430,
East
this would be the second step.
East has 2.
Oh, it's two key cards, right? So five hearts also was intended to show 2 key cards.
Yeah, it's just the third step, right? There's pass and redouble.
Oh, pass, right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, and I mean, this is another thing. Like, if you are playing against an experienced partnership, it gives them more space. So, you don't want to
Yeah.
do this from an objective standpoint. There's only 2 reasons that this double is effective. One, if your opponents don't know what they're playing, which, like that to me is the scummy thing. If you're trying to take advantage of people who don't have solid agreements about their system, then I don't feel like that's in the spirit of playing the game of bridge. But 2, if you're trying to like use it to suggest a sacrifice, that's totally legitimate and I understand it. But it does give the opponents 2 extra steps, which can be important.
Mhm.
So East West get to 6 spades. This is actually a pretty good contract.
I think it's a little silly to double, but I don't consider it unethical in any way, even against like club pairs that have no idea what they're doing in those auctions.
Fair enough.
I mean, I think it's an extremely pointless action. That's a separate issue.
Well, 6 hearts by East, showing the King of Hearts, denying the King of Clubs, importantly. So West has a pretty good picture of what his partner's hand looks like. It's the Ace King of Spades, Ace King third, given the 3 spade bid. He has the King third or Doubleton and Hearts, no King of Clubs. So
And I'm going to predict that this makes exactly 6 because I think North is going to lead a diamond and West will definitely fall for the double and take the finesse.
hmm.
No, I'm wrong.
Yeah, so
Do
Wibbly
you
gets off
have
to a
Craig
Trump
makes
lead.
a bad prediction on the bingo card?
I don't think I have that. I don't think I
Maybe
have
tomorrow.
anything for my co-casters. I will mark down Grand Slam alert though, because this was a Grand Slam alert.
Yeah.
So how
Did we have
did
any grands
we?
yesterday?
What?
Were there any grands yesterday?
There were.
I remember.
First set, both tables bid and made grand on like the second board, I think. One of the hands had was a one loser hand, and their partner had opened the bidding in the suit that they had the loser in. So, partner had the ace. um, so, what is the best line of play here? Because one club goes on the diamond ace. We want to guard against potential 4-1 heart splits. So, this could be done by pulling 2 rounds of trumps and then playing 2 rounds of hearts.
Yeah, that certainly looks appealing to me. Obviously, like you don't want to do that and find yourself going down in some silly way.
Yeah, now it might even be better to just win the ace of spades and go king of hearts heart immediately. Um, because we can actually pick up 4-1 hearts with north when south has 3 spades.
Twitch really wants me to announce her subs.
Yeah, and there's another wrinkle there because if South does have single target and 3 spades, he can't rough it profitably. If he does that, now we can draw 2 rounds of trumps only, still have 1 in dummy, run what are now the good hearts, pitching 2 clubs from east and rough a club.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. But we can't take the same line of play if we pull 2 trumps first. If we go ace of spades, spade to the queen, and then heart to the king, heart, South can refuse to rough, and now we can't pick up 4-1 hearts with South having a singleton. So anyway, I think it's maybe technically best to go ace of spades, king of hearts, heart, but it depends how you feel about the auction, because North's double of 5 diamonds, assuming this does suggest a save. Okay, Declare didn't duck the 8 of spades. We'll get that corrected. VuGraph operator, why? Greg, thanks so much for the 22 months resub. Really appreciate it. Welcome back to the lounge.
Nice.
Okay, so Declare does pull 2 rounds of trumps. Now I think Declare is going to go heart to the ace, heart to the king, or whatever. This does give up on those 4-1 heart splits where the person having the singleton heart has 3 spades, but this seems like a pretty sensible line of play. So now that hearts is split, Declare pulls the last trump, ace of diamonds, pitch a club, and maybe try the queen of clubs, which he does. Covered 12 tricks. Worth noting, New Zealand picked up another 3 imps on board 5. 3 no trump went down 3 in the other room, so despite them getting a little overboard to 4 hearts, and going down a couple tricks, they still managed to do better than the other table.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how they, I see. So, kind of as predicted, a similar start with a no trump opening and Woolsey 2 diamond bid, and yeah, then it was just too hard for North South to sort everything out and find a 4-4 heart fit. I mean, it's an argument possibly then for passing as South, so you can kind of back into a Lebensful auction and show the hearts, but obviously that's a little bit dangerous. When you have diamond length, it's probably not that dangerous because the auction is going to end there. Like if you had a singleton diamond, quite possibly it goes 2 diamonds, West is sitting there with 6 or 7 diamonds and passes, and now it's really the end of the world.
Sure. Okay, so South gets to open a spade. We'll keep an eye on board 6. Leon says that his teammates play a relay system, east-west in the other room, so
cool.
they may well do something exciting over there.
I suspect they'll end up in the same spot, but it may take a few more rounds of bidding.
Yeah. So West gets to overcall no trump. I mean, I wouldn't really consider any other call. Like 2 diamonds, I think, is so vastly inferior to a no trump that you should probably be cut from your national team if you make that bid. So, no trump overcall.
Yeah. you were talking yesterday about not overcalling a no trump on 15 counts vulnerable, but here you have a really good source of tricks and diamonds. It's very different kind of from the flat featureless hand we were talking about yesterday.
And, also very relevantly, you have two stoppers in the opponent's major. So,
Right.
like when your right hand opponent opens a club or a diamond, you can be a little bit more lenient about your stoppers in their suit because they don't necessarily have a suit that they can set up and run. But when they open a major, they're often going to have like 5 good or 6 good cards in their suit. So if you're sitting on like ace third and you don't have a source of tricks of your own, you're going to be in huge trouble when you overcall a no trump on those hands a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But
An ace queen small isn't really great holding because not only do you have the two stoppers, you can choose when to take them. You can hold up or not depending on what you think is going on.
yeah, for sure. Now, I was going to bring up North's double over a no trump, and this is something that I have the feeling. I feel like I'm going to get chastised for this comment, but I have the feeling that New Zealand doesn't know when to stop. They seem to like pour on aggression and more aggression and more aggression, and this is just like their stylistic thing. And I'm totally with that for opening bids and responding to opening bids and whatnot, but going after penalties when your partner can have very weak hands is something that you don't need to get burned all that often to realize that this might not be the best way to go about it. Like North doesn't really have a great lead against a no trump doubled, and if South could have a pretty weak hand, I wouldn't be convinced that we're beating a no trump with the North South cards. In the meanwhile, we have a good spade fit. I would be very happy to just play this contract in 2 or 3 spades. So I'm not saying double is a terrible bid by North. I just think that like you want to be a little bit careful in these situations when your partner can be opening light. You don't always have to go after penalties.
Yeah, so I agree with everything you just said. I think North's plan, though, was to show that he had like a sound race to 2 spades, like double, figure the opponents will run out somewhere as they did here. And now when you get to bid 2 spades, you're showing a better hand than just bidding 2 spades directly over no trump.
Sure. And I
Whether or not you
understand
like
the
that
plan.
plan, I think that's what North was thinking.
Yeah, I totally understand the plan. But I mean, we can just look and see like how badly this would have worked out if East had decided to pass, right?
Right.
Because I don't know if South would pass. South is 5-5 in the majors, but South, in terms of opening values for their style, has full opening values. So if North thinks that a no trump is going down, South might also think a no trump is going down. And in reality, the opponents have 8 top tricks. You can cash 5 hearts if you start with it, but the spade hook is on, the diamonds are 2-1, so East-West are just making an over trick and a no trump doubled on this hand.
Yeah. I share your views about the wisdom of doubling there. I do think that on this particular hand, South was going to take out the 2 hearts, and North South would have landed in some number of spades as they did anyway.
Yeah, for sure. So like it's probably not the worst bid in the world. I mean, we've definitely seen some worse bids.
I mean, something has to be the worst bid in the world. It's probably not this.
It's definitely not this, but I do just want to add some caution, and I feel like this is a spot that the New Zealand team, like overall, okay, that's also not what happened on the. Okay, sorry. The Jack of Diamonds got roughed. I am not paying attention to the hand. I'm just like off on a side tangent.
Yeah, and again, I think, this is the kind of action that if you're playing against, a weak team, and I think, like, New Zealand has a pretty strong bridge community, but, whatever, like, there's bad players everywhere. If you're playing against bad players, this kind of double is just fine. Like, when you reach the World Championship level, that's when, possibly they punish you for it.
Yeah. Anyway, just a thing to think about. Again, I'm I totally understand your point that Wibbly is like trying to show a good raise to two spades, and that makes a lot of sense. If you had a way to do it, then that sounds great. I would be very concerned about a no trump double getting passed out, but
Oh yeah. I was not advocating the action. I was just, trying to put the right context on it.
yeah. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. We can move on. We'll talk about the actual play because the play in three spades is not that exciting. I don't think Declare has done well to play a spade to the 9, but given the no trump bid and given that he also has the ace of hearts entry for later, I think he probably would have worked out to play a spade to the 9 at some point. The 10 would have even popped up. Well, West has decided to make Declare's life a little bit easier, exiting in hearts, but
I think there was a decent chance Declare was getting that one wrong, actually, because East, ran out showing weakness. West would still only have 17 if he had the Queen of Hearts.
Well, I don't think Declare needed to guess the Queen of Hearts.
You're just going to put a Jack of Clubs on the table.
Yeah. So even if West had exited ace and a spade, Declare just wins, plays the Jack of Clubs. If West ducks, now we have a free guess for the Heart Queen for an overtrick.
Right.
But if West takes the ace, then we don't need the Heart Finesse. All right, ace of clubs for the defense, plus 140. Good result for North-South. Staying out of game for sure, because they just have 4 top losers with the spades being unfriendly.
Yeah.
Board 8. 10 count from West. I imagine North-South would be opening this, so we'll probably get a different auction in the other room. I don't think West is going to open a spade here.
Yeah, at the other table, we did have a push of 1430 on that board 6 where, we're talking about the relay pair, and I cannot tell what these bids meant.
Well, I will mark off relay auction on the bingo card.
Yeah.
I wonder if 6 hearts is the better spot than 6 spades. I don't think so. A lot of the time, it's correct to play in your weaker trump suit because you can use the stronger trump suit to discard side losers. But here, that doesn't seem to be the case because you don't actually have effective discards on the spades. So I think getting to 6 spades was a little bit better because there are some chances against 4-1 hearts playing in a spade contract, whereas playing in a heart contract, I don't think you have as great a chance if hearts are 4-1.
Yeah, that would be kind of more likely if each of East and West had their own 5-card suit instead of West having both of them.
Right. Yeah. All right, so 2 passes. I'm a little shocked that North didn't open something, whether it's 1 diamond or 3 diamonds.
Yeah, I was 100% sure he was going to make some kind of preempt. I mean, again, given that the partnership style is very aggressive, if this hand is too strong for any of the preempts, like if partner's going to be expecting possibly a much weaker suit for 3 diamonds, then you're kind of stuck with this pass. It's like, obviously the weaker hands come up more often, on a frequency basis. If you like to preempt, you're better off playing that way. But it does mean that sometimes when you have a classic preempt, you can't make it.
Yeah, so, we can compare this with board 3, where South, favorable and first seed, decided to open a diamond with an 8 count. Because, to me, there's not a whole lot of difference in terms of the quality of the hands between that one and this one. I mean, this hand obviously has more offensive potential, and it also has an ace and a king, albeit in different suits. So I am curious why this hand is not a 1 diamond opener, whereas the other one was. Maybe it's just favorable that they're that aggressive.
And honestly, it could just be that North South take a slightly different view of these positions, and South likes to do it, and North, you know, prefers different spots.
Hmm.
Like, they're required to have the same agreements and system. They're not required to have identical judgment.
Yeah, certainly. Um, okay, so East West get to three spades. Heart opening lead from Wibbly. There are four quick tricks for North South, and I think they're going to take them relatively fast here. So King of Diamonds, Diamond to the Ace. Wibbly might be a little nervous about cashing the King of Hearts, but he knows that another
Yeah,
round
I
of
think.
diamonds is not effective.
Well, I was gonna say though, isn't it somewhat likely to go King Hearts Diamond? Maybe South has the 10 or something, and something interesting happens. 10 spades.
Well, he knows that Declare can just pitch from dummy, and Declare probably will just pitch from dummy on the 10 of diamonds.
Uh, oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So even if South has the 10 of spades, it's just not really effective.
Yeah.
Leon says that first seat favorable is different for North South than all other seats and vulnerabilities.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, I guess I should say, sort of makes sense. I personally don't like making those distinctions. To me, all I really care about is my own vulnerability most of the time. But obviously, other pairs, feel differently about that, particularly when it comes to preempting. And one diamond, even though it's not technically a preempt, it's a preempt. That's obviously his intention.
Yeah. All right, plus 140. So East West do quite well on this hand, but New Zealand has taken the lead. Look at that. Board 7. They got
Yeah.
a part score swing at both tables. So North South found their spade fit. How did they not open the South hand in the other room? It's a 5-5 in the majors 11 count.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
What? Okay.
And by the way, I guess they don't have a great advance over two clubs, but South never took a call with 5-5 in the majors.
Yeah, this
It's
is
sort of,
crazy to me.
you don't love having this stiff club, but, good lord.
Man, South has the best hand. Well, okay, West has the best hand at the table. West has a strong no trump, but aside from West, South has the best hand at the table and never took a call. It's not great. But 7 imps. So New Zealand back on top after, a little bit of a slip up on board 2. South gets to open a club on this one in third seat. Spade
I
overcalled by
gotta say,
West.
we were saying yesterday that England's position after the first day was kind of a surprise, but, given some of the stuff we're seeing, maybe it's actually not that surprising. I just don't think that team has found its form yet.
Yeah, and is David Gold playing for them?
I believe not, although I'm not sure. I've got the rosters up somewhere. If you want to fill people in on what's happening on this hand, I'll take a look.
Yeah, because David Gold is, I think, probably England's best player by a large margin. So if
Oh, he is
he's-
on the team.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
playing
guess we
with
just
Andrew
haven't seen
Black.
him.
Yeah. Yeah, David Gold is, one of the world's great players. I think, the rest of the English team is normally strong, but, he's head and shoulders above the rest of them. Forrester and Robson, when they were in peak form, were certainly at that level, but, those guys are now really getting on. If they're on the senior team, though, they can still certainly play pretty well.
Yeah, this board in front of us is actually very
Yep.
interesting in terms of hand evaluation. So I guess I'll first talk about the East-West auction because I think South's two-heart bid is worth discussing as well. But West having overcalled a spade and getting a limit raise from partner, the two-spade bid effectively says, I have a complete dead minimum. Passing two hearts would have been a little bit stronger because their side was already forced to the two spade level. It's like a fast arrival type situation. East was still willing to compete to three spades over three clubs. Now, given that North-South open hyper aggressively at this vulnerability, North being a pass
Especially
hand,
in third C. Yeah.
well, I'm thinking from South's perspective about what North can have. We know North has denied four hearts because North didn't make a negative double. I am a little bit curious about the two heart bid from South. It almost looks as if it's intended to be preemptive as opposed to competitive. Because I think South kind of knows that their side has no business being in this auction.
But like sometimes you catch partner with five hearts in a hand that didn't want to make a negative double. Again, because South could have such a weak hand, I think South bidding here is just saying, no partner, really. I have my opening bid for once. And by the way, like, I'm not sure I agree with you about two spades. Or, like, obviously here it is intended as a weak hand because we see the alert and we see the hand. But my preference, especially as someone who likes to overcall light, is when South makes a bid like two hearts, partner's cubid is no longer a force in our partnership. Pass is just pass. Sometimes, sure, we were going to compete to two spades, but that doesn't mean that we have to once they take us off the hook from that.
Sure. Well,
I do think that's kind of a minority. I do think it's a minority preference. It just kind of caters to my own personal style of never having anything when I've been at the one level.
Yeah, and I mean, there's lots of different styles, right? Like that's why. I mean, that's especially why a lot of these big international competitions are so exciting. Like, in the New Zealand Open trials, everyone's playing the same style. It's completely different from the rest of the world, but you don't get to see a lot of variety. In the US Open trials, everyone's playing the same style, for the most part. So we don't get to see a lot of variety. But when we get everyone together to play in these international competitions, we get to see this matchup of board 7, right? South got to open a spade, and it was probably systemically like a king heavier than their minimum opener. And at the other table, South just didn't even open the bidding with the same hand. So we get to see this giant clash and figure out which hands certain styles work better on and which hands certain styles don't work as well.
For sure. And one of the interesting things about bridge is there's a lot of spots where there's no equilibrium. It's just everyone sort of does something and, the other side, adjusts accordingly. There's not a lot of situations, especially in the bidding, where, there's just some objectively correct answer.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, as far as system construction, obviously, there are plenty of times there's an objectively correct answer.
Yeah. Now, I think what happens at trick 1 might determine how this hand plays out. So the 10 of spades is a Rusino lead. East wins the ace. This is a huge play from East. So
that is a very on-the-ball play.
Yeah, and so this is going to look to declare like the spades are King Jack 10 on his left and Ace Queen on his right, which means East is going to have room for one more card. Now, if that card is the King of Hearts, Declarer might use the King of Clubs entry to lead the Queen of Hearts off dummy, hoping to pick up the heart suit that way, and then Declarer could go down in this contract. But I still think it's somewhat likely that Declarer just leads a heart to the 10, and that's going to succeed.
Yeah, but he certainly is giving his side the best shot to take some tricks here by, protecting partners' red suit honors.
Yeah, so East following up the Ace of Spades play with the Queen. Again, just his side knows what's going on in the spade suit, but he's doing his best to confuse Declarer about the location of the missing honors. So I suspect Declare will go ace of clubs, club to the king right now. Maybe we get to work on hearts immediately. Maybe we play diamond to the queen. Yeah, ace of diamonds, diamond to the queen. Again, just kind of trying to get a bit more information about the hand. I think South is going to be fairly convinced the king of hearts is on his right, the way that things have gone. Obviously, he knows that East is capable of making this false card of ace of spades from ace, king, queen, but East might also just have played the ace from ace, queen, so, it's a little bit of a guess. Oftentimes, you're just going to default to the player playing the natural card if you have to guess. Yeah, Martin mentioned a few minutes ago that Robson and Gold are playing together for England, which is a fairly strong partnership.
Are they? Because Robson, unless he's a late-breaking addition to the substitution on the team, is not on the WBF roster.
Oh,
According to this, it's
playing with Gold in the Bermuda Bowl. Sorry, I read the comment and I just translated Bermuda Bowl to World Championships. But yes, obviously we are not playing the World Championships right now.
Well, we are playing the World Championships right now.
Oh, we're not playing the Bermuda Bowl. Yeah, that's what I meant. Interesting Jack of Diamonds Greek gift, Leon says. Are you saying that in terms of giving away honor location for the Jack of Diamonds? Because it didn't give up a trick or anything. All right, the Queen of Diamonds holds. So West was forced to discard a bunch of spades.
Yeah. My apologies. I'm going to step away just for 1 second again here. I've got a couple of emails I need to respond to. Back in a moment.
Sure. So Declare might be a little bit confused about the spade layout, right? Because if the King of Spades is in West's hand, we know the Jack of Spades is in West's hand as well. West didn't do a very good job, I guess is where I've come down to on this. West really should have pitched the Jack of Spades, or and this is like a pretty natural way to go about false carding. You want to play cards you're known to hold. West was known to hold the Jack of Spades because of the Rusino 10 of Spades lead at trick 1. So West holding on to the Jack of Spades has given Declare a bit more information. Because if West also had the Spade King, as East was trying to lead him to believe from trick 1, then West would have started with a 6-card spade suit here, which might be a little unlikely on this auction. So I think Declare probably works out that East has the Spade King and is going to go heart to the ace, heart to the queen. Yeah, Leon, I see you that you said giving an extra entry for a second heart finesse. Win the Queen of Diamonds, lead the Queen of Hearts, use the club entry to take another heart finesse. That is a good point. Although Declare doesn't know that diamonds aren't 5-2. So maybe he should. Regardless, I feel like it would be... that seems like a mistake that players at this level wouldn't make. So yes, Greek gift is the way that I would term it. and all this analysis that I've talked about in like the spade suit, I think there's so much more going on at the table. So obviously we can kind of sit back and look at the auction and pick out the things that Declare should be focusing on, but Matt Brown is sitting there like trying to count out the hand, trying to remember all of the spot cards that were played, paying attention to the opponent's signals, which we haven't even talked about at this point. So he has a lot of other things to focus on. He's not just like lasering in on what's going on in the heart suit and where is this king of spades. In Rusno, would you lead the 10 from king jack 10? I think so. It's just Rusno is basically just the bottom of touching honors. It's the same as standard honor leads, except you lead the lower touching one instead of the higher touching one. So king jack 10, you lead the 10, jack 10, you lead the 10.
Assuming that you have at least 3, or for a lot of players, if you're doing it against no trump, which is extremely common, the normal agreement is 4 or more. One nice thing about it is, because of that, if you lead an honor, partner can, depending on what he's looking at between his hand and dummy, could know immediately whether it's a short honor or not.
Mm-hmm.
You lead the jack. If you're looking at the queen, it doesn't matter where the 10 is. Your partner has jack singleton or doubleton.
Well, he has misguessed in the end position. So
I was wondering if he was going to try this, yeah.
Down 1.
Yeah, very nicely done by East West.
Almost. Almost nicely done by East West. But
oh, did I miss something that was less nicely done?
Yeah, West did not play the card he was known to hold, which again, I had spent a while talking about this. You were gone, but I do believe that if Matt Brown looks back through the way the defense had gone with all 4 hands in view, he'll feel silly about not guessing that one correctly. But here we go. We get a multi 2 diamonds from East. Weak with 1 major. So South can overcall 2 now if he chooses. Showing like 16 to 18. I think double in the standard defenses to multi would show like 13 to 15 from South. I mean, it's not a very good hand, and obviously he doesn't really have a spade stopper, but you have to show your hand somehow.
Yeah, I think like 13 to 15 or like a strong double and bid type hand. Usually that doubles 2-way.
Yeah.
So, do we know, are East West playing 2 ranges of weak 2s? Is there 2 spades, 2 suited? Do we know what their, what their multi kind of, implies about the rest of their 2 level openings?
They're only playing 1 range of weak 2s. So their 2 hearts and 2 spades are major, minor, 2 suitors.
Yeah, for me as someone who does not preempt a lot, I like that agreement much better than 2 ranges of multi. But obviously, if you're a hyper aggressive preemptor, it's nice to have that tool.
Yeah, Leon talking about the previous hand that if Declare had roughed a spade, they could then lead a heart towards the 10 in dummy and pick up the hand as long as East has the king of hearts, or whenever West has the jack of hearts, basically. So that would have been an alternative in the end position that Matt Brown also could have adopted, which would have worked out. But yes, I kind of stand behind my point that if West had pitched the jack of hearts and come down to a small singleton spade, jack of spades and come down to a small singleton spade, then I think the defense would have been perfect on the deal and Declare legitimately would have had a guess. But the way things kind of worked out, either East false carded at trick 1 and West has the king of hearts, or West, had a 6-card spade suit, overcalled at the 1 level instead of the 2 level, and then East was the one who competed with only 3-card support to the 3 level. Both of those things seem pretty unusual. But yeah, there are multiple ways to go right. Regardless, the defense did well, and on this deal in 2 no trump, club to the jack, club back to the ace. So South has done well to kind of cut communication in clubs. He ducked just enough that East won't be able to get in with whatever he gets in with, and then continue to set up the club suit. Spade to the ace.
Yeah, I think if it went low queen on or on East right, South was just planning to take the heart finesse to lead a spade back toward the jack and get a trick in that way.
All right, queen
Like,
of clubs
obviously,
comes
queen
back.
third of the jack third is not a holding you normally want to break, but on this auction, it's totally safe.
Yeah. You know that East has 6 spades, so you can develop a spade trick, and you're just hoping that the queen of hearts is on side.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and it turns out here they're on side, and somewhat unexpectedly on side 3-3, so this is going to go quite well for Declare.
Yeah, the defense hasn't knocked out diamonds. Declare is in great shape. So heart to the jack. Now he's up to 7 tricks, right? He can get a spade, 2 hearts, and a diamond from here, and when the hearts actually do break, he's gonna make his contract. Plus 120.
And probably probably normal, but a sort of nice result. The multi let him overcall 2-no trump, where if they had opened a weak 2 spades, that's not so appealing on jack third. He might have just tried doubling. Like, passing, I think, is too risky with a hand that good.
Yeah, for sure. All right, he sets up his 8th trick. East gets to win the king of spades and exit a spade, and Declare I'll just claim from here. Any minute now.
Yeah.
We do see on board 9 that 4 clubs is also bid by South, well, by North in both rooms, with South declaring. And after same start to the defense, Jack of spades, this time standard honors, goes to the ace, Queen of spades from East, not revealing the spade situation. Declare did try the effect of the 10 of diamonds immediately. West flew king. Continued the 10 of spades. Much better now from West in the other room, the New Zealand West, to play the card that he's known to hold. Declare able to ruff. Pull a few rounds of trumps. Ooh. Yeah, West just keeps getting squeezed on these hands. So in the other room, Declare didn't have the benefit of knowing that West had 4 diamonds. But I think, again, Declare should work out that East has the king of spades, based on the way the play has gone. So, all in all, I think both declarers are going to be a little bit upset, but they'll be happy to know that they pushed the board. All right, board 11, we got another multi. I'm sorry, I've been spending a lot of time talking about the defense on board 9, but...
Yeah, we'll check out the weird problem North has here.
Do we know
which
which
not really
suit...
a problem, you just pass.
Yeah, do we know which suit West has?
Yeah, right. I mean, obviously, like, you just pass because 2 spades is, way too aggressive, but, you hate to pass your 8-card suits.
I'm sorry, I'm actually now recalling the very first time we ever played, where you really hate to pass your 8-card suits. I'm sure you don't remember this hand.
I don't remember this hand.
You held like Jack 8th of diamonds and the outside King doubleton of clubs, and I think out. And the opponents preempted like 2 spades on your right, and you overcalled three
Right.
diamonds.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah, so you look
They,
down
they
and
got
hang
to
out with
3
them.
no trump, and I led the queen of clubs from ace queen 10 fifth. You overtook with the king and played one back, and I ran the first 5 clubs against 3 no trump doubled. And we got
So
plus
I,
100.
yeah, so I had the extra values I needed for that bid.
You really did. Okay.
Enough to the problem.
So this is amusing. Do I have psych on the card?
Oh, that's funny.
I don't have psych on the bingo card.
I think the fact that he took quite a while to make the bid, you know, isn't great, but that is pretty funny.
Yeah,
And
so
I do
two
wonder,
hearts,
like,
double by East, kind of just like asking, "Hey partner, what's your suit?" Because East has a big hand.
yeah,
It's
yeah, doubles just pass it correct.
yeah, it's forcing, right? Well, it's kind of forcing. So East is not worried because East knows their side has a game.
Oh, yeah, like David Byrne, hedging just a little bit. 2 hearts, almost certainly a psych. Can't be totally sure. I don't think anyone plays transfer overcalls over multi.
I don't believe so. So North comes back in with 2 spades, and now East has this sort of puzzle to work with. I'm not really convinced by 2 now. Partner has hearts, right? Partner passed the double of 2 hearts, so I think as East you just bid 4 hearts. I'm really not sure what 2 no Trump is hoping to accomplish. Obviously, these psych situations are a little bit unusual because generally you and your part. Are you even? I think it would be illegal
I
in
can
the
tell you what I
ACL.
think is going on.
Okay, go ahead.
Um, so what I think is going on is that East is hoping his Chino Trump has the same meaning as if he had gotten to like do it in an uncontested auction because he's still worried about missing a slam.
Are you though? So you have 6 hearts
Well,
and ace
I don't
king
know,
ace.
but I think that's what he's doing. I think he's intending this Chino as a finding out more about partner's hand bid.
Oh no! I am with you on that. But
Yeah, partner could have a singleton diamond. Why not?
okay, but that's still not enough tricks, right? You only have 9 top tricks. You have 6 hearts and ace king ace.
Yeah, I guess it's true.
So,
Yeah.
like you're expecting partner. Fine, partner has a singleton diamond. We have 1 diamond loser. Cool. We still need partner to have the king of spades and the queen of clubs and the queen of spades to be on side for us to be making a slam.
Yeah.
Which is like possible. Don't get me wrong, that could happen. But Snoo says
Yeah,
don't
and I
think
guess
it's illegal to have agreements about psychs. So I thought because I don't know, there's some weird rule about this sort of thing. Because if an auction is technically not allowed to happen, right? Because psychs are quote unquote not allowed to happen, you can't have an agreement about something that's like illegal in the first place. I forget the rule. Maybe someone who understands the rules could tell me what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
But
So there's a specific AC Bill rule that says you're not allowed to play what are called psychic controls.
yeah,
And this was a thing when there was a vogue for psyching, like in the 1950s. Like you would open a club, like this is actually like Rothstone had just written into the system. So you'd open like a whatever, and it was either just totally normal or a psych, and partner made some response, and you had a specific way of revealing that you had psyched, and that's straight up illegal. The other thing that's illegal is you're not allowed to psych so often that you have implicit agreements that the opponents don't know about. So, you're allowed to psych rarely and catch partner by surprise. Once it becomes common enough that he knows the situation is one where you often psych in, that becomes illegal.
yeah.
Because effectively that's an undisclosed agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you disclose it, like it's still, it's still not allowable in the ACBL.
All South gets off to the king of diamonds lead, king, queen, jack, 9. Pretty good holding to lead from. So declarer does get to pitch a diamond on the ace of spades. Pull trumps. I suppose he's just going to try and strip the hand and see if South started with king, queen, doubleton of diamonds. Then he could make an over trick. But as is, he's just going to end up with 11, right? Losing 2 diamonds at the end.
Yeah, Eric's saying that he played against a pair that psych so often they alerted it as probably a psych. I think one thing about the ACBL's approach to it is, I think a lot of these things do come out of like some guy on the board of directors got a bad result, and now we have all these rules to make sure he never gets that particular bad result again. But I think there is kind of this like attitude that we don't like psyching, and therefore we're going to set up the rules so people who psych, very often get zeros for their trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That
Which
way, a lot of the rules are
I mean,
just
I kind
like-
of support the philosophy that like there should be a severe punishment for psyching frequently.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think there should be a severe penalty because, like, whatever you disclose it, but we all know that the side that's psyching has a much better handle on exactly what situations, whether it's just the strength of the opponents or, something about the table action, like whatever it is, even if you like quote unquote disclose, the information flow is not symmetric, right? The psyching side knows much more about the likelihood of a psych. So I agree there that, you have to make sure that they don't like ostensibly follow the rules, but in practice get away with something.
Yeah, a question from Tom asking whether or not there is any chance East-West get to the non-making slam if there wasn't any bidding from North-South. I'm not convinced that it matters, like, sure, the East hand looks great. You pick it up, you have this 21 count, a bunch of aces and kings, but you are flat, and when your partner preempts like this, these multi-preempts, a lot of the times it's pretty easy to just count tricks, and that's what I was doing. So I counted 6 hearts. Obviously, partner has like jack 10, 6 of hearts or whatever, and we have ace, king, ace. That brings us up to 9. I would be very confident that partner could produce one more trick in their hand, and if they didn't, I would ask them why they preempted. But beyond that, to get from 10 to 12, partner would need 2 more tricks on top of this, and we don't have a lot of help. The jack of spades might be 1, but that's only if partner has spade help, like sufficient spade help, such as the queen or more likely the king. And, on top of that, we still need something extra, and then we need the opponents to not get a diamond ruff, and we need them not to cash 2 diamonds immediately off the top. So I think it's a bit ambitious for East to be exploring for slam, like even the 2 no trump bid, and it seems as if East had kind of figured that out by the time the auction came back to him. He just jumped to 4 hearts over whatever 3 diamonds meant.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether, there's something like, given that North South was obviously like screwing around in some way, whether East like, upgraded the Jack of Spades a little too aggressively based on North's action.
Sure, yeah, could be. All right, board 12.
Or possibly East just knew he was getting jobbed out of something, or, he knew North was trying to job him out of something and wanted to make sure that that couldn't happen.
Well, speaking of, could East-West get to a slam?
Yeah.
If there wasn't any preemption at the other table, West opened 2 hearts. Now, I don't have the East-West convention card from the other room, but the New Zealand pair over there, who do play a relay system over their openers, 2 hearts, 2 spades, some sort of asking bid. West jumps to 4 clubs, which I don't know what that shows, but it's probably, like a void somewhere, maybe. East decided to try their hand at 6 hearts.
And Snoo, I believe you are specifically, at least in ACBL land, I believe you are specifically disallowed from having agreements over insufficient bids.
That's the one I was thinking of. There we go. Yeah. You're not allowed to have an agreement over an insufficient bid because it's like an illegal because it's like an illegal situation, and you're not allowed to have agreements about an illegal situation. That's what I'm thinking
Yeah, so
of.
I think that's a terrible rule because it's an illegal situation that the opponents put you in, right? Like, sure, over your own insufficient bids, obviously you can't benefit from that. But the opponents committed an irregularity, like, you should be able to take advantage of their stupidity.
I I know, but I'm just, again, ACBL rule on this thing. Um,
Yeah, no,
so
the rule's the rule, but I think that particularly is a bad rule. The cycling rules, I think, are fine. I think the insufficient rule is terrible.
yeah. Okay. We haven't talked at all about this hand. There's been a crazy large amount of bidding. West open a club, a diamond, a heart showing
Yeah.
spades from East. West bidding a spade. Two clubs by North. Still wanted to get further involved. He is 5-5 in the minors. That to me looks like a really poor bid. Two clubs. The colors are wrong. Partner showed no support. The opponents, haven't necessarily announced a spade fit yet. So I think you're asking to get in trouble with bids like this. The suits are very weak. But anyway, North looks like they got away with it. Double by East, showing some extras. South corrected to two diamonds, hoping to get out of trouble. And West was hoping partner reopened with a double, I suppose, over two diamonds. But East balanced two hearts. 2-0 by West. East raised to 3-0. So they reached the no trump game. And North on lead. I mean, I assume we lead a fourth best diamond because partner corrected, but I'm not too happy about this hand. I'm happy we aren't
Yeah.
doubled.
Yeah, I agree. Red, white, 5-5 or not. At some point, you just have to let it go.
So is a club lead good enough to beat this thing? Declare wins the 10 and can set up one red suit, but then North gets to knock out the ace of clubs with the other red suit still controlled. Um, so Declare can score two clubs, three hearts, and a spade, for example. But that's like six tricks, and the ace of diamonds is a seventh. So he's like a trick shy of pulling off a strip squeeze against North. Whoa! Man, Wibbly has
Yeah.
no faith in his own overcalls. He didn't even want to lead one of his suits. He tried hearts. That is not going to be successful. I wonder
Yeah,
if,
it's really bizarre.
I wonder if he was a little confused about the East-West auction. Because if West had three-card spade support, which he might think is what's going on, then it is very possible that West actually has heart shortness, and the King of Hearts could be a fairly successful lead. But wow, that
Yeah, also,
is yeah, that's going to be really costly considering at the other table they defeated 3-0 Trump. In fact, did they lead a club?
Yeah, we just got the result from the other table.
They did. Other room, they led a club, fourth best. In fact, over there, North just completely stayed out of the auction. North had the option to bid 2 no Trump over a no Trump opening bid to show both minors, and elected not to. again, just
Yes,
like a
that's
little bit of a
true.
distinction in styles, right? The New Zealand pair
Mhm.
is just very aggressive in basically every action possible, sometimes a little bit too much so. And the English partnership in both rooms seem to be a little bit more conservative in their decisions. But a lot of that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Card play does have a big effect on your score, and here North found a much better lead in the other room, just trusting fourth best from their longest and strongest.
Yeah, and I know at one point Forrest and Robson were very aggressive, like when they're playing in the 80s, before the WEF tightened their rules. But my impression generally is that British styles tend to be somewhat conservative.
Yeah.
Like I think Forrest and Robson at one point might have even played a forcing pass, before that was outlawed.
Mm.
I think they were definitely playing thicker methods. But we're talking 40 years ago. It was or 35 years ago. Probably it was a very different bridge world.
Now, I will say that I think one of the things that is really important if you play one of these like aggressive and maybe unusual styles, unusual might not be the right word, a style that has a lot of variance or volatility to it is you really need to be able to just move on to the next hand. And I think Brown and Wibley are very good at that. So, Brown is going to chalk up the lose 10 imps on the card, so is Wibley. But I don't think they're going to have a discussion about it. He's not going to get upset at his partner for, making kind of an unusual lead that really didn't work out. And they're just going to move on to the next hand. But 10 imps going the way of England, and England has bounced back in this first match of the second day. So they'll be in the thick of things after this match concludes. I mean, we still have 4 boards to go. It's not over yet, but not looking good for New Zealand.
No, I think whatever. Most of it was a little bit random, but that last one certainly was very costly.
All right, 2 passes.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, East West got to their teammates got to a bad slam. That's also pretty bad.
Right. Yeah, 2 passes, and South opens a spade. 2 clubs Drury from North. South doesn't have much, but it's 2 spades. So this passes around to East. East has a final opportunity to take a balancing call, and does with 3 clubs, which ends the auction. So as is, it looks like North-South have 2 hearts, a spade, and 2 diamonds, if they can get all of them. But they have some work to do.
Yeah, successful or not, do we like East action here? Like, I think at match points, yes, it amps red when partner, sure, partner's like marked with a little spade length because we only have 2 of them, but I don't know. It looks pretty aggressive to me to like what's your goal here? I guess if both sides make 110, that's terrific, but
Yeah, my policy, which I know that some players have vocally disagreed with this, but I think there's kind of a split among the world-class or expert community on these types of situations, is at imps, like, competing for part scores just doesn't pay. Yes, sometimes you can win 7. I mean, we saw it earlier in the match, board 7. There was a double part score swing, which picked up 7 imps for New Zealand. But in general, you don't really have this big bonus of the game swings, right? That's really what you're playing for at imps, is trying to score plus 600 on hands, not trying to score plus 110 or eke out kind of a small victory in a part score battle. So when your upside is like you could win 7 a small percentage of the time, but most of the time it's going to be like pretty much a wash, like 2 spades is making and 3 clubs is down 1. And every once in a while the opponents double you and you go for 800, then I just don't consider those odds worth it. But I know that's not a guaranteed. Wow, what happened here?
Yeah, I very much take the opposite view of that, which I think is like a little more standard in the expert community. But it also like it depends on your spots, right? Like here, I don't like it because the opponent basically know where you're at, and it's not like we're bidding three clubs, like thinking, we have ace, queen, jack, five, four deuce isn't that great. We're flat. We have nothing on the side. I think where it is important is like I like to overcall a lot. I like to open light to sort of, make sure when we do have a part score that we find it, which is very different from treating balancing auctions the way that the Cease player did.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like some hands you just have to balance because like your hand's good enough.
For sure.
And as you say, this hand, I mean, 6-3-2-2 is not a great shape. Um,
Yeah, so my approach to competing for part scores is, like just find it early and then like let everyone just do whatever they do.
yeah. All right, Declare is going to get out for down one, so this will be a push board. Two spades was bid and made in the other room. There was kind of a balancing call. East was able to double two clubs natural systemically for them, which looks a lot more attractive to me. If you're able to do that, then you've gotten your hand off your chest and you don't have to worry about two spades getting passed out and your side missing a club part score. But not everyone plays the double of the two club bid as natural. Yeah, Leon earlier made the case for the King of Hearts lead that obviously there's not a whole bunch of future in the minor suit or minor suits because partner just kind of was barely able to preference to two diamonds and it looks like it wasn't our hand.
Yeah.
So it could work out, right? Like, but it is again just this like very high variance position that you're taking, right? Because
Yeah.
and I think that's again what New Zealand's known for. And like this is just a style thing that they like to play. And sometimes it works out really well. Sometimes it works out poorly. It definitely makes the hands exciting. So, it's like if Dummy hit with like Jack fourth of hearts and Declare had a doubleton and partner had ace queen 10 fifth, then we would be like, how did Wibbly find that lead? What a genius! Right? It just kind of looks silly when this was the hand and the King of Hearts immediately blows the contract. But anyway, I think it's highly anti-percentage to lead the King of Hearts there. I think you do have enough stuff that trying to set up tricks in a minor suit is going to be effective often enough that you should probably go for it. But it's not to say the King of Hearts was a 0% play. Could have worked.
It's true, but like sometimes partner has Jack Sultan clubs or here, sometimes your tricks are slow, but slow's okay.
Yeah. South opens a club, diamond showing four more hearts, a heart by South. I actually don't know their style. A lot of the European pairs will play that a heart just shows a weak no trump here, so it could be bid on a doubleton. But for this north-south pair, I'm not sure if that's what they're doing or if one heart promises three. One spade by North. One spade by North is confusing. Is it like a relay to one no? Okay.
I think so.
So one heart is a weak no trump. One spade was just a relay to one no. And that's their way to kind of right side the no trump.
Yeah, I think technically that would make it a puppet to one no trump, right?
Sure. Yep. Oh, Leon says one heart promises
here,
three. Interesting.
So notice here's what I was talking about earlier. It's very possible that East West are still playing Rusino in this position, but most pairs that play Rusino against no trump require a fourth card to make the Rusino lead.
Yeah, exactly. So the Queen of Diamonds shows three or fewer in the suit if West has the Jack, And if West had queen jack fourth, they would have led the jack from this holding. Or maybe low. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, I played Rusino a long time ago. And, like I think it's good, but it's not that popular, and I couldn't get anyone to play it. And then at some point, maybe like within the last 5 years, like all of a sudden it was like flipping a switch. Every expert pair switched to Rusino against No Trump.
Yeah, I
With one part.
I mean, I basically never
Sorry, go on.
played it in any of my partnerships. I know that a bunch of people were still advocates of it 10 years ago, but nowadays it does seem very popular. So Declare
Yeah, like
has
10 years ago, right?
Declare has 6 tricks
10 years
in
ago.
this contract: Ace, King, Queen of clubs, and after that diamond lead, 3 diamonds. The clubs do split, but it does seem a little bit more attractive to try and play on the heart suit, because you can force a 7th trick there, and even if the opponents end up getting 3 hearts and 3 spades along the way, you'll still be able to collect your 7 tricks. Now, with that said, Declare does need to avoid covering the first 2 rounds of spades. East just plays back a diamond, so now there's really no work to do. He'll just play another heart from here. West gets in, and then the King of Spades is even just protected. I thought East was going to switch to the Queen of Spades when they got in. That does look pretty natural to me, but they didn't. It's a little bit weird. I mean, East defended this very quickly, and if Declare actually happened to have 3 spades instead of 4, then the Queen of Spades would have actually beaten the contract. They would just cash 4 spades and the 3 heart tricks that they held. Whoa.
Yeah, sorry. I was responding to a work email and didn't see what just happened there. But this doesn't look like it's going quite as well for Declare as it might have. Oh, never mind. He's got his 7 tricks, and that's that. I thought he let his spade off dummy. I was like, well, that's weird.
No, I really don't understand why we
tricks.
switch back to clubs. I guess it's safe, right? Because if West has short clubs, we can still exit a heart. If West has long clubs, we can exit a club. And West is going to get end played most of the time. So it's probably fine to continue playing on clubs. I mean, it just looks the most natural to exit a heart at that point in time. East hadn't really defended like a player who held the Ace-King of hearts, but maybe you can give it to them. Sometimes they'll duck in tempo from Ace-King third in that spot. All right, board 15. We got 2 boards to play. So we've had a couple of pushes in a row, back to back. 1 more and we get a bingo square. 3 passes go around to East, who opens a spade in 4th seat. 2 spades by West, no Drury bid. So East knows their hand is a little bit limited, decides to just sign off in the game.
I gotta say, if you had asked me in advance, would the New Zealand team punch the 3 pushes in a row box, I would have said there was absolutely no chance that could ever possibly happen.
It does seem likely to happen at this point. Club opening lead, North is going to win, put a heart through, and Declare is going to try and pull some trumps and eventually end up down 2.
Yeah, this certainly does seem like a contract that's probably going to be duplicated at virtually every table.
So club to the Jack and Queen. Wibbly needs to work out to switch to hearts. It's definitely possible that that his partner is the one with the singleton club, but on auctions like this, it's pretty unlikely. You know, it would be very strange for East to have a 4 spade bid that held 3 small in one of the side suits. He would need to have almost everything else, and from Wibley's perspective, that seems pretty unlikely. So I think he'll work out to switch to hearts rather than try the ace of clubs. I mean, if he does play the ace of clubs, how bad is it for his side? Declare is still going to be down 1. Oh, he does play the ace of clubs. Oh, no.
Yeah, and obviously South having 2 trump tricks kind of protects him from any possible accident happening here.
I mean, it's not just that, it's that South actually gets to cash the ace of hearts when they get in. Otherwise, all those clubs run and the hearts go away. So...
Right.
Uh-oh.
Right, but obviously he can rough in time to cash it before Declare gets every last one of those hearts away. Yeah, so I think it's possible we won't have that third push in a row here. There may be a 1 trick difference in the results.
Yeah, I do wonder where Wibley thought his 4 tricks were coming from. Because even if his partner had a singleton club, this is only 3 tricks. And then, as mentioned, Declare really needs to have everything else. Otherwise, he doesn't have much resembling a 4-spade bid if he started with 3 small clubs, if he's missing the ace-king of hearts and the ace-queen of diamonds.
Right.
I mean, maybe South has queen 4th of spades, so he hopes it goes queen of clubs, ace of clubs, club rough, and his partner still has a natural spade trick, which is possible.
Yeah, it's a shame that that play gave him some hope, and that hope is about to be extinguished.
Yeah, so 2 rounds of spades. Now Declare does cross to the diamond king, tries the king of clubs, but the wrong person has the 10-3rd. So he can try another club pitching heart, but now South gets to ruff, pull the last trump, cash the ace of hearts, and I mean, I guess he exits a diamond here rather than cashing the heart ace. Now, never mind. So down 1. Not a huge loss. I mean, at match points, this would be a much bigger deal. But at teams, they still beat the contract. We're on to the last board of the first match. Oh, and we have, it looks like about a full hour break. Now,
That's weird, because that was not the schedule yesterday. I wonder if it was always planned that way, or if they adjusted it for some reason on the fly.
I think the tables have just played quickly in this match. Because we had about an hour break yesterday as well.
Oh, right. Yeah, the next set's just 12:15. Sorry, it was as it was yesterday.
There's 2 imps. So England picks up another 2, 4 spades down 2 in the other room. South got off to the Doubleton Diamond lead over there, which, for better or worse, made things very easy on North-South to defend, because now there was no chance North was going to try and cash the club ace at trick 2. Alright, last board. West opens a no trump. 17 count. East bids Stamen, finds out no majors, invites, West accepts, and it's to Wibley to find an opening lead. Ace-Queen 4th does not look that attractive, although the counter-argument to that is you do have an outside ace. So the reason why you lead from 5-card suits against 3 no-trump is that you might just take the first 5 tricks. Here, the 4-card spade suit kind of offers you that same possibility. If your partner has king 3rd or king 4th, you might just take the first 5 tricks because you have an outside casher. And it's even more important when your partner has that king of spades to get off to a spade lead, because Declare might have 9 cashers outside of the spade suit.
Yeah, North obviously with a 10 count. Even though the invite and accept, he knows his partner has approximately 5 points here. It's exactly five. So, like trying to find his suit is probably not productive. Like hoping that partner has just even like king third of spades or whatever. Sometimes it's king doubles him, but the jack 10 9 or third, and we're in four tricks in an unexpected way.
Yeah. So I was going to say, if Whibley did choose a spade, I think there's a lot going for it. He elects to go a bit more passive with a club, and obviously this could work too. Leading away from an ace queen into a no trump opener has a lot of downside as well. So Declare gonna
So
set up four diamond tricks to go with his three clubs and the ace of hearts. That's only eight tricks. Now he can set up a spade trick per force by knocking out the ace and queen. And I think that's going to be the end of the defense, because the defense has the opportunity to either work on hearts, in which case Declare's jack will set up, because South has the king queen, or the defense can continue playing on clubs, but that actually gives Declare plenty of time to knock out both the ace and queen of spades. Like if Whibley plays a club, Declare can win the king, play spade to the jack, Whibley can play a third club, Declare exits the king of spades to the ace, and the 10 of diamonds is an entry to the long spades. The defense can cash a club, but that'll be the last trick.
yeah, so I'm wondering kind of while you were going off on that, I was kind of going through my mind whether there's any reason to lead the ace of spades instead of a low one. And I think probably um it's fine, but I couldn't think of a reason why it would actually be a good idea. But I also couldn't think of a reason why it's ever a bad idea.
Um, well, I think the reason it might be bad is if you're too afraid to continue the two at trick two on some layout. Like you lead
Yeah.
the ace, your partner has some unreadable spot card from king third, and dummy hits with three small. So, like, leading the two kind of clarifies this position for you, and you're not in such a dire situation where if you lead the deuce and it blows into king jack third on your right, so be it. You lose the one trick, but you don't lose two. If you go ace and low, you give up a trick to king jack third. There are two tricks to king jack third on your right. Whibley seems to have gotten count from his partner in the diamond suit, I imagine. I guess I'm not convinced that's true. Maybe they're playing some sort of Smith signal, but
Yeah, certainly Smith is extremely popular at the top level these days. I feel like that's another one that kind of went through kind of, its ups and downs in popularity. It was very popular a long time ago and then kind of fell out of favor. And then, at some point, all the experts started playing it again. I think Smith is excellent and that everyone should play it.
I was going to say before he just continued to club here, I was wondering if I won't finish my sentence because Leon, our inside man, says they play suit preference in diamonds. So South asks for hearts, which North knows is not helpful. But okay. So that clarifies what's going on. So there's a spade to the jack and queen. Play is kind of proceeding as I was mentioning earlier if North continues the assault on the club suit. And Declare just doesn't really have an option. If the defense continues another round of clubs, he has to knock out the spade ace and hope the defense just isn't cashing enough club tricks. So
Yeah, he's very lucky with the heart position that the defense can't attack that suit and get anything going there because his heart holding is awfully vulnerable.
well, it would be if South was able to gain the lead at some point, but Declare is able to take all these finesses kind of safely into North's hand. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, if South had the Diamond Ace, it would be a different story. But from this point, it wouldn't have helped South to win the Ace of Spades because that would have presented Declare their ninth trick earlier.
No, I just meant since the Jack is a guaranteed stopper, which very often it would not be.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like on some layouts, sort of can just lead a heart at trick one, and if the ten's offside or odd or ten is offside, then it's immediately terrible, and like they might just be able to make you guess.
Certainly. All right, spade to the queen. Wibbly is desperately looking for a fifth trick here on defense, and he knows he's not going to find it. I mean, he really should probably just continue a club, because if his partner held the ace of hearts instead of the king queen, then they would be setting up a fifth defensive trick this way. But he's probably thinking, like, is there any other alternative to continuing clubs? And I think the answer is no.
Yeah, and I guess it's possible in theory the partner has the ace king of hearts, but that would give West a 15 count that he accepted on, and a 15 count missing those cards. So, I think it's theoretically possible, but in real life, he has to know that's basically not ever the case.
Yeah, now I guess it was possible that South held king queen fifth of hearts, in which case a heart switch would have actually set up two heart tricks, with the Declare having ace jack doubleton. So there was maybe a little bit of something to think about, but he does continue clubs. Can't afford to duck this trick because you kind of assume Declare has running diamonds. So this will wrap up play for the first set, and then you're going to run off, and I'm going to get joined by a new commentator.
Got client I need to speak to for hopefully not that long. We're speaking at 11:30, so I'll probably join you in the text chat for some of the next segment.
Sounds good. Looks like the other table did make an overtrick in 3-0. And I guess, can Wibbly deny the overtrick by ducking this? Declare would be able to cash out for 9 tricks from there, but would lose the last 2, whereas if Wibbly wins this, then Declare just gets to pitch both heart losers on the 10-9 of spades. But again, we don't really care about the overtrick. We're trying to beat this when partner has the ace of hearts instead of the king queen. Wait a second. Partner can't have the ace of hearts, because then Declare wouldn't be playing on spades. Declare would have played on hearts earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe partner has the ace jack of hearts? No, Declare would still play on hearts. Okay, I give up. I honestly give up. It's probably correct to duck then. Give up on beating the contract. A lot of imp players just refuse to do that, though. So, anyway, it is worth noting.
Particularly, also, like, you really hate to do it, to give up something on the very last board of a set where, reducing claim, where it's like, it's pretty easy to lose focus at the end of a segment, and, when you're defending a vulnerable game, it's a tragic way to, to end things. Like, you see that in match point games a lot where, pairs who no longer have any chance to win just give up on the last board. And, like, sometimes it decides the event because they're playing against someone who is in contention.
Yeah, certainly. Well, so that wraps up that match. So England does bounce back. I'm going to pull up the standings on the side, but
yeah, let's see how everyone else is doing.
It does look like Australia is also having a hard time of things. Our other featured match of the morning up against China. Both of these teams were expected to qualify out of the group. So China getting a big win over Australia is... Wait, why does it say Austria? Okay, anyway, China defeating Austria is, bad news for the Austrians. But I will open up the scores after this round, and we can take a look. Oh man. Well, the favorites are doing quite well in Group A. So England does bounce back after their win over New Zealand. Both of those teams are sitting 12th and 13th, respectively, in the group. They're both... Well, they're about 10 or so imps, or VPs, back from qualifying after 4 rounds, but still a lot of bridge to play. But USA, Sweden, Romania even are the top 3 teams. They're all over 60 VPs after 4 rounds. A little bit of separation being seen at this point, in fact, even from the top 3 squads. Israel, Netherlands, Spain are the next 3 on the board. And over in Group B, we actually still have quite a tight race up at the top. Brazil still maintaining the first place position.
Feels like an outperform.
Well, it's huge for them because Brazil played against Switzerland this round, and the match was close to a draw. Switzerland only winning by 4 imps with 1 board to go. So Brazil, France, and Switzerland up at the top of the standings. Italy, Finland, Poland, the next 3. Australia and Austria, as well as Austria, all 3 of them towards the bottom of the pack. I mean, a surprise in Group B, Norway is sitting in 13th, but we could probably say the same for England and maybe even New Zealand in Group A. It's still early.
Yeah. Yeah, like this is the 1/4 mark, right? If it's a 16 match round robin and we've now played 4 segments.
Yeah, but, every match matters, and obviously every match that you still end up losing by a big margin is going to push you further and further out of those top spots. But with half of the groups qualifying, you basically need to be average in terms of VPs to get into the next round. Seeding matters, right? Like, if you lose this group, you're going to play up against Switzerland or France or possibly Brazil, who's performing very well. And if you lose in Group B, you're going to play up against the USA or Sweden in your first match.
Well, yeah, so do we know that for sure? Or is it one of these events where you choose your opponent if you're in the top 4, you get to choose from the bottom 4 of the other group is a common way to organize these things?
Yeah, I'm not convinced, right? But, like, you would obviously prefer to be a higher seed coming out of your group.
Well, absolutely, but, it may not be as rigid as, like, 1 in Group A plays 8 in Group B.
No, but, you would still really not want to be the 5th seed coming out of Group B, because then USA might pick you.
No, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, but...
Yeah,
But yes, it's...
You never want to leave yourself exposed to that.
Certainly not.
All right, well, I am going to sign off and get ready for my call, so I'll see you back in the chat at some point during the next segment. Say hi to Kirk.
Sounds good. All right. So we have about an hour until the next match starts. And I think my plan today is I'm going to try not to eat during the coverage. I had a big breakfast, so I'm not planning to pick up lunch or anything in between rounds. Good luck, Leon, if you're still here in your next match. Get some lunch with your team, talk things over. Hopefully you guys can pick up the slack and improve performance. Who do we have coming up? Let's take a look. So once this hand is over, I'll flip over to the standings, and we can also take a look at what matches are going to be on VooGraph for the next set. I am off to find the link to all of those things. Okay, next set we have USA versus Sweden. That's probably going to be the match that we'll watch. I mean, not only am I a USA fan because, well, I'm American, but USA and Sweden are the 1 and 2 ranked teams in Group A. Switzerland against Norway is on, which I would say normally would be the match that we might want to go to and watch. I think I would prefer that if Norway was fielding their strongest team, but they're not. So with Norway kind of underperforming so far and Switzerland doing what they do, I might expect that match to be a bit of a one-way show. Who's the third US pair? So it's Gruen Moss, it's Fleischer and Martel, and I think it's Bathurst and Hurd. It is a very strong team. I mean, obviously a sponsor, but Fleischer is a very strong player. And, I mean, all three pairs are quite good. Obviously, it's not Mexstroth and Zia or whatever, which I think a lot of spectators might prefer to watch. But, Zia mentioned, sorry. Do we have that square? We do. Here, let me bring up the bingo board. That's how we're doing currently. And someone tell me if I have missed a square so that we can mark that one off. But if we get a redoubled contract, we're actually looking like, you know, maybe we have a chance on this top left to bottom right diagonal. Preempt with two fewer cards might be challenging, but I would count anything like a spade, 4 spades, at least in a standard context, on like 3 card support, something like that, or a 4 spade opener and 6. But yeah, bidding and making a grand, a squeeze, 3 push boards in a row. If we get the same suit declared by both tables. So we have chances. You know, hopefully we'll hit the bingo one of these days. I'm still open to taking more suggestions in the Discord if people want to drop ones for squares. I've just been using the ones that mostly I've come up with and that people have suggested in the Discord. So I'm happy to make some of the squares easier if people think that they're unfair. I didn't know if redouble contract is unfair. We haven't seen any yet, and maybe we never will. You can't just have all of the squares be free space, though. Okay, where was I? Let's take a look at the whatchama-thing. This. Let me get rid of bingo. So these are the matches coming up next set. USA, Sweden, Italy, India, Switzerland, Norway. So we'll follow USA, Sweden. And then for the third set, Argentina, Ireland. It is the home country, so it makes sense to put them on VooGraph a little bit, although those teams are towards the middle of the standings, I believe. Poland, Denmark could be interesting. What is this? Taipei? Israel? What's TPE? Taipei? Maybe? So those are possibilities. We could also choose to watch, like, women's match. Seniors are mixed at some point. I mean, obviously today It looks like there's only open and women's, but we could think about watching one of those other matches if some of the open matches are not that exciting. Maybe Poland-Denmark will be a good one. Taiwan is TPE? Gotcha. Chinese Taipei. Okay. And then, where was I? Let's take a look at the results. So Group A, we're currently sitting here. All of the matches have completed for the first segment. USA up in first, 67 VPs. And this is already with the bye taken care of. USA had a third round bye, which only picked up 12. So in the other 3 matches that have been played so far, the USA has scored 55.76 out of 60 possible VPs, which is an enormous amount. They beat South Africa, 19.3 for that match. We played up against England yesterday. We watched that one. So US off to a really strong start, but to be expected, they are the number 1 seed in the group. Group B, this is what we were looking at earlier. So Switzerland, Brazil actually tightened up a little bit, but the match is very close to a tie for those 2 teams. And so Brazil still maintains their first place position, Switzerland sitting down in third. Although, again, Switzerland also had their bye already. So they have an average of 14 and change VPs per round, and 12 of those came from one round. So in their other 3 rounds, they're averaging, close to 15 VPs. France sitting in second. They're expected to do fairly well, but not win the group. Switzerland is the 1 seed over there. Italy, probably the second best team in the group, sitting in fourth kind of comfortably. They just had a relatively clean win against Korea, it looks like, winning by 26. Poland, Finland, China, Turkey. Where's Denmark? Denmark's down in 11th. So I think that was the matchup for later today. Poland up against Denmark that we might take a look at for the third set. All right. Over in the women's, we can take a quick look as to what's going on over there. Italy's in first, Sweden's in second, Poland in third, China. And continuing down the list, the USA finally gets a bit of a win in their 4th round match. I think they were sitting all the way in 24th place after 3 rounds yesterday, so good to see them moving up the charts a little bit. They're currently in 18th. I believe they cut down to 16 teams in every event. So for all of these single group situations, all you need to do is make the top 16. So USA has a little bit more flexibility, but still they're going to need to pick up the pace because they're currently half a match out of the qualifying spot. And again, seeding matters. You don't want to qualify in 16th. Seniors, USA's fielding a very strong team. It might be the best team in the event with Levin, Rodwell, Zia, Rosenberg, so on. And then Milner and Lal is the sponsored partnership. But they're doing really well. They slaughtered the Netherlands in this set, almost getting the 20-0 blitz. France up there, Germany, Turkey, Israel, Argentina, and so on. Again, you only need to be in 16th. So Australia, even down here in 16th, is still in qualifying position. Only 24 teams in this event as well. And then over in the mixed, again, a few more teams. They're up to 29, but top 16 will qualify. Germany up in first. Actually, Germany killing it. 83 after 4... Wait. They must have played... Oh, okay, round 6, okay. Right, not everyone's playing the same rounds in the event, so they're only playing 10 boards over here. because it's a much bigger field. But Germany up in first, 83 after 5. I can't tell. 83 after 6. I mean, either way, it's a monstrous result. 75 for Norway, England, Israel, Switzerland. New Zealand's doing well in this one. Looks like they're comfortably in qualifying position after a few rounds. USA down here in 21st. Got a little bit of work to do, but they're actually not that far behind. There's a huge group of teams here. 16th through 23rd. All within 5 VPs of each other. 4.5 VPs. Brazil not doing so hot in the mixed. So they're winning their group currently in the Opens, but their mixed team is sitting in last place. Okay, that's an update on scores. So we got about 45 minutes. What should we do in the 45 minutes? I'm tired. I got a bit more sleep last night than I did the night before, but I'm still a little bit tired. I also don't think BBO is hosting my thing, so I'm just going to get rid of the little side laptop that I have. It looks like they're not really hosting my stream, which is okay. I thought they said they would, but maybe I misunderstood. Either way, just announcement, since this will be changing, well, slight change to the stream. For the semifinals and finals, I will be on BBO's video commentary for those matches. That's going to start up. Man, I wish they would have the entire event on here so that we could look at, when it says the semis and finals start, but I guess that would be starting next Thursday, a week from tomorrow. That's the plan. Hey, Octopodes. I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by and watching. Okay, let's quickly pull up a little cross table by rank so that we can take a short look as things start shaping up. Again, it's going to look like the US had played up against a bunch of the weaker teams, just because naturally if you get blitzed by someone, you're going to be lower in the rankings. So the way these cross tables work, the scores further out to the right reflect teams that are lower in the standings. So it looks like USA hasn't played up against any of the top teams, but notably England kind of is one of the top teams in the group. They're just having a very slow start. But we will see USA-Sweden in the next match, so this will probably determine who might be taking the lead, at least for the midway portion of the round robin in the group. Because if either one of these teams gets a big win, then they're going to vault over the other, and if the match is fairly split down the middle, even a team like Romania might shoot up into first, at least for the time being. Australia's doing well in the women's. Yeah. So I think almost every country is doing well in at least one of the events. Maybe not winning. There's only room for 5 winners or 5 leaders at this point. But everyone's still in it. There's still a lot of bridge to play. You got to keep, playing your game. Even Pakistan, despite being at the bottom of the standings, they had a tough matchup against Sweden, one of the favorites. They played against Romania. I actually don't know if Romania is expected to do well. Not a good match for them. They had another loss, it looks like, to Chile. To Ireland and to Chile. But they've been picking up VPs in all of their matches. It doesn't look like any of the teams is so severely outclassed as it kind of did a little bit in the Europeans sometimes. I forget, like Hungary maybe had a tough time of it in the Europeans, I think. There might have been 1 or 2 other countries as well, like Faroe Islands had a bit of a tough time of things in some of their matches up against the stronger teams. But yeah, Guadeloupe had a win. Always a good look when every country gets at least one win. Germany kind of getting awarded with their bye has shot them up in the standings. So, the fact that the US was a little bit penalized by getting a bye already in terms of where it looks like we should be sitting, because our other matches are significantly more than 12 VPs per match. Germany having, only picked up close to 11 VPs prior to their bye, almost doubles their score, getting up to 23. Okay. Yeah, so we got about 45 minutes until the start of the next set. I guess we could, if this is a new match, ooh, it is a new match, we can jump into the women's and take a look at what's going on until the next open match starts. They're playing different boards, so we aren't going to be able to get any comparisons on these hands. We do see a preempt with one fewer card than expected, 3 diamonds on King 10 9 8 6th. Queen of Hearts lead holding, Ace of Clubs, Jack of Hearts to the King, and now a club pitching a heart. Okay, so it looks like Declare is going to end up losing 2 diamonds. I suppose at this point Declare kind of needs to decide what to do in the heart suit. They lead the Jack of Diamonds, so they're going to let this ride. If West had another heart, they could go Queen of Diamonds, Ace of Diamonds, heart, cashing, but they don't. What? Really? We just ducked the Jack of Diamonds? I guess it doesn't matter, but that seems like a pretty strange play. Alright, Ace of Spades, King of Spades, Queen of Spades pitch their heart. And now they'll play another diamond and get the bad news. Down 1. But looks like it might have been a good save. I think East-West were making something. They appear to have a lot of high cards, although they were lacking the entire spade suit. Maybe East-West don't make much of anything. Maybe a few hearts, like 2 hearts if they can get there. Okay, 12 count from West. West gets to open a minor. I don't know about the French women pairs, but I think generally in France they play like a fairly natural style. So I guess I would be surprised if West opened like it could be short 1 club with this hand. I think a lot of the French partnerships would just open a diamond. But we'll see. There's the 1 diamond opener. North has one of these like kind of sad hands where a lot of it depends on your style, whether or not you make a takeout double or you just pass. North decides to make a takeout double. East bids a spade, probably holding that King, Queen, 10, 9, 6th of diamonds in reserve, planning to bid those later, but may as well check on the spade fit first. South has a similar dilemma, right? Partner made a takeout double. often suggesting the majors. And yeah, South didn't bid 2 hearts. Okay, South does decide to bid 2 clubs. Kind of preferencing the club suit over the heart suit. I think South has determined that this hand is very unlikely to be a game contract. So from that perspective, South would very much prefer to compete in their longer fit, which is likely to be clubs. Even if partner's like 4-4-2-3 in shape, then you have 9 clubs and only 8 hearts. So South would rather play in the club suit. If South hand was a little bit stronger, then she might have been a little nervous about bidding 2 clubs. Because then if the auction 2 spades pass comes back to her, I guess she could balance 3 hearts, but now you're kind of pushing your side a little bit too high if your partner doesn't have a heart fit. You get up to the 4 level in clubs. Wow. 3 clubs by North. North does have a fit, and South's 2 club bid did show some values because it was a free bid. East bidding 3 diamonds. Should be a game try, which looks a little bit thin to me. But, I mean, I kind of understand it. You know, obviously East doesn't really want to, like, pass out 3 clubs. Because they expect their side has a double fit here in spades and diamonds, and they would very much like to compete offensively. I do wonder if East should just bid 3 spades, though. Again, similar thought, that East probably just wants to compete. This isn't match points. So East wants to compete in the safer trump suit, which they expect to be diamonds. Often partner's going to have 4 diamonds for the 1 diamond opener. But I do think 3 diamonds is a game try in spades. So, with only 7 highs, like, yeah, partner could have ace king of spades, ace of diamonds. That's 10 tricks, as long as the spades split. Alright, what is South thinking about? South has been in the tank for a long time over 3 diamonds. I could understand a 4 club bid. That doesn't seem crazy to me at all. You know, it's only a 7 count. You have a lot of jacks, but kind of similar to what East is expecting. You think your side has a double fit. Partner supported clubs, but because partner made a takeout double with only 3 spades, you know partner has 4 hearts, right? How else could they make a takeout double? What are they? 3, 3, 3, 4? Anyway, South decides to let it go. Maybe also a believer in the philosophy that you don't need to compete for part scores at imps. Yeah, South doesn't even compete to 4 clubs. Okay. So how are North-South going to do on defense? If South leads the singleton diamond, which I think they really should. Like, normally I'm not a huge advocate for leading the opponent's suit, just in general. But you're probably getting a diamond rough often enough here that it seems worthwhile to do this. And you don't have tricks that you necessarily need to set up on the side. You might just have cashing aces and kings, which they do. So, like, either if partner has the ace of diamonds or the ace of spades, or if declare mistakenly takes a spade finesse and your partner gets in with the king, then you can get a diamond rough. And in this case, you get 2. Ace of diamonds, diamond rough. Cashes the ace of clubs and then switches to the jack of hearts. Gets another diamond rough. This does require that North reads the situation, but there's a couple of ways for North to work this out that I think don't compromise the number of defensive tricks that North-South get. Like, it might look natural to... Okay. Well, I don't think the Jack of Spades got ducked, but now Declare can just knock out the Diamond Ace, and this is gonna be 9 tricks. Whoops! We forgot to give partner ruff when they led a singleton. Uh-oh. I mean, to be fair to the players, the problem looks a lot easier when you see all the hands. Because you don't really expect East to have a 6-card diamond suit on this auction, but, you know, again, it comes down to this point of why is your partner leading the opponent's suit? That's just such an important question to ask all the time. Like, if your partner leads the opponent's suit and they don't have a singleton, that's their fault. Your partner has made a huge error in judgment by leading the opponent's suit. So, yeah, just huge mistake from the North player here. And I do hope that it wasn't based on, like, trying to use unauthorized information incorrectly. Because even though the players are behind screens, we've kind of heard that they aren't playing on tablets, so you still get to have unauthorized information available if you choose to use it, like your partner's tempo for opening lead. And South thought for a while on opening lead. We know this, at least from what we saw. So it's definitely possible that South, you know, if South had led the Jack of Diamonds very quickly, then North may have taken inference to that fact and decided that it was a singleton and given partner a ruff. I hope that's not what would have happened, but it's always possible. And so the fact that South didn't lead the Jack of Diamonds quickly, maybe North took the opposite inference, which, you know, to their detriment. But yeah, really, like, why is South leading a diamond on this auction? Diamonds would never be the opening lead choice. It doesn't matter what your diamond holding is. You just don't lead the opponent's suit. The only rationale is that partner's leading a singleton, trying to get a ruff. So good thought process by South, poor execution, and 3 spades comes home. Nice result for France. I'm gonna get a water. BRB, like 15 seconds. East opens the off shape and light on high card points 1-0. I like it. South takes a second, decides to pass, not giving all that much weight to the singleton king of spades, which I kind of agree with. You know, partner's a passed hand, you only have 13, your suits are pretty weak, you have that nice 10-9-8 of hearts, but missing a lot of the other high cards in the suit. So I am on board with just letting the opponents play a no trump here. Heart lead goes into the ace queen, which doesn't necessarily give anything away. It just gives up some tempo in the suit. Looks like Declare now has plenty of time to go after the diamond suit. You can just lead a low diamond to the 10, eventually using the ace of clubs and ace of hearts and ace of spades to knock out the ace of diamonds and get back over there to cash the suit. And Declare kind of takes off really quickly. Diamond to the 10. So is there any risk in this? You lose 2 diamonds, you lose a heart, and you lose like 3 clubs, but that should be plenty. You still make a no trump, so yeah, I think... Oh! Wait a second. A low spade went around to the king. I mean, now the defense would actually be in danger of scoring 3 clubs, a spade, a heart, and 2 diamonds, right? I guess not. I guess not. Like, the defense plays 2 rounds of clubs now, you win the ace, and then play a diamond to the king. It would be different if the defense had been able to cut communication and diamonds, I guess, but Declare can just win the second round of clubs with the ace and lead a diamond to the king. They don't have to break open the heart or spade suits on their own. All right. We got about half an hour until the open matches start up again. So 3 umps on board 3. Going the way of China, in fact. Can I give a link to the results? WBF site is down. Yeah, I haven't made any sort of chat commands for this, but here is the website. That's for YouTube. I guess I should make a Twitch command. Let me do that. Thanks, Brad. Yes, that's me. You're welcome. Oh, you know what I have been forgetting to do? I've been forgetting to do gambas about who's going to win the match. Who are we doing? USA, Sweden, right? Here, I'll put up a gamba. Start a prediction. Who will win the match? Boom. Huh, I haven't run predictions, but Twitch has updated something. Okay, great. There you go. You got 20 minutes to vote, which is about gonna take us up until the start time. Where was I? I was going to... Let me edit the standings command. Okay, and let's also get people linked to convention cards if they care. Cool. All right, thanks for reminding me to do that. Now Twitch, at least, can access tournament results page and convention cards if you are interested. Club to the ace, jack of spades, maybe. Hoping for the king 10 doubleton in south. Looks like 7 tricks. But nicely done by east to just cash out all of her tricks. Okay. I have done my administrative work. Let's focus. So, how is this match affecting the standings? China against France in the women's. Currently, China's sitting up in 4th place, and France is in 7th. So again, top 16 make it. Both of these teams are over 1 full match ahead of the qualifying cutoff. So it looks like both of them are going to qualify. But right now, with the current results of the match, China is still sitting with about a 10 VP lead over France. So 2 of the top women's teams competing currently. East opens a spade, strong no trump, but 5-4 in the majors, singleton diamond. Excuse me, makes a lot of sense to open a spade. North has the opportunity to stick in a diamond preempt. I wonder if she will. The vulnerability's right for it. She decides not to. I'd say I wouldn't hate seeing a 3 diamond bid there from North. I know some players would prefer to bid 2 diamonds, and I feel like you're doing it wrong if you like bidding 2 diamonds with this hand. You can certainly define your range to be that this is a 2 diamond bid, but the issue that happens is then you have an enormous range that needs to be covered by 2 different actions. One is a 2 diamond overcall, and the other is a double followed by a diamond bid. So double followed by a diamond bid needs to contain hands that are up to like 22-ish high card points, let's say. I don't know if 22 is the right number, but like somewhere in the 20 range. So if you're trying to split the ranges between hands that on the bottom end are like 7 high card points here, like ace queen jack 6 or ace king 6, and on the upper end is 22, then your ranges are so wide that your partner can't really accurately judge what's going on. And probably the best thing to do at that point is that your 2 diamond overcall is so wide ranging that your partner effectively just never knows what's happening on the hand and can't make an intelligent decision, and you keep your double followed by a diamond bid pure. But I think you're missing out on the idea of imps, which is, again, you want to play for the big numbers. So having these 2 diamond overcalls being so wide ranging, you miss out on getting to game an awful lot. When you have like a 15 count, you're forced to overcall 2 diamonds, and your partner, passes it out with 10 because they think that you just might be joking. And so you might win some part score battles, but you're going to lose some game battles, and that appears to be like the wrong way to go about an imp bidding system. Just my opinion. I know there are quite a few people who like making these bids. I just never have really understood it. They're just like, oh, well, I want to get the lead director in. Sure, I understand. Sometimes your partner finding this opening lead is absolutely necessary to beat the contract. Sometimes your partner would have found this lead without you because they have a singleton in the suit. But it does feel like these pairs are more interested in like playing for destructive type bidding as opposed to constructive. Several of the Chinese teams use Ekrin, and you've wanted to see that used. What is Ekrin? I'm going to look this up, because I think someone mentioned Ekrin the other day. It might have been you, Ilorian, and I probably know what it is. I'm just not familiar with conventions. 2 diamonds showing a weak 4-4 in the majors. We have seen it from European partnerships, a couple of them. It's definitely not popular. I think it's not popular for probably a good reason, which is that 2 diamonds often just has a better use than that type of hand, where showing that hand as preemptive, I don't think it necessarily gains all that much for you, whereas using 2 diamonds as multi to show 2 different ranges a week 2, or using 2 diamonds to show 18 to 19 balanced and having some sort of fancy systems over it, and also opening up the 1x, 1y, 2-no bid for something else, is, I think, a better use of space, and I think that's what most experts believe. But I mean, look, if you like a convention, why not play it? Ekrin 2 hearts. Lots of people saying Ekrin 2 hearts. So I could see that. Yeah. All right, pass by south, a diamond by west, a spade by north, negative double from east, South has this awkward decision. I really hate not showing 4 trumps if you can. I'm a little nervous about betting 3 spades with this hand, so I could definitely see getting behind. Oh my god! That is a huge bid! Okay, they bid 3 spades. I mean, 3 diamonds mixed would have been quite a lot on a 4 count with no kings. No aces either. Wow. Well, South does decide to go the big route, showing the 4 cards fit. I wonder what West double was. Greg thinks no one has a good definition of mixed. I mean, look, if South bid 3 diamonds mixed here, I would be on board. Totally support that. 5 diamonds feels like a lot from East. You know, East doesn't have a ton of offense. The small doubleton spade is pretty unattractive because the opponents have a 9-card fit. Your partner has 2 of them. Ace, king, queen, 10, 5 of diamonds, sure, it's in your partner's suit, but, like, you have a lot of losers. I might have been more tempted to just pass 3 spades doubled. I still don't know what double was from West. I'm also not convinced that West should have doubled instead of bidding 3 now. Yeah, Greg says, wonder if West is going to try 6, which definitely has a lot of merit. And what, 6 is in fact cold on this layout? You pull 2 rounds of trumps, run clubs, pitching a spade and a heart, ruff the spades, and run the 9 of hearts. 9, 8, 7 of hearts all coming into play. You are absolutely right. You're calling it. 6 diamonds from West. Yeah, just not believing that partner can really have a 5 diamond bid with anything less than this. And East probably should have some extras for 5 diamonds, which they just don't. So, I mean, we'll see. King of Spades is led, and I mean, Declare needs to work out how to play the hand because there are alternatives to playing South for the Club Queen. You know, we could play North for the Queen Doubleton. We could just take a roughing finesse against North's Queen of Clubs and maybe play North for King Doubleton of Hearts. So the hand's not over. It's not like Declare has to just cash Ace King of Diamonds and run the 10 of Clubs. If they do, they're going to make it. But there are definitely alternatives. So we'll see how Declare chooses to play this one. We saw a nicely played hand by East earlier in the set. Board 5, I think. 1 no trump making. Understandably, board 4, 3 spades making for the French team was a huge result when their teammates did compete to 4 clubs and did manage to make that contract. Ace of Spades, Ace of Diamonds, King of Diamonds, and now we pause. Because with the diamonds splitting 2-2, there are legitimate alternative choices to just running the 10 of Clubs. Ace King of Clubs, we could take a roughing finesse against North, who could have the Queen. And if the Jack of Clubs gets covered, we can rough cross and diamonds, making sure to preserve that 2 diamonds, and then pitch a spade and hope that North gets end played on the 9 of hearts once again. Or just play North for King Doubleton in the heart suit. It does look like the most straightforward plan is to run the 10 of clubs, though. Because now you don't have to deal with any of this nonsense of, like, take the roughing hook and clubs, use a diamond to cross, we need a little bit of extra help in the heart suit. But it's tough. It is tough. Does feel like if France makes this, they might equalize the score with China, having come in down about 10 VPs on them into the match. Big moment. I think it's got to be percentage to just run the 10 of clubs. But on auctions like this, it's just hard to say. The thing that might swing you in favor of running the 10 is South is likely to have some outside values for this 3 spade call, given that they don't have a singleton. You know, vulnerable, I think a lot of players might even play that 3 of a major here promises the singleton, because otherwise you just too often get doubled and go for like 500 or 800 against air. So with South not having the expected singleton in the diamond suit, it's a little bit more likely that South's hand's a bit beefier. And if we place the King of Hearts in North's hand for the overcall, then that might lead towards the Queen of Clubs in South. Here it is. 10 of clubs holds. Could cater to stiff queen with North, go up ace, cross and diamonds, hook the club. The issue is that the end play, you kind of need 4 club tricks, because North can always give a rough slough and spades if you run out of diamonds. So club to the ace, cross and diamonds, club to the jack, ace of clubs, pitch a spade, spade rough. Now you can run the 9 of hearts, but North wins the 10 and exits a spade. And if North plays so if declare roughs in hand to pitch the Queen of Hearts, you can cross to the Ace of Hearts, but then you run out of trumps. Did I do this right, or did I do this wrong? Maybe you're right. No, you run out of trumps because the jack of, like, your 4th club is not a winner, right? You've scored 3 club tricks, but not a 4th one. Yeah. So you run out of trumps. There. So, like, your heart loser goes away, but somehow you've magically created a club loser for yourself. It's a little bit, yeah, it's like, you know, it kind of looks like you can get rid of all of your losers, but yes, it like ultimately getting 4 club tricks is actually really important. All right, 1370. I mean, huge result for the French ladies. And I guess we'll maybe take a look at the auction here and then back out, because I imagine the open section is going to start up in just a few minutes. Well, I think if you take I think we're always playing for the King of Hearts in North's hand, so if you take the roughing hook and clubs, you kind of need King Doubleton of Hearts with North. So you could go Ace of Hearts, Duck a Heart. But yeah, I mean, the first big point is that you want to get rid of your spade loser, and to do that, you need 3 club tricks. Yeah. So like, if we take the roughing hook and clubs, we need a lot more help in the heart suit. The end play doesn't exactly work anymore. You're certainly right about that. Right. Roughing finesse. Well, not heart finesse. I mean, sure, you could play for the heart finesse, but yeah, I mean, I would say King Doubleton of Hearts and North is much more likely to be working than the heart finesse. But it all comes down to the Queen of Clubs. You know, I think the club finesse is somewhat likely to be offside just from the auction. You know, the 3 spade preempt is often made on very little values. Okay, East bid hearts a few times, got to 3 hearts. Looks like they're going to be a little bit short on this one. Even though the 9 of spades is going to set up. And even if Declare picks off the heart suit, because the 9 of spades sets up, like, North has to rough the 9 of spades to prevent a loser from being discarded. It does seem as if Declare is going to be a bit short on tricks. Still has 2 clubs and a diamond to lose. It's kind of funny, the 9 of clubs can set up too. If Declare had an extra entry to the west hand, you could lead a club towards the queen. North has to hop up. And then when you play the queen later, the Jack 10 Doubleton fall and the 9 of clubs is high. All right. Cute hand. It looks like we're on the way to down 1. North is going to rough this trick. So, we have Switzerland, Norway, which is a big marquee matchup, but USA, Sweden is where we're going to head over to for this set. Let's get all set up so that when Kurt gets here, he can jump on in the call. Which US pair should we watch? We watched Martel and Fleischer yesterday. I think I'd like to see some Gru Moss action, which will be fun. Also, I like it when Kurt is confused about people opening with 8 counts. That's really enjoyable for me as like a co-caster. When my my commentator friend is not as cultured in the style of light opening bids. We also might have a chance to see a redoubled contract if we're at the Gru and Moss table, which is very important on our bingo board. Top left up here. We might see a beer. It's possible. We're not doing super hot on the bingo card. I think we need to make these squares easier. Please suggest easier squares. All right. Should be getting underway momentarily. Oh, did I not cover up the text chat the entire first set? It's okay. I'm sure they weren't saying anything important anyway. Here we go. Okay. Fleischer, Martel, Holt, Bertho. Let's head to the other table. We have Hurd and Bathurst. That's all right. Gru and Moss are taking a break. No revokes. That would be a pretty easy bingo square. So 12 count from North. Opens a club. I don't think Herd has the style of making takeout doubles with these hands. So, oh, a diamond opener by North, actually. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Everyone freeze. A diamond precision? Let me find out. Need to pull up convention cards. System info. So, Whedon. This is Upmark and Nystrom. And Yusa. Bathurst and Herd. Okay. They are, in fact, playing precision. And lots of relays. Lovely. That's what we like to see. Alright, a diamond pass a heart. So Herd doesn't feel like his hand, even behind a precision opener, is good enough for a no-trump overcall. He has 14. 2 spades by Bathurst, just getting in the way. I'm surprised that North didn't bid 3 hearts. Maybe North did bid 3 hearts, and this is just a typo. Or not. So 3 hearts from Herd is kind of an interesting try. You know, maybe Bathurst is a little bit light. I know that Kevin tends to be a somewhat conservative bidder, you know, all things considered. So maybe this hand is kind of sub-minimum for him in general, which I would believe, in which case Herd is really fishing to see if their side has a game. He's going to be a bit disappointed in the result here, though. Although, I guess, counterpoint. 2 spades wasn't even making on this hand. So, down 2 and 3 is not going to be the end of the world. The club spots for North-South, as well as the fact that everything's offside, is just unfortunate for Declare. Frederick said, North-South used to play one heart as game forcing or natural. Oh, interesting. That makes a lot more sense. Because I think in a standard context, you really don't want to get blown out of the water when you have a fit in this type of an auction. You know, you really don't want the auction to go a diamond, a heart, 2 spades, and you have a fit, and you pass, and then it goes like 3 spades, pass, pass, back to you. That feels really bad. Your side could be making 4 hearts, but your partner was too scared to bid again because he doesn't know you have a fit. So you would much rather bid the second time.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Kurt. How's it going?
Going pretty good. How's it going over there?
Doing okay. We're just starting round 5 of the open event. So USA against Sweden, currently the 1 and 2 seed, or 1 and 2 ranked teams in the group. So this is big matchup for the round robin. Both of these teams look like they're going to comfortably qualify, but it's for bragging rights, you know, and seeding rights once you get to the next round. So relatively important match. But yeah, come join us. We're at the table, Upmark and Nystrom against Herd and Bathurst.
All right, let me see. Vugraph. Dun, dun, dun. I see it. All right, joining on in.
Yeah, I like the way that Upmark has decided to defend so far. not only like ducking the ace of spades the first time around, but then the second time around as well, just to kind of really clarify what his partner's signals mean on this one. But the two of diamonds, I think, was a pretty clear message. Please play a diamond, partner. And he might oblige, he might not, but either way, Declare just has nothing really going for him. There's the diamond coming through, tries the queen. Oh. I assume he tries the queen. Yeah, there it is. This finesse is also not working, so gonna be 2 down when the defense cashes out. Low heart to the jack. We'll probably see the 6 of hearts here back to the king. Oh, never mind. Another diamond. Just figuring that North kind of wanted a club to come through from his partner's side. But either way, 3 spades down 2. A little bit of a slip up for the US squad, but I do see Al Hollander in the chat actually saying in the Norway match, so Norway against Switzerland, 4 spades doubled at one table and 4 hearts north-south at the other. So kind of amusing that East-West are just playing 3 spades calmly in both rooms here, down 2, undoubled.
I see, yeah, 4 hearts looks pretty good.
Yeah, the singleton spade ups at ace fourth, all of the... So, you know, the fact that every finesse was wrong for Declarer in the spade contract means that every finesse is right for Declarer in the heart contract. So you just lose a diamond and a heart, I guess. Maybe a little bit of handling charges. Like, technically, you can play a diamond to the jack and a diamond to the king to set up a spade discard, but minus 100. So feels like a good result for East-West, but I don't think North-South ever really had any hope of getting to a heart game, especially with North not being able to bid 3 hearts natural in the auction. Okay. Herd opens a diamond. Herd passes. Okay. I would have believed either.
I was gonna I was gonna say that looks a little bit aggressive for an opening hand, but what do I know?
Yeah, well, unfortunately the Gru Moss partnership is out because that would have been a routine 1 diamond opener, and it would even have extras for them. But here, South opens a diamond, North bids a heart, which I guess we've been told may actually just be artificial, although it didn't get alerted here. So diamond, heart, and no trump. 3 spades. You know, it's kind of safe. The 1 no trump put South's hand into a bit of a box, and therefore, like, North can take up a lot of room, knowing that, you know, with a bid that effectively is just like, I am 4-4 in the majors, pick the right game partner. But it does look silly to jump 2 levels to show this hand.
I mean, I guess if this is that hand, then, you know, I mean, it's what it is.
Yeah, and it, you know, ace queen of spades on side, Declare shouldn't have too much trouble on this one. We'll need to be a little bit careful if the defense gets clubs going soon enough that he doesn't get over-roughed on the 3rd round of clubs. But, I mean, even if he does, that's still 10 tricks, right? All of the spades are in the pocket. So...
Yeah, that would just be for the match point score.
Yeah. Alright, diamond opening lead. Declare needs to take a little bit of care, but probably not too much. Like, I think a pretty normal thing to do is win the diamond in North's hand, lead a spade up. Regardless of what happens next, we try and duck a club and then play a second spade. So even if spades happen to be 4-1, we can still get our club rough in.
That makes sense.
So we'll see if Declare tries that. Queen of spades from Hurd. He, instantly, he sees the dummy, and the first thing he's thinking about is, like, he knows Declare is going to win this and lead a spade. What am I doing at trick 2? And, like, I think a lot of lesser defenders would spend, wait until the spade gets led and then start thinking about this problem. But Hurd, on the ball, came up with what he wanted to do. Rightly or wrongly, he figured, let's play the queen of spades, because he realizes if he plays the 10, Declare is going to play the jack. That's going to win. That'll be pretty revealing. If he plays the ace, probably not going to fool anyone when he plays the 10 on the next round. So he tries the queen. Reasonable attempt. And now Declare needs to think for a second about what's going on. If the queen is a true card, then West could have started with ace 10 9 fourth. The queen could obviously be ace queen doubleton. And I think this is what Hurd is really hoping for, that Declare is lacking entries to lead up towards the jack of spades a second time, and thinks, well, it's probably ace queen doubleton, right? Why else would he play the queen? So he's hoping that Declare exits a low spade now. But we'll see. I mean, again, my thought is at this point it's probably right to duck a club so that even if spades split really badly, we still get our club rough. We'll see what Upmark decides to do, though. Push on board 1. Hurd cannot be happy with the dummy. Like you're saying on ace queen 10 of spades. The guy on your right is the one who showed both majors. And you're like, I think we have a good chance to beat this. Dummy hits with the king jack. Oh no. Well.
Yeah. Well, it looks like one of those hands where no matter what Declare decides to do, it's going to work.
Yeah, it's all about the overtrick and, maybe putting a little mental strain on your opponents, but also just letting them know that you're here to play. Right? Like, Hurd plays the 10 of spades and Declare wins the jack, and then he would have just instantly played like a heart to the queen and a spade up to claim quickly. Now at least he has some thinking to do, and this is one of these things that, like, really strong players do. They put you in positions where, like, you can't work out what's going on. Or they make it really hard for you to work out what's going on, so you have to use, like, extra brain power, and over the course of the match, that actually adds up. You can't get every decision right, so the more guesses they make you, or they put you to, the better off they're going to end up doing. And I think Hurd is one of these players, everyone here is a very strong defender at this level of play, but Hurd is one of those who just, like, this stuff comes naturally to him, where he just has a really solid understanding of what situations call for unusual false cards, and Declare has played a heart to their hand, heart to the ace. So is it time to lead a spade? Is it time to lead a club?
Seems like a spade. I mean, even if spades were 4-1.
All right. Hurd decided not to test his luck there. He could have tried the 10 of spades, but I also don't think that would have fooled Declare. Because West with ace 9 third would not have ducked on the first round, or with ace Doubleton would not have ducked on the first round. There we go. Also, I don't think Hurd would have played the queen from queen 10-9. But anyway, 650. Easy hand after all. Just took an extra minute or two to play, given that queen of spades play. Should see a push. Ooh, look at this. Wow, so 1 heart by South. Bathurst decides not to stick in an overcall.
Oh.
So 14 count from North. Definitely going to be game forcing. You know, even if this is in South's opening range, you just can't cater to the kind of minimum hands that your partner holds. So 2 diamonds by North. Looks like a heart raise. I'm going to pull up their card and just make sure what's going on.
Would you open this South hand 1 heart? I mean, I understand you have 4 spades and you have a lot of playing strength in this hand, so it feels like it would be really good for 2 hearts. Plus you would suppress the spades maybe, but...
Yeah, it kind of depends on your opening style. You know, as you say, the 2 heart preempt, it's all about putting your hand in a box that your partner is most likely to understand or believe. And 2 hearts feels way off on the South hand. Like even 3 hearts feels way off. It's like the hand has a lot of extra offensive potential with the void. As you say, you have the spade suit, 4 cards on the side, where your partner could have a singleton heart and like ace king 5th of spades, and you'd rather be in spades. The ace of diamonds outside, extra defensive asset. Is exclusion Blackwood on the bingo card? It is not. But if you want to see that square added, write in the Discord channel in the appropriate bingo section. Would I overcall with the West cards at different vulnerabilities? I could understand a 3 club overcall at some colors. I don't think I would ever do it vulnerable. But 2 clubs is not my style. We've definitely seen pairs earlier today who would have overcalled 2 clubs on that West hand and would have gotten severely punished, I think. But yeah, I could understand a 3 club bid.
Yeah, 2 clubs feels really aggressive, vulnerable.
Yeah, Greg says, tempted to overcall 2 clubs over a diamond if partner were past hand and we were non-vulnerable. Right, the 2 club bid over a diamond opener often really screws with the opponent's major suit communications. Like, people have to make a negative double with 4-3 in the majors all the time in that spot, and so you end up in a 4-3 fit. Quite a bit. How is the defense doing here?
Well, they're trying to cut down on spade roughs, it looks like. But unfortunately, the jack of spades is going to drop here, so...
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the jack of spades falling is actually huge, but it wouldn't have mattered because Declare would have been able to lead the queen of clubs and just pitch the spade loser from hand, setting up another club to pitch the diamond loser. So they would have still come out okay. But this does make things easier, and this actually gives Declare a show-up squeeze in clubs and diamonds. They can cash the queen of hearts and 10 of spades now, which is exactly what Declare is going to do. They know that West has the ace of clubs from the opening lead, so this is 100% safe. And Hurd will get a diamond trick in the end. So 10 tricks. Sweden actually picks up an imp on board 18. In the other room, North-South kind of missed their spade fit. I actually don't know how that happened. Maybe systemically what happened over there, a club passed 2 no trump. North's 2 no trump bid showed 4-4 in the majors. And South just decided with 4-3-3 and a bunch of scattered values to try 3 no. I can't say I'm in love with that decision, because 4-4 in the majors, you know your partner has at least a doubleton somewhere and maybe even a singleton. But there we are.
All right. Well, it looks like they're just going to get the 3 no trump on this one. And
yeah, again, they kind of missed out on a heart fit. I mean, East knew about the heart fit, but decided to play 3 no trump instead. This looks... Also, SHG, hello. Thank you for stopping by. Glad you've enjoyed the commentary.
Well, if they find a spade lead, this is going to be really ugly, I feel like.
I think this is going to be ugly no matter what they lead, because, I mean, with the hearts not coming home, obviously if North-South start leading clubs, then that's good for the declaring side, but even this diamond lead is going to set up an extra diamond trick. Although, maybe Declare has time?
I mean, you're going to need to get 4 hearts. And I guess you really can't. They're going to set up their diamond tricks too quickly.
Yeah, it's not over yet. I mean, 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, and a heart. Oh, no, that's 5, right? I can count.
Yep. It looks like that's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
On this lead.
Now, with that said, it does kind of look like 3 no trump is the better contract than 4 hearts, because 4 hearts could just instantly be down on a club rough, whereas 3 no at least has chances. If both the spade hook and the heart hook work, then Declare can just knock out the diamond ace and have 5 hearts, 2 diamonds, and 2 spades for 9. I mean, even if the spade hook doesn't work, as long as the heart hook is working, Declare will have 9 tricks before the defense can get a 5th one.
Yeah, and 4 hearts, you probably kind of need the heart and the spade in most layouts.
Yeah, so East-West have actually done quite well
no
on this layout to get to 3-0, but as you say, I mean, just nothing's working other than the spade finesse, which is not necessarily helpful to Declare. So Declare is just going to finish down 1. Oh, this is a good point. So Robin suggests that in the other room on board 18, a club 2 no trump might have just been a game force, and South elected not to check back for the 4-4 spade fit. So South wouldn't know that probably makes more sense than the insane convention I came up with, that North is 4-4 in the majors. Oh, goodbye. BBO?
Oh, log me out.
Awkward.
Yep, same over here, so.
Oh no. BBO down. Okay, we'll try and reconnect. Oh boy. F's in the chat.
Looks like we've been booted here.
Yeah, oh no. Okay, well, I mean, I'm going to stick around. I don't know how long you want to hang out if the thing is down, but I'm going to stick around. Hopefully it'll be back up at some point soon, but I know that outages for BBO don't necessarily Was BBO down on the bingo board? I don't have a square for that. I apologize. I'm back. Okay, where were we? Bathurst and Hurd. We're back. Declare one trick one and play to heart to the jack. What is BBO plus? That is the question of the day. Actually, the question of the week. Supposedly BBO plus, I was told by someone else, is just like, it's like video support for playing with people at a table. I can't confirm that. I'm relaying third-hand information from someone else from my chat who may or may not be reliable. There you go. Best of luck figuring it out on your own. I wouldn't recommend reading the help article because there's no way that explains it well. Why do I have the button and you don't have the button? I don't think I have the button. What button? Do you mean for the video commentary at the table? Well, I'm an approved commentator. You could write to them if you want commentator privileges, Greg. I don't know if they would give it to you, but you could try. They probably would. On my stream? Oh, the BBO Plus thing? So I don't have BBO Plus. I don't think. I think I would have to pay for it if I wanted the... Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, back to the hand. So heart to the jack and queen.
No. Kind of strange he hasn't played a diamond already, right? I mean, presumably he knows his partner has 3. Right? His partner would have certainly have given, like, odd count.
Right, yeah, it's pretty normal to play that when the opponents win with a queen or lower in dummy at trick 1, you give count as opposed to attitude, for a lot of places in the world at least. So that 7 of diamonds at trick 1 should have been a count signal.
Yeah, and I mean, declare obviously can't have 5, so...
Yeah, so Upmark does cash ace of diamonds diamond, just to clarify. You know, if he had continued a low diamond, there might have been still some doubt in his mind when he later got in with the club ace, but he does decide to just clarify the diamond situation. And this does something very interesting for his partner as well, which is it lets his partner know he has an entry. Because if he didn't have an entry, then he would have preserved communication in the diamond suit itself by just ducking a second round. So that ace of diamonds diamond, like, lets Nystrom know, hey, Pard, I have an entry. And it happens to be in clubs. We can explore BBO Plus and whether or not I have it during the break. Uh-oh, goodbye. This time it was just the table that left. So I guess let's jump into the Fleischer-Martel table. In the meantime.
Oh, look, they're on the same hand.
They are. Yeah, the auction's just getting started. I also think we're off by a bid. Wait.
Nope, North just decided to...
Oh, no, we're not off by a bid at all. Right, West didn't open. West has a 12 count and didn't open.
Oh, yeah. Wait, how did West not open this hand?
I mean, it's not a very good 12 count.
Jack tight, but, like... I mean, still, but looking at the things that people have opened here.
Yeah, there's a big diversity of styles and systems that people play at these international events. I was talking about it in the previous set, and this is why it's kind of so fun to watch these things, because it's not just like you go to the local club in the US or your local regional. and everyone plays the same system. You get a whole variety of not just different systems and conventions, but also different styles for bidding. So,
Well, it's definitely going to work out for them here.
yeah, and it's a little sad for the U.S. partnership on this one because they reached 3 no trump, which ultimately is a pretty good imp contract. You know, it's like maybe barely above the line of the 37% or whatever that you need for it to be worthwhile to bid, or the break-even point. But sometimes the defense also makes a mistake, and so you have to add a couple percentage points to it, and 3-no comes rolling home. But it does seem like Sweden is gonna strike first in this match. I mean, I'm not counting the 1 imp that they earned on board 18, but this one will hurt a little bit. 3-no going down 1 at 1 table, and 1 no trump is gonna make, probably with an overtrick here.
Yeah, you basically just need the hearts to come home and you're good.
Maybe it doesn't make with an overtrick. The spade opening lead, as you had mentioned earlier, does give a little bit of hope to the defense, and yeah, it is forcing Declare to duck this trick to cut communication in spades. Although they have communication in clubs. I mean, this... it might not matter. North wins and plays back the spade, and now Declare is gonna knock out the heart queen. So, 2 spades, 4 hearts. That's only 6. But I do think the defense is gonna have to give Declare another trick eventually. West from the Jade Barrett School of Bidding. True. True. What is the silly system that he forces all of his clients to play? It's like an 8 loser hand or something is required to open the bidding. I forget exactly what it is, but something like that.
Yeah, this makes sense to me to attack clubs.
Oh!
I mean, there's like a small risk.
Marty. Naughty. Doesn't hop up with the club ace. I think we saw a hand like this yesterday, where the defender... Well, Declare didn't put the defenders to this kind of test, but it's like, if you know your partner really only has 1 entry, you have to make sure that your partner doesn't win that entry prematurely. So it's kind of important for Fleischer to hop up with the club ace here to continue spades.
Yeah, partner was on it though.
Yeah. You know, I mean, Martel is such a class act. This is why Marty loves playing with him. It's not just because he's that super fun guy at and away from the table, but he like ducks the king of clubs in tempo, knowing that he really needs to preserve that as an entry to his spades. And there we have it. So second spade comes. East-West are up to 3 tricks. They now have 2 diamonds and 2 hearts established. I think he's just going to cash out.
Yeah, he's never gonna try the hearts. Just gonna set up his tricks in the other suits.
This system is called pressure? How do you sell that? There's no way that is a sellable system name. Someone comes up to him and is like, hey, I hear you're a pro. Please tell me about your system. And he's like, it's pressure. Are you ready? You know, with like an intimidating face, and also just like a giant dog hovering over you because he carries that around with him to tournaments. All right, 2 rounds of diamonds, heart to the ace. Heart. South follows, looking around sheepishly, and declares like, okay, king. But holding the over trick is good. That is worth an imp. So only 5 going the way of Sweden. There's the king of clubs. Time to squeeze partner. 10 of spades. North's hand is all high.
Yeah.
Alright. 5 imps to Sweden. Whoa! Okay, is the other table up? I mean, it is.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna go back
quite
to
a
the other
hand.
table. I know that we miss out on the auction for this one, but they're kind of in the middle of it. And as you say, oh my goodness. Grand Slam,
Slam
alert.
They're making 7 of many things.
Not no Trump, though.
But,
But
well, I guess only hearts and clubs, but...
yeah, this is a big hand. So, alright, over in the Herd Bathurst room. Herd opens a club. They're just playing some sort of natural system. Hey, Harsh Duality, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Welcome to the lounge. Heart from West, showing spades. I think. A hold, please. I am going to check their convention card.
It looks like West must have shown hearts, though, because East bid 2 hearts and 3 hearts.
All right. I'm reading. You're doing great, co-caster. You got this. I'm still reading.
I mean, it just based on East bidding, it looks like West has shown hearts, and 3 no Trump, some sort of serious try, and now we're Q bidding. I mean, 4 clubs and 4 spades look like they're on the same page, that we're Q bidding after we've agreed on hearts as the Trump suit here. 5 clubs, 6 clubs.
Okay, yeah, I believe that. So then maybe the 1 heart alert is just a misclick by the VuGraph operator. So club, a heart, 2 hearts, 2 spades asking, 3 hearts. My guess is, so 2 hearts, 2 spades is asking about hearts, 3 hearts is 4 with a maximum, would be my guess. I mean, not clear, but maybe it's 4 with a minimum. I have no idea how late East-West are usually opening. It's a 12 count.
This would be a surprising maximum.
3 no by West.
But who knows?
I'm thinking. I wish we were here for the tempo of the earlier actions. Maybe 3 no is the... serious slam try. I'm going to check their card again. No. 3 no is a club cubid. Wait. Maybe 3 no's a diamond cubid. Well, 3 no's a cubid. Okay. They got to 7. They got to 7 clubs. I'm going to try and interpret the rest of the auction. So 3 spades would have been a non-serious slam try. So 3 no Trump is therefore a cubid. And then it just depends on whether or not that takes the place of some other cubid, or if it's just like up the... Maybe it's a spade cubid. You know, that's probably what it is, isn't it? 3 no's a spade. Of course it is. I'm just being dumb. So 3 no spade Q, 4 clubs club Q, 4 spades key card.
I don't know. Is that a key card auction going on here?
Yeah, so 5 clubs is 1. 6 clubs is an odd number with a void. 6 diamonds is asking for more, and West has more. So West tries 7 clubs. We'll see if East converts to 7 hearts or not, but I mean, either way, East-West have found their way up to the 7 level, so they're going to play in a Grand Slam. This will be Grand Slam bid and mate, assuming they pull it home, but it's hard to imagine not doing so. BT4s on Twitch, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Welcome to the lounge.
Yeah, well, the hand itself is close to laydown. I mean, in hearts, you have a...
You're kind of okay in hearts as well.
It's still close to laydown. I mean, in hearts, all you have to do is rough 1 diamond. Then,
right. Yeah, you can pitch on both the spade and the long club.
yeah.
7 clubs. There it is. Hurd believed his partner. This is a nice auction by East-West, I think. You know, the 3-no queue is kind of perfectly placed because West obviously wants to know if his partner has club stuff. If East had bypassed 4 clubs to bid 4 diamonds, West would know that it's time to put the brakes on. But the 4-club queue worked out really well. And then, obviously, over the keycard bid, West showed his void, and Hurd correctly placed where the void was, given that there was no spade bid from the opposition. It's pretty unlikely his partner's void in spades. So 1440, that could be a really nice result for the US squad. They also might lose 2 if their counterparts get to 7 hearts, because that'll also make. But Grand Slam bid and made. Really nice result.
Oh my goodness.
I know, we
West
just keep
hand.
getting all of the distribution.
What?
So
Well, slam alert.
North, South
What's
have a
up,
big
Mark?
diamond fit. Hey, Tom, etc.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate the support. Welcome back to the lounge. East-West have the big heart fit, and
1, 2, 3,
And a spade
4.
fit.
I mean, 6 of a major is making here for East-West, but
It is?
7, like, right? Oh, I didn't see Queen Third of Hearts.
Oh,
off
yeah,
side.
yeah.
Oh my god, that's brutal. Oh, I mean, okay, 6 of a major looks great for East-West.
it does. Yeah, it's a good contract to be in. You would probably prefer to be in hearts than spades, just because the chance of a 3-0 heart split, you know, there might be a heart rough, and you can pick it up if South has Queen Third. But we'll see if North-South get involved, because South didn't bid second seat favorable. I think a lot of players would have been tempted to preempt even 3 diamonds. I know the diamond suit's not very good, but the vulnerability is right for it. 2-0 here, showing both minors, and North, I don't think we're going to be able to stop them. So 2 clubs from East is just some sort of game force. Wait, not a game force. East has spades, right?
Like,
Oh, it's just Drury.
presumably, yeah.
Just Drury. Okay. Past hand. I'm back with us.
No worries.
3 hearts by
I mean,
West.
I don't know. I would just bid 5 diamonds with North, but what do I know?
Yeah, one of the questions that you might ask is, what do we do over 5 spades with North's hand? Because it almost looks like North should be saving in 6 diamonds over 5 spades, but we'll see what happens. The opponents don't always bid 5 spades here. Whoa! Herd passes. Hey, Richard, thanks so much for the gift sub to Kayani. Kayani, welcome to the lounge. Enjoy your stay. Pass might be forcing. Yeah, I could see that. I guess I understand that East Queen third of clubs have been downgraded a little bit. But with 5-card heart support, it kind of looks to me like East really wants to declare. Oh my god!
Ooh. What is double here?
It's Leitner. He's asking for an unusual lead, and they're gonna beat this if North finds a heart lead. Because it's gonna go with the 2 of hearts lead, suit preference, by the way, for clubs. 2 of hearts lead. Ruff. Club to the ace. Heart ruff. Double also almost got us a redoubled bingo square. You're so right. Now, I'm not convinced that North is going to work out to lead a low heart at trick 1. Oh my god, he did!
Oh my god, he does it. I mean, well, everything's so much easier looking at all the cards, but I guess, I mean, you'd have to work out if that's a Leitner double. Partner's got the minors. I mean, what else could he be asking for?
Yeah, but then the opponents have missed their 10-card heart fit, which is pretty unusual. Anyway, so 2 of hearts suit preference, and this is really important. If North had wanted a diamond back, like if he didn't have the club ace and he had 1 fewer diamond, he would have led the 7 of hearts from Queen 7 small as a suit preference card. You know, he's making his opening lead, assuming his partner's void, so he's giving him a ruff. When you give your partner a ruff, you give suit preference. Really well done on defense, and that was very fast. You know, South knew exactly what was going on that 2 of hearts lead. But North found the heart lead, and, you know, big miss for East-West, because if they'd played in the heart contract, sure, they don't make a slam. They would have been sad that they missed out on a good 6 heart contract, but at least 5 hearts would not have suffered the same fate. Wow.
Yeah, not a good 6 heart contract today, but
no. But Sweden already up 8-0. They do also find the grand on board 21, but they played in hearts. Lunaire, you're asking the right question, but the 2 is in the wrong score column. 7 clubs actually loses 2 imps.
Wow, that was a really impressive play.
Yeah. Yeah, they did great. All right, 1 no trump by South. Strong. So I think they're like 14 to 17ers. No, they're precision. So they're 14 to 16. So South's hand is well within the normal no trump opening range.
I mean, even if it was 15 to 17, I don't know. Is that South hand good enough? I probably would open a no trump anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, personally, I might like the 10 of spades instead of one of those small ones, but it's definitely close. You know, aces and kings are such good cards. 1 no, 3 clubs puppet stamen. I know a lot of pairs are using 2 no trump puppet stamen these days to avoid a possible lead directing double of 3 clubs. But here, not costly. Bathurst gets off to a heart lead. Huh.
Well, let's see.
Clubs and hearts provide extra tricks. So, Declarer actually does have a relatively easy time getting up to 9 if he goes after at least one of those suits. 3 diamonds, ace spade, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, and 1 extra trick in one of the round suits.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty likely to expect hearts or 3-3. A doubleton heart lead doesn't look all that attractive on this auction because it's going to feel pretty likely that the opponent's hearts are 4-4-3-2 around the table. So you just kind of be picking off your partners like Jack fourth or Queen fourth or something like that. King Jack fourth even. So I kind of expect Declare to believe that hearts are 3-3 and he might just duck a heart now. But we'll see what he decides to do. You got plenty of time to work out which suit to play on.
Well, even if they did lead a doubleton heart, ducking a heart now doesn't really hurt.
No, but it wouldn't work to set up your ninth trick yet.
Yeah, totally. But presumably you want to start by playing spades up to the queen, so, I mean, your choices are like duck a heart now or, I don't know what, club to the ace, spade up.
Yeah, or duck a club. It does seem as if every line of play is going to work out on this one. Just the club split, the heart split. But we'll see what Nystrom decides to go with. You know, again, I think a lot of it comes back on, would West really lead from a doubleton heart? Palm asked a good question. If double was Leitner on the previous hand, is there no way to naturally make a penalty double? It's something that you and your partner need to have a good discussion about or good agreement on. But I think the general belief on these sorts of hands is that Leitner being able to beat a contract when you have to lead one of the opponent's suits or you have to make a very unusual lead, your partner's never going to do the right thing. So you just have to be able to use double to show that hand, because otherwise you end up losing 13 imps or something on the board. Or you could potentially win 13 imps, I guess, is a better way of looking at it. And sometimes when you have a real penalty double, you can afford for your partner to make a bad lead. So you just make the penalty double anyway. You know, if South was looking at King, Queen, Jack, third of spades, and a heart void, they still make the penalty double. Because even though partner leads a heart and it might give up a heart trick, you still have two natural trumps and your ace and your partner bid. You just kind of figure that you're going to defeat the contract anyway. And I would say, like, it's not that worthwhile to double for penalty if you're expecting to beat them one trick at imps, because the imp odds are just not really in your favor. If you're doubling for penalty and they make it, then you're sacrificing 5 imps all the time, because it's an extra 170 points or so if they make it. And if you're expecting to beat them a trick, you're only gaining 2 or 3 imps depending on vulnerability. So you would have to be like very certain percentage wise that they're going down for you to want to be doubling them for penalty to just beat it one. Okay, so Declarer has elected to go after spades to set up an extra trick, which he was going to have to do anyway. You know, obviously, as you had mentioned, you would prefer to lead a spade towards the queen. Just on the off chance West has ace doubleton, you could pick up the suit that way for an extra trick. But Declarer elects to play the spade suit this way.
They did pick up 13 imps on board 22.
Yeah, 5 hearts.
South chose to open 3 diamonds, which would be very tempting to me to open 3 diamonds with that South hand, but I don't know. And then,
yeah, again, you know, you're from America, so is South at the other table. He opened 3 diamonds. The Swedish pair did not in this room. And West decided to bid 4 diamonds, both majors. Looks like a pretty good bid to me. North bid 5 diamonds only, and then North sold out to 5 hearts, which I don't know if we would call that questionable, but that's what he did here. East-West never got to the good heart slam, but they pick up 13 because the slam actually goes down. Oh no, I got kicked again.
Well,
BBL, please. Help.
Oh, nope, now I just got kicked.
Oh boy. Technical difficulties, stay tuned. I need one of those the color, like the old TV things where it's just like a bunch of colored bars and it has the loud annoying beep. Oh, I'm back in.
As am I. So Hurd chose to lead the Jack of Clubs, which looks kind of cute. I mean, he must know that partner basically has nothing here. I mean, South showed, what, 14 to 16, we said? So it's only 15 points that Hurd can't see. So kind of knows that the most partner can have is the Jack of Spades.
Right. Yeah, counting high card points is a good skill to have. So
Just
Jack of Clubs. West plays the 8. You know, again, anything Declare does is going to work out. Right?
yeah.
What if Declare
Maybe
plays a
he's
low spade
thinking-
now? Or King of Spades spade? I think that's good enough, right?
Well, even if you play King of Spades spade, I think you're still fine.
Low spade was cold,
One way or
right?
another.
There's no way the defense can do anything if you play a low spade. You can afford to lose a club
Agreed.
and 3
Agreed.
spades.
It looks like, regardless, though, you are going to take. I mean, certainly. Yeah, you're right. I like low spade. That makes a lot of sense.
Anyway, so Hurd gets in. Declare does decide to duck a heart. Hurd fires a spade through. Bathurst false carding with the jack, which doesn't really affect Hurd's decision. Hurd knows that North doesn't have 3-card spade support, so this is only a false card that can affect Declare. But Bathurst plays another heart through, and that is the end of it. Now Hart pitching a club or spade.
Doesn't much matter. That's 9. We can count to 9.
Yeah, it's 9 tricks, and with West having the spades, East has the clubs. There is no squeeze on this one. So just 9, but contract comes home. So another nice result for Sweden, although with all the friendly splits, they were probably going to make this one regardless. Oh, sorry. Elorian asked about people losing imps for bidding a grand. I mean, it's what we saw yesterday. There was 7 of the minor was like maybe a better grand slam yesterday as well. And it was bid both times, and both times it lost 2 imps because 7 of the major also made. All right, halfway point of the match after this board. And then we'll take stock of where the teams are, but 21-0 for Sweden is a huge result. I mean, it's not really going to knock the U.S. out of contention. They'll probably still be in the top 3 in terms of seeds after this match, but big win for Sweden if they do manage to hang on. Diamond opening lead from Bathurst, or diamond opening bid from Bathurst. Oh my god. I'm losing it. It's only day 2. I have like another 2 weeks of this. Takeout double from North.
Wow, if they find their way to 4 hearts here, that looks like it would be a massive score.
Yeah, no diamond losers. The ace queen of hearts on side, but Declare would have to guess them. And the spades come home for just 2 losers. But it doesn't look like it's happening. A diamond double, the 3 diamond preempt did just enough that South wasn't comfortable bidding, and neither was North taking a second call. North has extras, but he doesn't really have the pure takeout double shape. You know, like 15 count, 4-4-1-4, sure, you double again, but not like this. So Declare has 3 clubs, a heart, a diamond, and probably a spade to lose.
Is this kind of normal to make a takeout double with that North hand instead of like I don't know, a no trump or something?
I would say that I would prefer a takeout double to a no trump with this hand. Is it normal? I could see a lot of experts being very vocal about not making a takeout double with this shape when you have a sensible alternative. So I don't know what most people would say, but I like the takeout double because the ace third of diamonds isn't a great stopper, and takeout doubles tend to, you know, try and find major suit fits in general, and you are 4-4 in the majors. But you know, that's just my opinion on it.
Fair enough.
2 rounds of diamonds ducked. We're getting into dangerous territory where Declare might be able to get out for down 1. I mean, there's no way he will. To make the contract, he's going to need the Heart King on side. Oh, well, he just exits a club.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks like he is getting out for down 1 now. Because North is inevitably going to get thrown in here.
Yeah,
In
so,
fact,
I mean...
you probably have to push a heart through right now. Although I guess that's kind of clear to do.
I think he should. I mean...
I know.
Man, this is a weird position for South, though. He might think Declare has the club ace. So he does put a heart through, but he did the, you know, technically quote-unquote right thing of splitting high from 3. That they teach you, like, you split low from a 2 touching honors, but you split high from 3 touching honors so that your partner can figure out what your honor holding is. But North didn't work it out. North didn't overtake and then play back a club. Which technically wouldn't have mattered because North has kind of end-played himself by holding on to the stiff ace of diamonds. But, yeah, so Bathurst Declaring reads the cards perfectly on this one. He doesn't take the heart finesse, he ducks. And now North is end-played. North has to give up a heart trick or a spade trick on the return.
Yeah, and you better catch the ace of clubs.
So this isn't going to let the Declare make the contract, but he'll get out for down 1, which feels like a bit of a moral victory. I mean, again, especially as you point out, 4 hearts can be made north-south. So East-West did well to kind of put themselves in a good plus position.
Yeah, I mean, if North overcalled a no trump and East still jumped to 3 diamonds, it probably would be the same thing. I mean, South doesn't really have enough.
Well, see, I think that's a little different. I would be very tempted to make a negative double as South with 4-3 in the
Yeah.
majors. Just figuring that, like, it's imps, so if we get to a pushy, like, 4 spades and a 4-3 fid, at least I'm roughing in the short trump hand, and maybe we make a miracle 4 spade contract in the Moisian. If we find 4 hearts in a 4-4, that would be a huge win. And if partner bids, like, 3 spades and it goes all past, so be it. You know, like, it's probably not a large imp loss.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand that.
And I guess, like, if partner bids 3-0, we can hope that our clubs run for 5 tricks. Partner could have ace and 1 over the negative double.
And with no one vulnerable, it's probably just like the risk reward is kind of like looking pretty decent.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's not one of these auctions where the opponents are going to double us. So even if we get to 3-0 and we go down 4, it's minus 200. Sorry, teammates, you know, like lose 3 or something when 3 diamonds makes in the other room. All right, here we go. 16 count from Herd. No trump opener. Let me just pull up the range for a second on this. It is 15 to 17, vulnerable. So 1-0, 3-0. West electing not to go searching for a 5-3 heart fit. And Nystrom decides to lead 4th best from his club suit.
This looks like the bridge I know.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 2 spades. Well, looks like you're gonna need to.
Yeah, as you say, 8 tricks on top with eventually knocking out the Diamond King. I
mean, looks like you need either. I mean, with hearts not coming in for 3-3, well, your chances are you either have 3-3 hearts, you have a chance to set up another spade, and you have a chance to set up another club here. So.
Yeah, the spade suit
Yes.
in and of itself is actually a fairly interesting suit to think about. Assuming the spade honors are split, which will happen approximately 50% of the time, just mathematically, you can pick up either 3-card honor, depending on how you want to guess it. In this situation, you could lead the 10 of spades, and if South covers, that's great. You win the ace and finesse on the way back. If South doesn't cover, then the queen falls on the 3rd round. Similarly, if you wanted to play
nice.
North for the 3 spades, you could go low to the ace, low to the 10, and then hopefully catch the honor 3rd on the way back. So there is a way to play the spade suit itself. I was going to say, I think Declare is going to choose this alternative plan because it's very likely that the clubs actually produce an extra trick, just the long club. So, and Declare has enough entries to set these up and cash them. Now, the concern kind of is, what if the opponents start attacking one of the major suits, right? Like, you lead a club, what do you discard from your hand? If you pitch a heart, you're kind of opening yourself up to the opponents just playing on hearts and setting up extra tricks there. Because they might get in 3 more times. 2 more clubs and the king of diamonds to be able to knock out your ace king in the majors.
Yeah, well, you could discard a diamond.
Yeah, you could.
Just play club, throw a diamond, and then you don't have to decide which major you want to.
Right? Yeah, you could definitely do that. the scary thing a little bit is that it's not as flexible, I guess I would say. So he does pitch a heart, which I think probably makes the most sense. Because you pitch a diamond, you kind of want to lead a diamond to the jack on the first round of the suit. Not just because you might catch a fancy king doubleton and get over tricks, but it keeps like flexibility in your communications. If you pitch a diamond, you can't really afford to play a diamond to the jack. That blocks the diamond suit. So then you have to lead the queen, and a clever North might duck this trick, and then you're not really in the west hand to start leading clubs, and now you have to play a spade over to get over there. I don't know. You're right. I think pitching a diamond is probably safe, but Hurd decides to pitch a heart. So now what?
Looks like either was gonna work. Well, doesn't look like they can do much to stop you from setting up a club here, and it declares going to have time to set up their diamond. It looks like so.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you should try switching to a spade, maybe.
I think I like the spade switch. Again,
partner could have partner could have king jack, fifth of spades here.
Yeah, certainly. But he decides to switch to diamonds. I think maybe kind of a similar thought that if his partner has really good diamonds, then this could be important. But this is just doing Declare's work for him. So diamond to the king. We might actually see the 10 of hearts switch as a surrounding play. Or kind of a surrounding play. There's the 10 of hearts. Very important to play the 10 in case Declare had ace jack to begin with. You lead low, Declare can duck it around to the 9.
Yeah, that's a cute play. I remember you had a defensive play like that when we played a hand in Gatlinburg.
Yeah, it's a good thing to be aware of. I think if you see it often enough, then it just kind of becomes second nature when you're looking at this sort of combination. You have the 10-8 sitting over the 9. You can quickly work out that this is one of these positions you gotta lead the 10. But here we go. Declare, having gotten his diamond tricks, can now knock out the last club. There's a heart switch. And North is going to have to abandon spades on this diamond and the 8 of clubs, but South still has the queen, 3rd of spades protected. So this will be 9 tricks. Nice result for the Americans again. Board 24, we see the same bid and result in both rooms.
Yeah, all right. People like a double.
You know what? I'm gonna mark off the bingo square of same exact play at both tables, because it looked like exactly what happened in both tables. North led a low diamond from ace 3rd and then ducked on the second round of the suit. Alright, a diamond by East. South gets to bid 2-0. Perfect description of the South hand. 5 hearts, 5 clubs. You're not too happy about the heart suit, but the hand is good enough with 16 highs.
Well, this is going to be an interesting hand.
Yeah, what is North supposed to do? So, this is really where partnership discipline and style comes into play, because if North just bids 3 hearts, South, I don't think, has enough to take a second call. But if South is expected to have a pretty good hand for this 2-no trump overcall vulnerable, then North may actually try and find a way to take a push. Ooh, 3 hearts gets alerted. That's exciting. So I wonder if that means that North had a less positive way to show hearts.
Well, I suppose the only other bid they had in their disposal was 3 diamonds.
Yeah, presumably, because 3 clubs would have to be natural into play. So Frederick says he thinks 3 diamonds is weak or strong with hearts. See, that's a great convention to have here. And yes, 2-no is exactly hearts and clubs.
Interesting.
So how
That
is
makes a lot of sense,
the play
actually.
going to go in this one? This spade lead is actually fascinating, right?
Well, let's see. So let's say you win it in hand and play a heart up.
I think Declare has to take club hooks, right? You can... No. You can afford to lose a club. You lose 2 hearts and a club. Okay, never mind. Sorry. To make 11 tricks, he would have to take club hooks. But
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you should probably just win in hand and play a trump out right away. Just to make sure nothing weird is happening here.
now he might be concerned that clubs could be 4-1.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna take a call really quick.
Yeah, no
I'm gonna mute
worries.
myself.
If clubs are 4-1, he could get in trouble, right? If he just plays on trumps, but it's probably correct to just play on trumps. You don't want any silly business happening. Like you take a club hook and then you play a trump and it goes win, spade rough, club rough, spade rough, or something like that. Club rough. Al Hollander points out that Klukowski, sitting south, chose to overcall heart in this spot as opposed to 2-no. I wonder if it's a system difference or if he just judged that the hand wasn't good enough for 2-no vulnerable. Okay, Declare does play on clubs, which is certainly an interesting choice. I wonder what his plan is if West continues spades here. A spade continuation from West makes a lot of sense. Because he'll be cutting communication in the spade suit itself. I mean, maybe Bathurst just returns a club now, figuring I'll get a club rough. That's not good enough, is it? There's no way that he scores 4 defensive tricks if he does that. Oh, you know what we do have? Look at this. 3 pushes in a row. That's another bingo square. By the way, chat, take a look at this. Bingo board in the middle of a very important hand. We are 1 squeeze away from a bingo. Everyone get your squeeze emotes ready. And I know that there's, hold on, 36 of you out there. with squeeze emotes. So what does Bathurst know about the hand? Because, here, just for... I'm sorry that we're going to rotate the hands, but just to very clearly show what's going on, Bathurst is looking at this dummy. His partner led a low spade, so he knows that, well, Upmark has the ace and king of spades. I mean, his partner would never lead away from the spade king, probably. In this spot, and Upmark probably wouldn't have misguessed spades if he did. He knows his partner has the king of clubs because Declare took a club hook. He knows his partner has the ace of hearts because Declare didn't win the jack of hearts. All right, let's unkibitz. Sorry for the kibitz mode for just a second. Chip Martell also overcalled a heart. Yeah, I do wonder if it's a system thing. Like if 2 no trump shows an unspecified 2 suits, then obviously it's a lot less attractive to make the bid. It could be people are still holding on to the idea that you want these 2 suitors to be weak or strong, and with 5 fives that are like in the middle, which this hand kind of qualifies for, then you overcall and then bid the other suit later. That could be the reason. It's a little bit hard to know. Wow. So Bathurst just returns a trump. Or sorry, did he play back a diamond? He probably played back a diamond and Declare continue to trump. Queen of spades. This doesn't look like the way this trick went. Okay, yeah, king of spades. This makes more sense. Declare taking a club finesse, so now even if the clubs were 4-1, he would still be able to rough out the suit and make 4. But 650. You were uncertain about the emote. It is a SpongeBob reference for anyone who's a SpongeBob fan. You probably already knew that, but according to CC, Fleischer and Martell play 2-0 as the 2 lowest. Gotcha. All right, 2 passes to a diamond from North. Precision style. Take out double by Hurd. Redouble by South has a maximum passed hand, but North obviously doesn't have diamonds. I wonder if Bathurst's pass of the redouble said anything. I don't think so. You thought it was a dab? The squeeze emote? I could see that. Craig thinks 2-no trump could be minors sometimes if 1 club or 1 diamond can be 2+. SpongeBob, honestly, for like a little bit of the younger generation, like younger than me even. I think it's like a millennials thing mostly. I mean, I watched some SpongeBob growing up, but it wasn't like super popular until I was already out of college, I think. Maybe it was like when I was in college it was becoming popular, but so North-South get to a no trump. Bathurst on lead. Do we try a heart? Or is he just going to lead his diamond suit, figuring that his partner's takeout double against a precision diamond could still include some diamonds? And if we do lead a heart, which one? I think the 10 is pretty normal from Queen 10 third, but I could see him leading low. I think the Queen would be a pretty big play because Declare can, of course, have King Jack third. He goes with the diamond, fourth best. Looks like this is going to work out okay for his side. North on this auction showed an unbalanced hand by bidding a spade. Are we certain? North is just supposed to be bid a no trump with any balanced hand? I'm pretty sure. All right, I believe you. So diamond, queen, king, 9 of diamonds, 10 jack. Now what? Bathurst could try and play a diamond back, but that would be a little bit risky. I mean, this could be a position where Hurd might lead the 9 of diamonds from 9 third on the second round of the suit for fear of blocking the suit if he leads low. And I wonder if Bathurst is considering that Declare might be down to a stiff ace. Well, if we do continue diamonds, odds are we're going to need to utilize our heart entry at a later point in time, which... Okay, so Bathurst just switches to the Queen of Spades. Seems very reasonable. Queen, King, Ace. And now what does Hurd do? 3 tricks in. He has 2 more to cash. Jack of Spades, Ace of Hearts if he wants them. He kind of knows that a heart switch is unlikely to work out. Even if his partner has King third, Declare is still gonna probably guess the suit correctly, and they'll only end up with 6 defensive tricks. I think he's pretty likely to just continue a diamond, hoping that his partner is the one with the diamond ace. Like flip the ace 7 and 8 6 of diamonds between the 2 hands and give South the Queen of Hearts. And it looks like a diamond continuation will be necessary at some point, maybe not immediately. But that would be required to defeat the contract. Maybe South wouldn't have opened that hand. Or, you know, redoubled with that hand. But I guess it's possible. I'm struggling to come up with another hand that would allow the defense to beat the contract, and I think that's Hurd's problem also. You know, strangely enough, the Jack of Hearts is kind of a bad card for Hurd to hold, because this means there's nowhere or no layout where Nystrom has a heart guess. Nystrom either has the king empty in hearts, in which case he'll just hop up with the king because you made the takeout double, or he has the king queen of hearts, in which case when you lead a low heart, he's just going to win the king or queen. So yeah, Hurd thinks for a while, does put the 4 of diamonds on the table, is pretty disappointed, I think, to see Declare follow with the ace. Bathurst doing kind of a nice job to conceal the 2 of diamonds. Maybe Nystrom is now afraid that diamonds are actually 4x1 around the table. Like, despite...
What up, dude?
Hey, you're back.
I missed a game swing, and now... Yeah, they're defending my least favorite contract in the whole world, one no Trump.
Yeah, man, this is actually very interesting. So, we were talking a little bit because it seems the field was a little bit divided about the 2 no Trump overcall versus a 1 heart overcall on that board 26. And I think the policy has to be that if you overcall a heart, your hand is worth another bid. Now, Martel, sitting south in the other room, didn't think so. He overcalled a heart, heard his partner raise to 2 hearts, and did not believe his hand was worth another bid. So they miss out on what appears to be actually quite a good 4 heart contract when East is the one who's opened the bidding. Because you expect the ace of hearts to be onside. So 31-0.
Yeah, that seems a little meek. I agree.
Man, the U.S. is getting shut out. This was not a good match for you to come in on watching. But there will be plenty more U.S. bridge. Don't worry. They'll still make the round of 16 and hopefully go pretty far in the event.
All good. Yeah, you really don't need much from partner on that hand for 4 hearts to be a decent bet. I mean, if you catch partner with, like, I don't know, Queen of Hearts, King of Spades, even.
Yeah.
Kind of figure you might have a spade, 2 hearts to lose, but club finesse rates to be on. I don't know.
Sure. It's a good match for the ones who gambit on Sweden. You're right about that. All right, board 28. We got 5 boards to go. Are we going to see a shutout?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's on the bingo card. It is not. So Bathurst in first seat.
Is there an actual bingo card?
Oh yeah, I put one together because I thought it would be like a little fun side game to play. And if we get a bingo,
totally.
I
you
gift
keep referencing
subs.
this bingo card. I thought it was a joke.
No, we have a bingo card. You can check out the Discord channel and pull it up. There's a bingo section. All right. 3 passes go around to Nystrom, who gets to open a strong club, presumably planning to show this as the strong no trump hand type, 17-19, precision-wise. So club, a diamond, a no trump. You took the odds on Sweden. They were just too good. You knew Barrington shouldn't have had Mikkel on as his commentator during the trials. That is quite a statement to unpack. We could probably rearrange the words of that sentence to form like at least 10 other like logical sentences out of it. Could probably even remove some of the unnecessary words like Mikkel. That, you know, anyway, I guess I'm done. I don't want to get in trouble. Heart lead against 2 spades.
This is going to be kind of close. A lot of things aren't going to work out great for Declarer.
Yeah, the heart lead picks up the Jack of Hearts, but obviously it is starting to establish a heart ruff for the defense. King Jack of clubs offside, King Queen of diamonds offside, King Jack of spades offside. So it does seem natural to go ace and a spade. Declare will misguess. Or he doesn't have a guess.
Whichever guess he makes, he's misguessing.
Yeah, and then what? Like, obviously it looks somewhat natural for East to give his partner a ruff, but there's no hurry in doing this. Right? If Declare has the last spade, then obviously it doesn't help. And if his partner has the last spade, then Dummy has no entry to pull trumps. So this is a really nice play from Hurd to, try and establish some tricks in his side suits. Now, I think, unfortunately, Bathurst is just going to have to lead the King of Diamonds, and Declare can once again make a nice play by ducking right now. If Bathurst was able to lead a low diamond to Hurd's honor for potentially another club to come through, then Declare could actually be in some real trouble, but...
Okay, so if he goes King of diamonds and Declare ducks...
He'll be down 1, but he'll avoid going down 2, I guess, is the ultimate conclusion.
Yeah, okay. So I was going to say, I don't actually see how Declare is coming up with 8 tricks here.
Certainly if East-West don't get their heart rough, then there will be some difficulties. But yeah, it does look like East-West will get 1 heart rough, but in the process, Declare will set up the Queen of Hearts while he still has protection in one of the minor suits to be able to discard a loser. Thoughts on the 5 of clubs instead of the 8? It might be systemic. It is a good question. It might be a VU-graph error. And we already have that bingo square filled out, so can't double down on the bingo squares. But that is a good question. Yeah, there's the King of Diamonds. It gets ducked. And I guess it's not obvious that Bathurst needs to play back a heart. Like, if he returns a club here, Declare is going to make this. Or, I guess I should say Declare could make this.
Well, he should be getting close to... Like, he knows partner probably has the Jack of spades and the 8 of hearts here. Like, Declare's points are, like, close to being known.
Well, could East have the Ace of clubs instead of the Ace of hearts?
Yeah, but he presumably...
I guess the point is
maybe,
then...
and he led...
It doesn't matter, right? The point is, if we play a heart and East has the Ace of clubs, Declare wins, but Declare still has to pull trumps, otherwise we can ruff a heart. And so then we have another opportunity for partner to switch to Ace and a club.
Oop.
Just have an entire bingo board with VU-graph error in every square. I think that would be way too easy to hit bingo. Or like specific VU-graph errors, like VU-graph error 7 of clubs. And then if there is one specifically involving the 7 of clubs play, we can mark it off. Yeah, I like your thought process. So we play back a heart. If partner has the Ace of hearts, we get a ruff. End of story. If partner doesn't have the Ace of hearts, it almost looks like Declare can just start running hearts to pitch club losers, but we'll be able to rough in. So Declare actually has to win the king of hearts, play a spade, partner gets in, now partner knows we aren't getting a heart ruff, and whoo boy, 2 spades made in the other room. Oh my god. So over there, the Americans have a huge chance.
Get back on the board.
We got a heart lead. It went to the 8 and 10. Ace of spades, spade. East also switched to the 5 of clubs in that room, to the jack, and West returned the deuce of clubs, trying to give their partner a ruff. Bathurst, having just heard me, says, nope, I know what's going on. Heart to the ace, heart ruff. This'll be 1 down. Good defense, and a well-deserved 5 imps for the Americans here. Who's playing in the other room? It is Martel and Fleischer for the Americans. Gru is taking a break. The U.S. decided they didn't want to, they thought Sweden was a pushover and didn't field their best 4 players. No, it's probably just they agreed ahead of time who was going to play which sets and didn't really care who they were playing up against.
Well, those are some much-needed imps for sure.
Yeah, 32-5, you know, any amount that the U.S. earns back is still worth VPs. These aren't just like head-to-head matches, it's the victory point scale. So, 4 boards to go. Still an opportunity for imp pickups in either direction, actually. Although this hand might not be one of them. Spade by East. We'll see if that action's duplicated in the other room. South passes, we get a no trump, all pass, and North on lead. Does lay down the ace of hearts. I was gonna make the point that ace from ace king is just always a good lead, and he has heard my lectures before.
I'd be kind of shocked if East in the other room didn't open a spade. I mean,
remember, this is the same partnership. West was the one who didn't open the 12 count over there.
yeah, but arguably this 11 count looks significantly better than that 12 count did, and ace king 5 of spades. I just won't believe it. They don't open a spade.
All right. Well, we'll find out. Okay. Ace of hearts. Partner says no thank you. Stop playing this suit. We get the 10 of diamonds switch, which looks pretty natural from North's perspective. Diamond to the queen and king. South does decide to cash out. Well done. You know, there's a little bit of a scare from South because that 10 of diamonds could have been a doubleton. And it might have been necessary to duck this trick, but South got a count of the high cards and was just like, look, I'm not going to risk anything. It's going to look so silly if I let the queen of diamonds hold and Declare just cashes out, which he would have. So, good defense by North-South. Simon Holt likes to bid. Is he sitting east in the other room? Then we'll see. Because we don't have nameplates in the little movie section. I would have to physically go to the other table. I know I was over there earlier for a board, and I just don't remember who was playing.
So sorry. Another phone call.
Yep.
BRB.
All right, there's 6 tricks. Is South going to cash out the heart? He does. There we go. Declare can now face his hand and claim. Down 1. Good stop. Berthaud is west in the other room, Holt is east. Gotcha. So yeah, maybe Peter doesn't like to bid too aggressively because he's playing with a partner who's known to be fairly aggressive. 11 count from Herd. He's definitely opening a heart. We'll see a spade from West. Herd will raise. And man, I mean, I think as Bathurst you just bid 4 spades. You have 10 trumps. Oh, there we go. A heart past 2 spades. Kind of intermediate type thing. I don't know exactly what their range is. Let me see if I can look this up. A heart. God, their convention card has nothing on it. It definitely doesn't have this. At least not in a spot I can see it. Nope. I'm pretty sure it is just not on here. Cool. Either way, I suspect this is like 8 to 11, 9 to 11, something in that range. North makes a takeout double spades. I think in light of that takeout double, oh man, so Herd does bid only 3 spades. I was going to say in light of that takeout double, I would have been surprised if Herd bid only 3 spades. Because I would be concerned that it's actually now the opponent's hand. Herd is opened a little bit light. He has no aces. His side has a huge spade fit. It might be important to just preempt them out of their side's game, which could be 5 diamonds, for example. But the north-south hands just don't have quite enough stuff, I suppose. You lose a spade, a club, and a heart in 5 diamonds. 3 spades. This looks like an excellent result for East-West. I don't know if they're going to make it, but if they do, that would be huge. North leads the diamond ace. This already removes a crucial entry from South's hand, so I think Declare is going to be in time to set up the heart suit. The heart's split 3-3. The club loser is going to go away. Oh, wait. He's making 4. He was always making 3. Oh, no. Disaster. No. Wait, guys. Hold on. This might be a bad result for East-West. 3 spades. Wait, 4? Did I miscount? We lose a diamond, a heart, and a club, right? Yeah. Declare can just rough the hearts good. Now, he's only in 3. I was going to say maybe he just pulls a second trump because why not? But he does decide to play on hearts immediately, saving crucial entries to the east hand, which makes sense. Kind of interesting that the way the heart suit has played, North played the 8 and then the 10. If South had the jack of hearts, we would have the potential for a roughing finesse, but South switches to clubs, North flies ace, so that immediately solves the problem. $170. Ooh. Actually, 3 imps going the way of the US on board 29 for an extra under trick. and a no trump. One spade was opened over there. Spade and no trump. North started with the 9 of diamonds lead from 10-9 third. I really don't like it. I think the ace of hearts is kind of standout, but this lead works out. Second choice, diamond. Diamond to the queen and king. Jack of diamonds, ace of diamonds, more rounds of diamonds. Finally a heart to the king. Fleischer cashes the ace. Exits a spade. And Declare kind of mispicks the end position, club to the ace. So the queen of clubs holds up at the end. Good defense. Declare probably should get that one right in the end. All right, 2 passes to a diamond, precision, a spade overcall from Hurd. Pass 2 spades. Takeout double from North. And man, these US partnerships really like to punish you if you do the wrong thing. So I'm not at all surprised that Hurd redoubled rather than just, like, for example, bidding a spade game himself. Or, you know, making a game try, for example, with his hand. But South, fortunately for his side, actually has a big diamond fit and was able to escape to 3 diamonds. Otherwise, this could have been a disaster. One of the weaknesses of the precision style that if you're opening if you make a limited opening bid, the opponents know you don't have values, so when you later make a takeout double, you're kind of relying on your partner to have something useful in his hand. Whoa, Jack of clubs lead does not work out all that well for North-South. Oh my god. Ace of spades and he's picking everything up. He runs the jack. He's now going to pull the last trump and run the 10 of clubs. Looks like East-West missed a game. I mean, the jack of clubs lead obviously kind of blew the defense a little bit. But maybe Declare could have done pretty well all on his own. It would have been pretty sharp defense to hold 4 spades to only 9 tricks. I think you need to cash 2 diamonds and exit a trump. I guess North can exit a club, actually. 5 diamonds doubled on board 30 in the other room. So that's for the US squad. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit disappointing. How did they get to 5 diamonds doubled? Man, someone must have taken a really aggressive call. Either South decided to make some sort of preemptive diamond raised, ill-advised, with no shortness at these colors, or North once again made a takeout double and then just never stopped bidding. Also ill-advised, I would say. Yuck. We'll take a look at the auction once the board comes back to us, but it looks like USA might be losing a large chunk on that board. All right, pass by West. Maybe a bit disciplined, but at these colors, he decides not to open the 10 count. 3 clubs by North. Gross. 7-2-2-2 and 2 queen doubletons. All pass. Jack of spades opening lead. Declare elects to put in the queen, figuring that unlikely West has 6 spades and passed in first seat, and he might be able to actually use the ace 10 of spades to pitch diamond losers while excuse me.
All right, sorry, dude.
No worries. We're on to the last board in
Hey.
this room, but we have a couple more boards to go in the other room.
Nice, and it seems that, if I go away, the U.S. wins imps. It's seems to be the theme.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong board. I apologize, people in the chat. Someone said they were playing in Five Diamonds Doubled, and I guess we're like 2 boards ahead. So yeah, 2 imps. Board 30. For the
All
save.
right, what is going on here? Declare is going down 1,000,000 tricks. Is that what's happening?
Yes. The 3 club preempt was... it left a little bit to be desired. So, diamond to the king. Now another diamond is going to come through, I think. Or maybe a spade, I guess. It's probably better. And the defense should be able to score 3 more club tricks. Because the 8 of clubs gets promoted.
Oh, man. Well, I guess were East-West even making anything? I guess they weren't really. I don't know. I mean, not making a game, at least.
It seems unlikely. They have like some cashing aces and kings, but South being 5-5 in the majors, or whatever it was that South was, 5-4-4, I guess. The suits just don't split well.
Yeah.
So Declare gets to pick their poison here. You ruff with the 9 of clubs. East can even afford to overruff with the ace of clubs as long as you then play hard and West ruffs. But much more natural is for East to just discard on this trick. Low club. 10 holds. This is going to be 3 down, plus 150. And ultimately, I mean, we'll see what happens on board 31, because that's kind of an important result in the other room. I think it's very possible that East-West get to 4 spades over there. And if they do, then there's a little bit of work to do, both on defense and for Declare. So it's going to be a battle.
It looks like this is 4 down.
Oh, 4 down? Did I miscount? That happens all the time.
I think the defense will find a way to win the ace of trump.
Yeah, you're probably right about that one. All right, let's head over to the other room to finish up the match. Okay, 3 spades. We get the same Jack of clubs lead. Was the auction different? It was the same. Dude, why is everyone leading Jack Doubleton? Is Jack Doubleton just the new in lead? That's bizarre.
You were talking about the lead on 31. Okay, well, let's see.
Wow. So, Holt, same as... Who was East? Hurd or Bathurst? It was Hurd. Also, gonna pick up the spade suit on this auction. Both Norths made the takeout double. So again, it's gonna be another easy 10 tricks and a push. Man, the jacket is the Jack of clubs really the right lead from the South hand? 2 players made this lead. God, Jack Doubleton is just so bad. And you have Queen third of spades. Like, if you get a ruff, it might be with a natural. I don't know. I'm not a believer in this. Your robot partner did it this morning, so it must be right. Thank you for your contribution. Yeah. Gib is on the same level.
Pretty quickly led a diamond, but the fact that they both led the Jack of clubs, I mean, there clearly is some merit to it. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I mean, okay, look, here's the scenario, right? And I'm just speculating. I mean, like, here's a scenario. You actually get to go club, 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 ruff, diamond to partner's ace, and then a fourth round of clubs. And now Declare's in a position where they kind of have to guess what to do in the trump suit. Do they ruff high and hook you for the spade queen, or do they play the opening bidder for the spade queen? So I don't know if that's what they were thinking, but that's one scenario. I mean, that requires a lot to go right. It requires your partner, who's opened a diamond, not a club, to have multiple club honors, be able to give you a club ruff, and then for the fourth round, and then for your ruff to actually not lose a trump trick somehow. Which seems like a lot. Maybe I'm missing something, but...
Is this the guy that passed the 12-point?
This is the same player that passed the 12 count.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, this is messed up. He's just randomly bidding now. That's not okay.
Well, they're gonna find their way to some weird 3-no trump contract, which maybe double dummy can make, but I mean, South is a really awkward lead.
I guess you're right. Double dummy, this can make. Oh my god, wait, you're so right. Because South is going to lead a diamond.
Yeah. But,
Oh,
but even if South,
no!
but even if South doesn't lead a diamond, you're gonna make double dummy.
Well,
you...
okay, sure, but you wouldn't in practice.
Yeah, you wouldn't pick up the diamond suit if South didn't lead a diamond.
Yeah.
But okay, so
no, we were gonna have like close to a tie match, and then all of a sudden this board happens. Now,
well, it's not over yet. You only have 8. Like, I mean, you have 4 diamonds, you have 2 clubs, you have the ace of hearts, and the king of spades is going to be a trick. You still have some work.
so okay, we need to theory craft a way for Declare to go down, right? So 10 of diamonds, North has to cover. See, the thing is, I can't come up with a reasonable line of play other than just leading the jack of spades to the next trick. And once you do that, there's no way Declare goes wrong.
Yeah.
Because you have to work on spades. I mean, you just don't have another source of tricks. So we work on spades, and sure, I would probably prefer to lead the 9 of spades from West's hand, but we don't have a convenient entry. We need all of those diamonds as entries to the spades later. I think you just have to lead the jack of spades, and now Martel is kind of pickled. I mean, he could try something like ace of spades, diamond.
We'll play a heart. Diamonds? I mean, presumably, if South wants to try to beat this, you could try a heart. You're going to feel really... Oh, wait. What happened in the bidding? It went 2 heart overcall. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Or 1 spade, 2 hearts. 1 spade, 2 hearts. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so he has gone ace of spades, diamond. And what Martel's thinking, I bet, is he's going to play a low spade when Declare leads the 2 on the next round. And so if Berthaud decides to So, like, I don't know what Declare is going to do from here, but if he chooses to cross to his hand in either hearts or clubs, and then leads the 2 spades, Martel is going to try the effect of playing the 4.
Yeah. Hoping that Declare tries to play south for like ace queen third or something.
Yeah, or, north for 10 doubleton, right? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so king of spades. Now a spade.
Oh man. Well, now he's just down though.
I mean, the defense doesn't have all of their tricks yet. So if Martel is slow,
Well,
right?
I guess he needs to get the hearts set up now.
Yes, because otherwise Declare can cross in diamonds, knock out the spade, cross in clubs, cash the spade, and he has the rest. Now, Fleischer signaled for clubs. I mean, Martel has to know that playing back a diamond, Declare just has enough tricks. So what's Holt's hand? If Holt doesn't have both aces, he could have the ace queen of hearts. He started with the diamond ace, the jack of spades, so he would have to have like the queen of clubs at least. He plays back a diamond. Oh my. Now, okay,
So
it's not over yet. The high diamond, like playing high in diamonds, is consistent with 3 small. Declare does have a guess on this trick. Oh man. This match for the US just did not go well. And yet, if Declare misguesses here, the match is close to a tie.
So, did he put Declare on something like ace of diamonds, ace queen of hearts? Like,
yeah, queen of clubs. That's the hand that he would have to have. And so if that was the case, and partner had ace jack 9 of clubs, then, I think Fleischer could have helped. Fleischer could have discouraged clubs, which might look a little bit unnatural, sitting on that queen jack 9, sitting over the king 10, but it would kind of let your partner know that Declare actually has some club tricks. Obviously, this hand's a little bit hard, right? Martel needed a count on Declare's cashers to know whether or not he needed to desperately switch to hearts, and Fleischer doesn't know that. Big moment, though. The thing is, he flies 10. I was going to say, I think the correct play is probably the 10 of diamonds. He's already seen South turn up with 4 spades. So there's a spade. Martel can cash the 9 of diamonds. And he's kind of end played. He has to exit a heart, but for him, fortunately, yeah, that Declare did not pitch the club there. Declare has some, small squeeze chance crossing to the club king, cash the 9 of spades, but
was cashing the king of spades really the best percentage way of playing that spade suit there? That seemed unnatural. It's like you're only kind of picking up like 10 doubleton in the north.
Or queen doubleton, yeah.
Yeah, but with Queen Doubleton, South wouldn't have gone up with the ace, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. You also pick up ace 10 or ace queen Doubleton in the South as well.
Yeah, but you would have got that by crossing to your hand and playing a spade up.
Right?
Like I'm just saying, like why cast the king? Like why not cross? I guess it's a little awkward on how you cross. I guess you'd have to cross in a club.
Right, yeah,
play a
that's
spade
that's
up.
kind of the point, because
Yeah.
sometimes the
Right,
spades are actually so unfriendly. Like South actually started with ace Doubleton, and you can't pick up the spades. You really want to save both the hearts and the club position, because you don't know the clubs are 7-0. There was no bidding on this hand. It's not like North preempted 3 clubs, so you don't know it's safe to cross in clubs, for example.
Yeah, I would just figure that you have to. Yeah, you have to generate two. I mean, you have to generate. I'm just thinking you have to generate 2 spade tricks, certainly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but I mean, a big advantage of not crossing is that stuff like this can happen. When Declare misguesses, the defense doesn't work out the right thing to do. And so Declare has an extra chance. By crossing in clubs or hearts or, whatever, it's such a revealing play. And most strong declarers just absolutely hate playing aces from their hand. It's like it's the bane of their existence. You just never want to like cross to an ace in your hand as a declarer. It gives so much info away to the defenders that they're always going to play double dummy from there. So
yeah, I guess it's just you are picking up a lot of cases. You're picking up like all 4 card holdings that South has, other than when North has 10 Doubleton. So that's
Right.
the one you're giving up.
yeah, which is, what is it? 4-3 in favor of playing South for ace queen 10 fourth. So it's close. Like there's 3 10 Doubletons in North, and there's 4 small Doubletons. So it's like slightly percentage. But again, I think you get a lot back by just not revealing the ace of clubs. But with that 9 imps, the US actually holds the match close to even. And thank you, Kurt, for joining me.
Dude, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Man,
so I'm going to take a
that
quick
was a
look
good
at the
comeback.
scoreboard. Yeah, feel free to, try and get another set in if you want to, or I probably have a little bit of time during the round of 16 and quarterfinals. On the semis and finals, I'll be on BBO's official cast, so can't have any amateurs in here. But happy to have you for any of the other sessions if I don't have someone else already.
Cool. Well, sounds good, dude.
Sweet. Thanks. I will see you later. Have a good one.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Talk soon.
All right. I don't know if Craig is coming back for the 3rd set. He might be in the chat and might be able to let me know. But he should be back at some point later today. We have some score updates for you. So let me pull those up. Oh god, I have like 15 tabs open. This is not going very well. Will I be streaming on Twitch? I will. I'm going to have the Twitch and YouTube streams open for the entirety of the event. Assuming I get all my work done, I'm going to have to check that later this week. But I should be able to. I mean, if not, I might have to cancel like one session of the round robin. But I'll definitely be here for the entirety of the knockout stage. So here we go. We have standings. Sweden has overtaken USA, although it looks like that last board has not come in yet, so these scores are going to get a little bit closer. But US still maintaining one of the top 2 positions is a good showing for them up against one of the other best teams in the group. Romania still holding on to 3rd. Wow. I think that's probably surprising, one of the biggest surprises. That and, oh my god, look at England. What are they doing? Guys, get your shit together. You're supposed to be one of the top seeds. Hello? Hello? So who's David Gold playing with? He's playing with Andrew Black. I don't know who that is. I feel like I've seen him before. Anyway, this is a disaster. I don't want to call it yet, but man, they're at 31 after 5. They're averaging 6 VPs a set. They're more than a full match out of 8th place. And I know that this is only day 2, but what have we got? We got like 5 days total of round robin play. Maybe 6. Oh, England, my friends. And Germany, too. This has to be really disappointing. I think Germany is also one of the teams expected to qualify. But that does open the door for some new blood. Chinese Taipei is up here. Argentina, the home country. Nice for their hometown fans if they're able to make it out of the group stage and into the bracket stage. Netherlands has moved up into 5th place. Israel is up here as well. Toledano and Zamir playing for the Israeli team. Quite a strong pair. They just won the 3-day pair game at the Summer Nationals, I think. What is that? The LM pairs, maybe? So that's a nice result for them. Spain sitting in 5th, but we have a little bit of a clump of teams. 6th through 9th, all fighting for those spots. On the other side of the bracket, we have Italy and Switzerland still holding the top 2 spots, with France close behind. Who's on France's team? Bassis, Lorenzini, Rombo, Bernard, and Louisier. Hey Craig, you're coming back? Sounds good. When does the next set start? So are there any surprises on this side of the bracket? Australia sitting in 12th. A little bit surprising. Norway sitting in 13th. A little bit surprising. China's in 11th. You know, I would have expected China to be quite a strong team. Maybe not competing for a first place position, but I would have expected them at least to get out of the bracket or into the bracket stage. All right, Craig's back with us. So next round is starting up in about 25 minutes. Happy for the Finnish effort. Yeah, they've been doing well. I think they're one of the teams that we might have expected to qualify, but I'm not sure. Craig, you're muted, by the way, if you are trying to talk. I don't know if you're trying to talk. Lunaire.
I did not realize. Thank you.
Lunaire, how does one join the BradyBot tournaments? Join the Discord, and there's a Sunday tournaments channel. Just at me with your BBO username, and I will add you for the next weekend. Is there a particular team or pair that you'd suggest a newer player follow to try and learn from? I would say anyone who plays a system that you're familiar with. Because if you're American, then probably one of the American partnerships, but I would avoid Gruen Moss. They play excellent bridge, right? Like their card play is very good, but maybe like Herd and Bathurst would be a great American pair to play because they just play like down the middle solid 2/1 normal American conventions, maybe a couple of unusual things here and there, but they don't do anything like, opening 8 counts and stuff like that. If you're from Poland, probably one of the Polish pairs. I mean, all the pairs in this tournament are very good. Do you have anything to add to that, Craig?
Yeah, so I would also suggest possibly some of the Canadian pairs, which I think also tend to play a familiar looking style, or something that's going to look familiar to Americans, or especially the French, who really are kind of the epitome of sit in your chair, do normal things, and win by making better decisions than your opponents.
Yeah, the French also play a very standard system. Again, I would say, like, as long as you understand the system, that's probably a big part of it, because you don't want to like jump into an auction and then have no idea what's going on in the auction. That you lose out on learning things like how to draw inferences from what pairs do in certain auctions, right? Like if you don't understand the system, it's not just that you can't follow the bidding, you're just not gaining some of the bridge experience that strong players get from seeing particular auctions over and over and over again, and they know when to push for a game, when to look for a slam, when to sign off on a part score, when to play in a 4-3 fit. All of these sorts of things are really helpful to learn.
Yeah, and I would say like the Polish pairs, even though kind of the framework of Polish club is a little unfamiliar, basically their bidding is natural. So, as long as you can like follow the alerts and just, the inferences of one club basically being all your balance and minimums, like their judgment is going to look normal. I think like other than the one club and one diamond openings, which aren't that abnormal, the rest of their framework is quite natural.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, a lot of these decisions, the way I like to see them, because I think this is portrayed rather poorly on like online bridge forums, you'll see like Michael Rosenberg and someone else getting into this heated discussion where Michael's like, I can't imagine you making any call other than this on this hand. And in reality, what Michael means by that is like he thinks the action he chose is like 55% to work. And from a bridge standpoint, 55% is what you should do on every hand. Because, over the long run, you're going to come out ahead if you just take the 55% action. But in reality, it's like super close. Between two decisions, and you picking one over the other is not, it's not costing a whole lot. What you really want to avoid doing is avoid getting to a position where like all of the best players in the world are doing one thing. So that means the action is probably closer to like 90%, 10%, as opposed to 55-45. And in a tournament like this, I mean, we've already seen a couple different styles today, like from the New Zealand team, and also in this past match, where some players are more aggressive, some are more conservative. So if you look at one table and you're like, okay, they did this one thing, it's sometimes helpful to take a look around the room if you're like not convinced or not certain that that person did the right thing. You can look at it and be like, man, this person preempted 3 diamonds on like king 5th. Is that the right thing to do? And you look around the room and no one else did it. They probably took an unusual action.
Sure.
But yeah, that's kind of how things go. Hey, Leon, you had a good set last match. Nice. So you're back in it.
And generally, I think, as you talk about, like, aggressive pairs and kind of more down the middle pairs, like, either is fine, but I think one trap that a lot of less experienced players fall into is, like, it's fine to be aggressive, it's fine to be conservative, it's not fine to randomly decide what your mood is on any given hand and have your ranges be so wide that your partner never has any idea, is it okay to raise your preamps, like, can he compete an extra level, is he better off backing off, like, the important thing is to have your range be narrow enough that everyone can make a good sound decision. And
Yeah,
it doesn't
and
matter which sort of part of the spectrum that range falls on. It just can't fall on all parts of the spectrum at the same
right, and consistency is the
time.
thing that you also touched on
Yeah.
there is like you really want to have a like set range for your bids that doesn't shift hand to hand. I think something that, as Craig had mentioned, like some newer players will fall into this trap where you get a vibe on some hand and you just do something, and like that's okay every once in a while. But if you're like, man, like I like we're playing just here's a stupid example, but like, and not a realistic one, but here's the idea. If you're playing a 15 to 17 no trump and you're like, well, like it is 15 to 17, but man, this 12 count just looks so good, and I feel like a no trump is going to work out, and I have this like sense from my left hand opponent that like they might be itching to bid something, and one no trump could really screw them over, and you open a no trump and it goes past 3-0, I'll pass, and partner table's a 10 count and you're just down one. Like, that's kind of the idea. I mean, you want to stick to your, like, what your partner expects your bids to mean is the idea.
Well, that's it. Like, when your hand is supposed to be in a box of a certain shape and size, it's okay if it kind of like pushes the edges of that box. It's not okay if it's, just in a different room from that box.
Yeah.
Like, no trump's a great example of that. Fine. Like 15 to 17, if you have a 14 count that you feel like is worth it, or like a really horrible 18 count because you have, two king queen doubletons. Yeah, make the downgrade and apologize later. But, say you can't be like a full king off from your expected range. And it just shows partnership trust too. Like the next time it comes up, even if you swear you're never going to do it again, is your partner really going to trust you on that? Like, probably not.
Yeah.
Like you'll hear sometimes like the kind of hands that just like destroy a partnership, and it's for that reason. You just make some action where partner just never, believes you again. And it makes it really impossible to play well.
It really does. Speaking of playing well, the U.S. women are killing it this match. They're kind of the only open table, so I just jumped on in since we have about 15 minutes before the next set. But
I hadn't realized that North South were playing for the U.S., but of course they are. They've both been living here for many years at this point.
Is this true? So,
but they're...
I don't... I mean, I heard something in I kind of talked to them about it, but I didn't like lock this down, but I thought they have a place in Sweden. Well, I think Cecilia and Kevin have a place in Sweden.
I mean, they may well, but Sandra is married to Shane Blanchard, I think, right?
That definitely did happen in the past. It's not clear to me if that is still going on, but but yes, I mean, like, I think Sandra's...
that was, like, whether they still are or not, but that was long enough ago that and I think at least when they were married and possibly still, they were living in Florida legitimately.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, we saw them play in the trials. I was, over the moon impressed with Cecilia's play. When I played against her in person,
I remember that.
I mean, she's just a great player. She could probably, okay, maybe she's not quite of the caliber of the U.S. Open team, but I mean, like, she's really good. So for like in a women's event or even in a mixed event, she would probably be one of the best players in the field, is my opinion.
Yeah. And then U.S. Bridge is deep enough that there's many more than 3 pairs that are all, perfectly well suited to be on the U.S. Open team. So, any given year, just like 3 of those pairs get to go, but there's a lot of depth in U.S. Bridge.
For sure. Now, the U.S. women did have a very slow start to this event. I think we were last place after day 1, but it looks like they've been fighting back, and they're having a good set so far.
Yeah, so now these are different hands, correct? Because the match lengths are different?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's the only distinguishing factor is that the match lengths are different for playing different hands. God, what an insane security concern this is. I at least feel like I'm not adding to the problem by streaming the thing because it's already being broadcast on VooGraph.
Right. Right. If someone really wanted to see the hands in play, they could just go on PBO. They need, well, I guess like someone might see them log in, but whatever.
Yeah.
It is really shocking that they don't have a time delay on it. Like that's such an easy precaution.
Right.
Like I don't think there is any, possibility of an information exchange, but like the perception that there's no possibility of it matters too.
Mm-hmm.
You want the tournament to both be clean and to be seen as clean.
All right, West gets to kind of nicely end play South so that she doesn't have to guess the spade suit here. Unblock the clubs, exit a heart. South has to lead a black suit into dummy. What?
What's going to play here? Did something exciting happen?
Well, define exciting. Okay, I guess South is end played. But this would not have been my choice of how to end play South. It's fine. It's all good.
Oh, I see.
We still exit a heart, right?
Yeah. Well, hopefully.
I mean, it hasn't happened yet. Okay, 9 tricks claimed. Looks like the heart was exited.
Declare. Yeah, I guess Declare also could have just tried to guess the spade and gone down the same one if they did it correctly.
Yeah. How are our bingo chances looking? We still just need a squeeze.
I feel like Declare goes down in cold contract really should only apply for the Open. Like, whatever. Like, it doesn't count if a 90-year-old senior goes down in a cold contract.
I'm kind of trying to help everyone out by just marking them whenever I see it, if it happens on screen, and possibly even if it happens at the other table of the match, because we have been unsuccessful in getting... We've been close to getting bingos both days, but so far not yet. I just marked end play because that was an end play. We might have seen an end play earlier.
I think we did see an end player.
Oh,
Actually,
the 6 diamond contract.
Contracts.
Yeah, the 6 diamond contract.
Oh, but there was also there was I think a 1-no contract where someone got end played.
What is VP shutout? It's a 20-0, which we actually got yesterday. We watched the US shut out England. It was like 75 imps or something like that over 16 boards. It was just insane. How have I not seen a squeeze yet? They happen all the time. No one has played... I mean, maybe we should clarify squeeze, because there was a declarer who played for a show-up squeeze. It effectively never was going to work because the distribution couldn't have worked, but there was a show-up squeeze. Should I count it?
Show-ups don't really count.
Well... I mean, Declare has played for a number of squeezes. But none of the squeezes have worked. Does the squeeze need to work for the bingo square to count? Chat? Thoughts?
Wow. I didn't see the auction here, but this looks like a bit of a miss by North-South. They've got pretty good 4-heart game available and stopped in 3.
Club, spade, is it a good 4-heart game?
I mean, you just need to pick up the hearts for no losers, I think, right?
Well,
mean, they either will or they won't, but doesn't this feel like the kind of game you'd want to be in?
I mean, d- don't we have diamond issues? Well, okay.
Yeah, you pitch one in a spade, you rough one, again, you need the trumps to come in anyway, which means you'll have trumps to rough with.
Okay, fair enough. I believe you.
And here, obviously, since they, you know, quite reasonably did not take the heart finesse, they're only going to make three, but I think if this were played at, 50 tables at this level, a majority would end up in the heart game. You certainly want to be there, I think.
You know, so this is a kind of like a US centric thing that I had noticed, at least from the open pairs. And obviously, it's not like that necessarily carries over to the women or mixed or seniors, but a lot of the US open pairs that have done well. So not the ones that were like getting knocked out in the quarterfinals of the US Open trials, which are all very good teams, by the way.
Yeah.
The really, really strongest ones that all won their matches and made it to the semifinals, finals, and are now representing the U.S. in these tournaments, really just don't care about non-vulnerable games at imps. This feels like a bit of a shift that I've seen. And so, I think it's very possible that could be something that's getting incorporated into a lot of USA player thinking. And obviously, Cecilia played for Sweden for quite some time, so she's a little bit newer to the gang. But Sandra, a bunch of the other U.S. pairs have been part of this culture for quite some time. They might have this idea that non-vulnerable games is just not worth it anymore. That the imp win versus imp loss is like 6 versus 5, and that's like a coin flip.
Yeah, well, what I would say on that, though, is the last hand, it was defensive bidding to three hearts. When you're, kind of like the opening side in this, era when a lot of the American pairs open hyper light. Yeah, like one reason you want to avoid games is because very often you just don't belong there given the available information. So, you're kind of playing the odds by staying out since your side has nothing. It's a little different because Cecilia had doubled in bid. Like, they were making very strong defensive bids, which is a little different from, I open a club and it turns out I just have a 10 count because it's 2024.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and the hands fit perfectly, and yet the game is like barely passable. Sure, 2 hearts are cold, but
right.
I guess
even stiff queen of hearts is good enough.
Yeah, stiff queen is good enough.
Yeah, like if you needed specifically 2-2 because you needed the trumps for roughing, it would obviously be much worse. But there, you only need the one extra trick.
Sorry, chat. I apologize. Sweden did win the match against the USA. Barely, I might add. Congratulations, Gandolius and crew. 3-0 in the West.
Yeah, this looks like a fairly ambitious 3-0 trump here.
Man, and is it going to work? I think Declare is going to pick up the club suit.
And if they do, they've got 9 tricks, 5 clubs, 2 diamonds. They'll take the queen of spades fairly soon in the ace of hearts.
Yeah, this 2 spade preempt might give a little bit too much away to Declare. It now has to be correct to take the club hook. Although...
Yeah, some pairs do play intermediate red, and, I don't know if this is or not, given that it's a 10 count.
Sure, and with partner being a passed hand, there's a little bit more leeway into what this type of preempt can be, because you would go up to any hand that you can't really make a game opposite partner's pass. Which I think is why intermediate is somewhat attractive.
Yeah, honestly, like I think one reason it's attractive is, if you're the kind of person that just likes to preempt too much, it kind of saves you from yourself when you're vulnerable.
Okay, King of Spades holds.
I think I'm a little bit frozen here. So the first two cards of the trick on the table, but I don't see the next two.
Oh yeah, you're frozen. Try jumping back
Yeah.
out and in. Um, Will says you have diamonds or hearts for a ninth trick if you misguess clubs. It does depend how you play the hand, though, right? Because I think South is going to set up spades. So taking a diamond finesse is very risky.
Yeah, and you can't really combine your chances because you can't you can't like try to catch the clubs and then, get back to your hand and take a diamond finesse. If you do that, the fourth diamond is stranded.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also like, sure, we can go ace king of clubs, duck a club, north switches to diamonds, we win the ace, and we lead the queen of hearts, and it goes king ace. Now what? Right? South would have covered from king jack. So
I mean, this, on this hand, you can strip squeeze South.
yeah, we could.
South is either going to have to pitch away spade winners or unguard one of the red suits.
Okay, club to the ace. Yeah, I think Declare is going to play the king of clubs. So now it is going to be on this sort of strip squeeze plan. That's the only thing she can do now that she's thrown a heart from east on the third round of spades. I guess she had to. So club to the queen, and now what? This is another situation where Cecilia is like way ahead of everyone else thinking on these types of hands. She might have already worked out that her partner gets strip squeezed, and she may switch to a heart here.
Yeah, I was wondering whether she would find that to put Declare to a guess and save the South hand from that fate. I mean, I think, on a diamond, like, yeah, I mean, I guess you can see it's like, it doesn't blow anything up, but it doesn't ever gain anything.
Now, I think the reason she would play a diamond, which I think she's ultimately going to work out to play a diamond, is that as long as Sandra doesn't give anything away, Sandra can pitch a spade and then a diamond. And Declare then is the one that has to guess what to do. Because then if Declare tries to exit in hearts to South, then South just cashes out a spade. And alternatively, Declare might just try the diamond finesse.
Right.
So, while the heart switch does kind of put Declare to an immediate guess, Cecilia can also see, like, a way Declare can go wrong if she just passively exits a diamond. So I think she's going to trust her partner on this one. That Sandra
Yeah, it's
will work
interesting.
out
So,
what to
like,
discard.
Assuming that Declare knows that North knows that Declare has an entry, a diamond is safe. Like, it might imply not the queen if there was some possibility that the finesse was otherwise untakeable.
Mm-hmm.
I think here everyone knows Declare does have an entry to her hand to take that finesse.
Right. So there's diamond to the ace. Heart was an interesting
round
play.
10 was played, but not the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think round 10 was played, and the operator just got confused about which one.
Okay, we'll switch over to the open after this round. I think they're about to get started, but I do want to see the conclusion of play here. So Sandra should pitch a diamond. She does. And she does it in relatively fast tempo.
Yeah, so in fact, Declare will be down 2 at this point if you guess is wrong, because South's hand will be high after the SRH is played.
Yeah, if she plays heart to the ace diamond hook, she would be down 2. Now, the thing is, in this position, if you believe that South has both of the missing red suit cards, which obviously is not clear, then you know that South has blanked one of them. So if you play a heart to the ace and South and the king doesn't show up, then you can play a diamond to the king and make the contract.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's true. So Declare knows South has exactly 1 spade and 3 red cards remaining.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So she's been counting the spade discards, but let's give her credit for that.
Will says, if you believe hearts are as they are, the diamond king works regardless. It's true. You can suspect that the hearts are frozen. And so, kind of showing off the power of a frozen heart suit is that both defenders have to keep 2 hearts in the end position.
Yeah, and actually, if the diamond finesse is working, then if you're planning to guess the hearts correctly, you can just play king of diamonds, diamond to North's, hypothetical remaining queen, and North has to play a heart for you anyway.
Yeah, that's what Will's saying, exactly. Diamond king, even if South shows out, you exit the jack of diamonds, and then North is end played in the heart suit itself.
Yeah, although obviously it would be a little embarrassing to then misguess the hearts when you could have just taken the diamond finesse.
Right. But this is something that strong declarers do. You get to this position, and I think this is kind of one of these things that separates the best, good declarers like experts from world-class declarers, is that the world-class ones get these positions right 85-90% of the time that they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas for a lot of experts, they're just like, okay, I can work out the percentage and you take the 50-50. I actually really like Will's suggestion of king of diamonds. Diamond.
Yeah. One thing is, this hand is whatever it is, but on a lot of hands of this type, it's difficult even for world-class players to totally conceal what's going on as the defenders.
Right. Okay, where are we headed? Poland, Denmark, or Argentina, Ireland, or Chinese Taipei, Israel?
I would say not Chinese Taipei, Israel. I think that's the weakest of the 3 matches. So what do we have? We have Poland, Denmark, or Argentina, Ireland. Let's watch. Why don't we watch the Madala table?
Which is hold Bianchetti. Yep, found it.
Yep.
A.G. Madala.
So Hanlon.
Ooh, Hanlon Boland. This will be a good table. All right.
Yeah. So Hanlon, I think this is his first world appearance with this partner, right? Didn't he play with someone else, maybe McGowan, for a long time at the world level?
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. So Hanlon often plays with Moyles on their team.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's a Moyles regular partner for U.S. events. Obviously, Les is Canadian for bridge purposes, so they can't play together in these.
Mm. All right, I'm pulling up convention cards. We have Hanlon and Boland, Madala and Bianchetti.
So we see right off the bat a Gazilli auction for North-South, 2 clubs showing a few hand types and 2 diamonds showing probably at least 9 points. 3 spades showing that he had a 2.5 spade rebid, presumably. Or possibly a spade and no trump. 3 spades would be, something different, and this is just how you show a 3 spade rebid.
Leon says Hanlon used to play with Hugh McGann. Wait, Leon, why are you not playing again? What is your captain doing? You guys just crushed the last round and your captain has sat you out? What are they thinking? This is like the biggest blunder since America elected Trump in 2020. Wait, 2016? Whenever it was.
2016. And 2020, according to some people.
Yes. Wow. You can tell him I said that, by the way. Is there any way that I can vote another team's Oh, you have a bye. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I understand. Yeah, so Gazilli auction, as you were saying. And New Zealand has a bye. Okay, fine. All right, let's everyone. Is there Brady bot makes a huge blunder on the bingo card? I will tick off the Brady bot makes a nullo. Fine, that is marked. Also, I should probably get rid of this from the screen. Man, Northtown sucks. What do you do? No, hold on. I do want to point out that North is 6-5 in the minors and has showed no cards in the minors in this auction. Can we just sit back and appreciate that for a moment? A spade and no trump. I mean, hasn't shown anything yet. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds was forced with like 8 or 9 or more high card points. 3 spades, and now North had to guess. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, I do wonder whether, he's expecting a better suit than what Madal actually has, like, or if Madal just, was stuck and this is, the best of a bad lot.
Well, what are you supposed to do with North's hand, right? Like, if you bid 3-0, you're going to play there.
No. I'm wondering whether South had any alternative sequences available.
Oh,
like you really don't like this hand for showing a 3-spade jump rebid, right?
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, he probably could have opened a no trump.
Yeah, I mean that's one solution, but obviously it comes with its own problems.
Yeah. I mean, look, I am guaranteeing to you, if Brad Moss is playing this set and he's sitting south, he wouldn't be. He would be north or west, I think. But if he was, he would open a no trump.
They're non-vulnerable.
Like,
they're non-vulnerable, so it's out of range.
Rude. But this is the type of thing that
he might do it anyway in third seat.
Yeah, like this is the type of thing that he would just do because it's
agreed.
He understands, like, I don't want to open a spade and rebid 3 spades, and I don't want to open a spade and rebid 2 diamonds, so I'm just gonna open a no trump. Like, honestly, I would too, but I would tend to take Brad's word over it than mine.
Yeah, I like a no trump too. Whatever. Just treat it as a 5-card spade suit is close enough.
Yeah. Alright, Declare gets to win the King of Clubs, try the Jack of Spades, and he's gonna eventually find out he has a couple of spade losers. Was there any way Double Dummy to, like, trump coup east out of the 9 of spades? I don't think so. Because if we start roughing clubs, East pitches diamonds. Is there anything about bridge scoring I would change? Hold on. I've never been asked that. Is there anything that I would change about bridge scoring?
Yeah, I think I personally wouldn't. Like, I think one thing that makes it a good game is that the scoring table, is really well designed.
So something that I would like is I would like to see more redoubles, because it's like redoubled contract, like final contracts. I don't know how to create a situation that incentivizes players to play in redoubled contracts, though.
I think one reason you don't see a lot of redoubled contracts is usually the doubling side is correct.
Yeah. And it's really hard to know.
Right.
Because,
Right, particularly because...
Like, at match points, there's no real reason to ever redouble in a spot. If you're doubled and making, you're probably getting a good enough result already. Aside from, the obscure cases, like you open a no trump partner stamens, they double, and then you redouble.
Feels like very often, like when you bid something, confidently and they double you, usually that means there's a surprise. And even if you think that the surprise isn't going to be enough to nail you, like, I don't know, how confident are you in that? Because you've got to be basically 100% confident to redouble it.
Sure. But I think it would be a lot more entertaining if there were more redoubled contracts, because then there's like more at stake on a lot of hands, higher pressure. And it's like backgammon does this very well, where like one side has the opportunity to, at any point in the game, double the score, and then the other side now gets the opportunity to further double the score. You can just like keep doubling the score up to, depending on rules, however high you want, which I think is a really cool mechanic. But Leon makes a interesting point that 5 of a minor being more rewarding than 3 no trump if you make on the nose would be an interesting idea. I like that thought. I'm not convinced I like all of your other thoughts about the minor suit bids, but I think that one's interesting.
Yeah, that would probably cause a lot of changes in bidding systems. Like a lot of these systems that ignore clubs and diamonds wouldn't be as useful anymore, especially at match points.
Yeah. So we do see 3 imps. I haven't talked about this hand because this hand kind of feels like South opens a preempt in hearts and West bids 3 no and North leads a heart and Declare runs their 7 tricks. But yeah. 3 no trump in the other room on board 1. So maybe a similar type of auction happened over there, even though North was the one that opened the bidding. North was able to show both minors, and then South, upon finding out they didn't have a fit, was the one to bid 3 no trump himself. And heart lead, the defense just has a few too many heart tricks.
Yeah, I think, what?
That's not the right number. Nice view graph error.
Yeah, I think the view graph error just put the claim in and didn't realize Medalla had cast the last 4 of them.
Yeah.
And then possibly they saw that ace king ace to come. I still see an adjustment there, obviously, to minus 150 or whatever it really was.
Medalla checks the board number. He's like, wait, didn't my left-hand opponent just have this diamond suit? Not quite. It was ace, king, queen, jack, 9-7. He opens a diamond, though. 2 clubs by North. Game force.
Probably the fact that he has clubs is coincidental here. I think a lot of players play the 2 clubs, is just anything that doesn't have a 5-card suit higher than clubs.
Right, like 4-4-3-2 would start with 2 clubs if North was strong enough to game force. Usually, I would say.
Yeah, I think that certainly at the expert level is a very common agreement.
All right, a diamond, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. 3 no by North. And they have 9 cashers off the top. Queen of clubs will fall, so they actually have 12 cashers off the top.
Yeah, and this one really well for South. Obviously his high card counts a little light, but you don't care. You're putting down 6 tricks and 3 no trump partner. Surely he can be counted on for another 3 after his 2/1.
Yeah.
In fact, he's going to take probably the first 12 tricks, because I think he's just going to run the diamonds, bang down the ace. Well, he's got to bang down the ace of clubs anyway, but I think he was planning just to bang down the ace and king, obviously, not risk his contract taking that finesse.
For sure. Okay. How far behind in a match would you need to be to play a diamond to the 8 on the first round?
What?
Playing for the 5-0.
I mean, I'm not sure there's any circumstance where that would be right.
Okay, so your hypothetical is you can't construct a scenario where a diamond to the 8 is the right play.
I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, if I knew that I was down and imps with Y boards to go and, like, desperately needed a swing and that was the only opportunity, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the you would have to know that it was the same contract at both tables, because if there's any possibility that it's a game swing just because you're in it,
Yep.
it would be stupid.
All right, we got some distribution. So West gets to open a spade. I don't think
let's
North
just
is
see
good
if
enough
East
for a
West make
takeout
a-
double. So he passes.
No, like maybe double tin, queen jack fourth, three little ace king fourth, but even that seems a little aggressive red.
Yeah. Well,
So see,
Well-
East has a three spade.
I appreciate the enthusiasm,
true.
Will. If you were ahead, diamond to the 8 to prevent the swing when the opponents also do the same thing. Okay, so East just bids 2 spades. I wonder if that's because they don't have a mixed raise, or East just didn't feel like the hand was good enough.
East is a fairly aggressive player. I think if he had a mixed raise available, he would have made it.
I would assume so. I'm going to take a quick peek at their convention card just to clarify. They do play, it looks like, Bergen raises, or some sort of Bergen-esque raises. So East could have bid 3 clubs. They have it written on their card as 8 to 10. So maybe this hand just isn't good enough.
I guess he wants to be treated as kind of like a flat raise instead of a 3 spade preempt, if that's what 3 spades means.
Yeah, board 2, there's not actually a swing happening. It's a push, Vugraph error.
Right.
So,
Well, probably, right? How many did it go to? I mean, it only went down 2 in the other room.
yep.
And it's possible that it went down more here.
No, Declare just cashed 7 tricks.
Oh, did he? I thought that he... Because it looked like... Oh, is he got, ace of hearts and 6 diamonds and then exited? Yeah, got it. I thought he might have played something before the diamond, but no.
Leon says he's seen it with Ace King Queen 9 7th opposite a doubleton. Low to the 9 on the first round. That's still not as big a play as playing for the 5-0, but yeah, I see what you mean. Well, this Queen of Hearts lead is actually very friendly for Declare.
Yeah, I think he does have to now figure out what... I mean, obviously he doesn't have a quick entry dummy for Trump Finesse, but I think he's going to be pretty worried about a heart rough, so he might just play the ace of spades out of his hand and not worry about trying to get to dummy.
No, this does still seem like the most likely way to make the contract. Just try to
I
spade
see, because
finesse.
the other way he has... Yeah, because you would have... if you commit to losing a spade, you could potentially lose a spade, 1 heart still, a diamond, and ace of diamond, ace of clubs, so yeah. It's true. And a rough here won't really, cost anything since the jack of hearts is still going to score. There's nowhere for it to go with the diamonds all offside.
Right, yeah. If North works out to give his partner heart rough, then that'll be huge for North-South here.
Yeah, they'll get it 2
Mm-hmm.
on a hand that West, I think, was 100% sure he was making a game. And in the auction, obviously, I mean. when dummy came down, he was thrilled.
Right.
All right, so we do have that board 2 corrected to a push. Thank you, operator.
Yeah, 10 of spades around to the king. So I think it might be really hard for North to give his partner a ruff unless the 3 of spades really was some sort of upside down suit preference. But if the 3 of spades was just neutral or low suit preference, effectively for diamonds, then I think North is going to have a hard time.
Yeah, I think it was just a 3. I don't think there was any deep meaning to that card.
I wonder what North is going to do, though, if he doesn't try and give his partner a heart ruff. I mean, the 10 of diamonds switch looks somewhat natural.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be great if Declare somehow has, like, ace-9 or something like that. But he doesn't have a lot of great options here.
But yeah, I mean...
He might just exit a trump, you know?
Yeah, like, exiting a trump is safe-ish. Although...
Right, like...
It's a little worrisome, right? Like, Declare could have the stiff queen of diamonds, and then all of your hearts go away. So, at least on the 10 of diamonds switch, if it goes low ace queen, your partner can still get a heart ruff. Club to the ace heart ruff.
Yeah, I think one problem with the spade is it never costs anything directly, but it also never gains anything.
Yeah.
You know, if you think your side needs to be doing something, that's the worst possible choice.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly I'm gonna drop off for 1 second. I'm just switching which Wi-Fi network I'm on.
Sure. Okay, we've made it midway through the third match, and I'm now getting hungry, but this is fine. I think I can make it through the remainder of the set, and then I can grab something to eat. So big breakfast, I believe, is the plan. From here on out.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
North has been in the tank for a long time on this track. I kind of get it. If Declare has the queen of diamonds, the diamond switch is often going to be really bad. Then you need your partner to have a singleton heart, which he does, but you basically just get very fortunate on that layout.
Yeah, I mean, West made his game try in clubs, which is going to make it very hard for North to get an inferential count on the hand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I think he probably is not anticipating that West has this shape, even if it was, quote unquote, a help suit game try.
Sure, yeah. Because, you might expect, as Craig's mentioning, that West could bid 3 hearts to show a heart suit.
Yeah, and particularly one advantage of bidding 3 hearts is sometimes your partner has 3 spades and 5 hearts and raises, and now you're really happy to play the 4 hearts.
Yeah, exactly. So I also agree that maybe 3 clubs seems a little bit weird, but it might just be the case that 3 clubs was an asking bid, which is possible.
Possible.
And
I think 3 clubs is fine. It just kind of puts everyone at the table in a slightly weird position figuring out what's going on.
He switches to the 6 of diamonds, which...
Yeah, I think it's... The 10, I agree, does seem a little more natural, but... one advantage of the 6 is when Declare does have that dreaded ace-9 holding, he'll probably put in the jack and we'll survive this.
Maybe.
Probably is going to play a club back and still try for that heart ruff, not knowing. I guess he can probably suspect that he doesn't need that
rough, but obviously he wants it for the second under trick.
Well, surprisingly, the nine of clubs actually has a big role to play here. If Declare plays low here, then there is no heart ruff.
Right.
And if North overtakes with the ace to give a heart ruff, then a heart goes on the queen of clubs, which is now set up.
Mm-hmm.
Leon asks if I'm going to Buenos Aires for the transnationals. Nope. I'm basically done playing bridge nowadays. Not really looking for pro work or otherwise work for bridge stuff. So I'm going to be doing coverage the whole time for the whole event. And we might take a peek in on some of the other events as we've been doing kind of during the downtime for like the seniors or women's or mixed. But the plan, I think, for the most part, is to stick with the opens. We'll be following. Try and follow most of the tables. I mean, I have heavy U.S. bias, but I may well take a look at some of the other teams as in addition. I mean, if New Zealand makes it, we'll probably check at least one segment of their play if we can.
Yeah, I'd certainly like to check out the Rodwell Levin partnership at some point.
Yeah, it's very interesting seeing the two of them play. Bobby is, I think, a staunch 2/1 player. He's always played 2/1. And Rodwell, of course, a big advocate for his precision style system that he and Meckwell came up, or he and Meckstroth came up with.
Yeah, I think even when Levin played with Peter Weichsel, who was on the precision team, and I think is a precision fan, they played natural, 2/1.
And I
think the Rodwell Levin partnership is a 2/1 partnership, though.
Yeah, I do believe that we saw Levin and Rodwell playing standard the other day. We peeked in on them for a few boards.
Yeah, and like that makes sense, right? I think, particularly given that Rodwell's played so much pro bridge, and a lot of that is going to be 2/1, with his sponsors who didn't play, either the Meckwell system or stripped down version of it. It's a lot easier for Rodwell to sit down and play 2/1 than it is for Levin to sit down and play Meckwell precision.
Exactly, or even standard precision.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah, like Bobby
Hanlon
is extremely good about preparation, but there's 800 fucking pages of notes.
I think there's 1,000. Yeah, so Hanlon opens a club. Spade by West.
Yeah, I completely agree with opening a club on this hand.
Yeah, so Bianchetti doubles, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, all the Americans, since their past hand would just bid a no trump to show exactly, or 5-5 or longer in those two suits. Maybe the Italians don't have that treatment or distinguish it in some other way.
Ooh, are they playing Raptor by a past hand? Hold on.
Come on.
It happened in the Europeans.
Did it really?
Yeah, there were quite a few pairs playing Raptor 1 no trump overcalls, which was incredible.
Oh, I do remember that. God, yeah, I haven't seen that since my junior days. I mean, it's useful. When it comes up, it's really great to have it available because that hand is almost impossible to show otherwise.
Yeah, I do not see anything on their card, so I have no idea, but presumably because 1 no trump obviously would be takeout as a past hand here, it has to be artificial. So
yeah. I mean, he obviously had some reason to reject a no trump. I just wonder if it's a strength thing or, yeah, as you say, possibly a Raptor thing. And Madala here, he has an awfully good hand, even opposite partner's initial pass. We can see that 2 hearts is the limit, but he's got to be, wondering how far he should push this.
Right. Yeah, like the diamond suit's not great, but again, I don't know how normal this double is for them. I think that one thing a lot of players who play this Raptor style do is they use like 2 of Opener's Minor as the Cupid. Yeah, Medalla just blasts the heart game.
He may be thinking also that some of the time this is a transfer to 4 spades if West has, probably not 6 since he's looking at 4 and there's 3 on his right, but if West has 5 of them, maybe he'll take the save and he's thrilled here. Here West is probably going to double this and that'll be 500.
Yeah, it is an interesting question as to whether or not West doubles. He does. He has good defense, right? Like, he might be a little uncertain about the value of his Heart King, but he has 11. His partner opened. He has an ace and a king outside.
Yeah. Right. And I think one other really strong argument for the double is he can probably tell that North-South getting to 4 hearts at this point is abnormal. So if it's not duplicated at the other table, he's just not costing himself anything if they make. Like 620 and 790 when it's, 170 or his side declaring at the other table, it doesn't cost any imps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very few imps, the difference between 620 and 790, so the imp odds massively change for this double. You're so right about that.
Right. Like it's 5 imps, even if the contract is duplicated, and many fewer if it isn't.
Yeah. Club opening lead. So what are Raptor 1 no trump overcalls? Question from Leon. It's a 1 no trump overcall shows a 4-card major and a longer minor is what it is. And no, they're not banned in the ACBL. Just no one plays them because they're terrible. Okay, that was rude. No one plays them. Period.
I mean, it's interesting. Like, as a past hand treatment, maybe it does make sense. Like, this 5-5 hand is, again, like, it's nice to show it, but it's pretty rare. So, not having a bid cater to it maybe just isn't that big a loss. Like, obviously, by unpassed hand, completely insane, because you need to be able to show the strong no trump.
Right.
Like, doubling and then bidding it is not a practical solution.
It's not terrible over a Polish 1 club opening. At least a lot of the polls think so. See, I don't want to be mean to any one or multiple groups of people. So I'll just say that people in the US don't play it. I take back my previous statement. West kind of just sitting back passively. Exits a spade here. And eventually will come to 2 more tricks. He just didn't know if the ace of diamonds was cashing, but he knows that it's safe to just exit a spade and wait around.
Yeah, like looking at the dummy makes the defense really easy. Seeing the 5-5 there, he knows, he knows exactly what's going away, which is nothing at all.
Right. So is Medalla going to get smart and lead a low heart?
I don't think West is going to play low on that.
Probably not. Yeah.
Right, like he knows what's going. Like he knows East has 2 aces and probably the queen of clubs. So I think he would know that East would have opened a strong no trump if he had the ace of hearts to go with. So it's not going to fool anyone.
Interesting fact, none of the Polish open pairs are playing Polish club, but several on the Swiss team are. That's true. The Swiss team is made up of mostly Polish players.
It's interesting. I would have thought the Polish club was like, as common in Poland as 2/1 is in the US, that, everyone played it. And I know there are some Polish precision pairs, but I thought Polish club was almost universal at their top level.
I thought that when we watched the Europeans, only two of the Polish pairs played 2/1, and 1 played Polish club. I think.
Curious about the seniors, whether they're more Polish clubby than the Polish Open team.
Hmm.
'Cause, like the Polish senior team basically is the equivalent of most countries' Open team. When we're looking at the rosters.
All right, Madala decides he's going to take the heart hook, and
Yeah.
that'll be down 2. West can exit a trump or the 4th round of spades. Is Polish club 4-card minors? No, 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 no. Polish club is one club, could be weak or could be strong, could be short or could be long. Sorry, what's the rest of the song?
Yeah, right. Yeah, like one club most of the time is all your balance and minimums, but it includes some other hand types, including like I think like the original version it was like 18 plus. It was like a very strong club.
Okay, that is a far less amusing way of explaining the system, but
Yeah, I've never heard the Polish club song.
really, I'm pretty
Is it-
sure I've
is it-
sang this
is-
on stream before. It's it's just like a
probably
jig kind of. Imagine like Irish dancing to we play the Polish club, we play the Polish club. Could be weak, could be strong, could be short, could be long. We play the Polish club. That's the Polish club song. You've never heard
It
this?
sounds kind of no. It sounds a little bit close to the Lollipop Guild song.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's fair. That's not as good as a version of Green Eggs and Ham. That's like the Dr. Seuss book. I don't remember how it goes, though. It's like, I remember Sam I Am is the culprit.
Yeah, I do not like them, Sam I am.
Mm-hmm. South opens a no trump. 16 count. I'll pass. Well, they missed out on a heart fit, but West is never finding that Doubleton club lead. So, spade opening lead. I think Declare just flies king here. And then he'll cash out.
Yeah, so possibly, lose one if they get to hearts at the other table, which looks like a pretty easy 140.
Style moving is trying to add to the lyrics of the Polish club song. I appreciate it.
The cashier in Polish.
Ooh, Declare puts the 9 of spades in. The one thing is, if you play the king of spades and it's wrong, then that really exposes the position to the defense, and they're probably going to cash out clubs. So I definitely understand putting in the 9. But it's definitely time to cash our tricks. I mean, look, at match points, I would absolutely lead back a spade here. Guarantee. Trick 2, spade, your move.
Yeah.
But that feels like a big position at imps.
Yeah, and Madala, I mean, obviously, like, one of the world's great players, I think, on, the short list of people who might actually be the best player in the world. And one thing he's really good at is card reading. It is possible that he's going to find that play, yeah.
Well, no, this is terrible, right?
I mean, if he thinks that the odds he gets burned are negligible, it's fine, right?
Well, right, we'll see. I guess we're about to find out. Because West has the killer shift.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be a catastrophe if it, yep.
West just continues a spade. Lazy. But fine, understandable.
I think his alternative was going to be to play a diamond. I don't think he was ever finding a club.
Man, I don't know about that. It doesn't look like a diamond is beating this. A diamond switch.
No, I think what happened was West just sort of trusted Declare's play that Declare was looking for tricks.
Well, sure. And so West has no entry. I mean, how can playing
to me,
a
that's
spade...
Right, but to me that's an argument for playing a diamond, since it does look like we can often set up some diamond tricks. Like a club is a bet the partner has, the World's Fair in clubs, and diamonds, we can support his minor honors if he has them.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah.
9 tricks. So, nice over trick earned.
Big play by Sal. Yeah.
It definitely seems a little risky to play back that spade when you just have 8 cashers, and the overtrick is not worth a whole lot of dimps. But the chance that... It's not even just the chance that they find a club switch. Clubs have to be 6-2 for you to get in trouble.
Right, I was going to if clubs are 5-3, yeah, sure, it costs you and him because you're only plus 90, but no big deal.
Right, yeah. So, plus 150...
Yeah, so everyone gets in on the fun here except for South.
Yeah, I know. West gets to open a spade.
All
North
3 other
gets to
players have
overcall
a
in
strong no trump.
diamonds.
I mean, West, if they're playing 14 to 16, you might consider that an upgrade candidate.
They are playing 15 to 17.
That's certainly not upgradable that far.
No.
I think White, I would definitely open a 14 to 16 on the West cards. Red, maybe it's a little much, especially since you kind of bury your 5-card suit, but I don't know. It looks to me like a pretty good hand.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty good hand. The spade suit is nice. Jack of Hearts could use a little bit of help, but...
Yeah, can't have everything.
3 diamonds, limit raise are better in spades. So West probably just signs off. The King of Diamonds looks like a pretty bad card now. Flat distribution.
Oh, I think West bids 3-0 here, offering a choice of games. Nope.
Oh my god, what is this? What do you mean choice of... Craig, you understand 2 diamonds was bid on your left. Okay,
yeah, we have a diamond stopper and a flat hand.
Explain it to me. Yeah, but partner made a limit raise.
Partner can correct back to 4 spades. Maybe he has a flat hand and a diamond stopper too.
But partner hasn't game forced.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I was looking at the hand
you're like
forgetting that he didn't have to have quite as much as he does.
You're giving so much credit to East-West here. You're like, well, obviously Hanlon and Boland are in this game-forcing auction, so of course West can just bid 3-0. Dude, what is 4 spades? Holy cow.
Well, we'll go back and say, who knows what these guys are playing, but I think most of the Americans in this tournament, that would be exactly a 3-card spade suit.
Yeah, because 2-0 would be the 4-card. Sure.
Right.
Yep.
Which does make the 4 spade bid a little scarier.
Dude, I don't... This is beyond me. I have no idea what to say about this auction. 4 spades is incredible. I mean, and East with the 16 count just passes.
Maybe 3 diamonds was a game for us, as as Eric is saying, some people do play.
It's possible.
Of course, then it gets back to if it was a game force, then I'm selling myself a little more on my suggested 3-no bid.
Yeah, 3-no could work out. I would definitely prefer to flip the red suits if I was to bid 3-no. Ace Jack third and King Doubleton and hearts.
Yeah, of course.
Alright, Ace of clubs lead. North cashes the diamond ace, sees the king. I mean, you still have to just continue the 2 of diamonds, right? Apparently the answer is no. You don't have to continue the 2 of diamonds.
Do you think that heart shift looks a little weird? Maybe there was something about South's carding that suggested the play he made? Like, I think, everyone at the table knows what's going on in the club suit, so, South played the 7 of clubs, North must have thought it was suit preference, followed by the 7 of diamonds, discouraging.
I don't think Declare actually played a spade to the ace on the first round, did he? No, right? No way? Zero chance? Zero chance. Okay, good talk.
Likely.
Um,
Yeah, I think South's carding suggested playing hearts, so North obeyed.
Fair enough. I mean, he probably also just read into Declare's King of Diamonds. If Declare had King third, it would look weird to dump the king. But still, I don't know where you're getting 4 tricks if you're not getting a diamond rough. Okay, 1-no from West. 14 count. Didn't I just say they were 15 to 17? They are.
Yeah, so you upgrade, whatever.
It is a 5-card heart suit.
Clubs, but yes.
Oh, 5-card club suit, that's right. Isn't loaded the ace of spades how he picks up Jack 9 5th? Sure. I guess you have the King of Hearts entry or Queen of Diamonds entry, so you could go spade to the ace, spade to the king, diamond to the queen.
Yeah, but it can't be Jack 9 5th of spades in South. North is trying for a club rough.
Yeah, okay, anyway, whatever. It was just for an overtrick, so it didn't really matter.
Well, that too, yeah. So this is going to be a bit of a struggle. Nice choice by North not to lead a club, which would have made Declare's life a little bit easier.
Right, so Declare can go after... I mean, he'll play back the King of Spades now, which he'll hold. And then I guess it's somewhat natural to duck a club. You're just like hoping against hope that clubs are 3-3 with the king on side. You can force a diamond entry.
Yeah, and the defense can start hearts, which isn't going to be great for you, but maybe you'll take a second heart trick somehow.
Okay, Declare actually
Yeah, so I
just
guess
decides
he's
to
gonna
play
try to-
diamonds first. Now, I mean, he's
Maybe
going to
this
get
is
the bad
fine
news,
because-
which is South switches
Yeah,
to
but
clubs.
so- Right, but like one thing about this play is South is probably going to shift to a club from any holding, and some of those are the ones that are good for you.
I don't think South is necessarily shifting from King third, but I mean, he might. He might.
I mean, he's got to look for tricks somewhere, and it's not any of the other suits.
Well, I think sometimes South would shift to hearts here.
Maybe. I mean, that 10-4 is a little scary, but depending on the holding, it's true.
Yeah, the way that South actually played, just ducking the diamond, has a lot going for it. Now, we're gonna see how ethical North is, because you can't play the King of Diamonds here, can you?
I think even Italian players don't put the King of Diamonds on the table at this point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously North is struggling for cards to play, but the Jack of Clubs is safe.
I mean, the Ace of Spades is safe. Dummy is entryless, probably. Like, you know that you've got the King of Diamonds, and it forces a discard from Declare's hand.
Yeah, although the Jack of Diamonds could be an entry, right? Like, he knows it's not, but yeah, the Jack of Clubs has to be the play. So Declare wins the ace. And now I think this is going to make the defense's life pretty easy. He exits a club.
Declare probably just exits a club. What else can he sensibly do?
Yeah, 7 of clubs is a bad play, but oftentimes it doesn't matter.
Why do you say it's a bad play?
Well, you should always play back the 9. Just,
What difference does it make? They're either 3-3 or they aren't.
Right, but South doesn't know that you don't have running clubs. Sure, North played back the Jack, so you
yeah.
like you can assume. I mean, to me, it's just lazy not playing the 9 of clubs in positions like this.
Sure.
But I see so many players do it. And I think this is something that just always happens at the local club. People will go ace-king in a low one, right? Rather than ace-king in their high spot. And it's like ace-king in the high spot sometimes looks like you actually just had the right spots to force out the suit for one loser. Okay, Mandala pitches a heart. Now, from Mandala's perspective, he actually doesn't know where the King of Diamonds is. Although he might suspect, based on Declare's tempo.
Well, Declare's tempo and also Declare's not playing another one.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, did you have 3 pushes in a row on today's bingo card? Because we just had them.
We did. We also made it earlier as well. Yeah, that's on track for us getting a bingo. We just need to see a squeeze. Yeah, ATN brings up another good point as well, which is like, sometimes you yourself as Declare forget that your spots are actually just good enough to force out the suit. So if you play back the 9 of clubs and then play the 7 of clubs on the next round, then sometimes your 7 of clubs just wins the 4th round because you've forgotten it's high. Whereas if you play back a low one, then the defense just wins cheaply.
Yeah, I do find that happens to me relatively often in robot tournaments, because a lot of times the robots just randomly unblock in positions where it's completely impossible. So I just couldn't conceive of it happening, but somehow it did.
Right. All right, Ace of Spades has been cashed. So North could fully confirm what's going on by playing the 10 of clubs here, and he'll get South to pitch a heart, and that will clarify what's going on in the red suits. But yeah, he is at the point where I think he's ethically allowed to play the King of Diamonds because he's just collected enough information about the hand.
Right.
But man, I mean, it's going to look real silly if he goes 10 of clubs, Declare pitches a heart, and then he goes King of Diamonds, and it goes low ace, Declare cashes a club, crosses to diamonds, and then cashes a spade.
Yes, is this really going to be possibly down 4 at this point?
East-West have scored 4 tricks already, so down 4 seems unlikely.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at it the wrong way around.
But yeah, down 3 is possible if they work out to cash out. He does switch to the King of Diamonds. That's going to make things very easy for the defense. Another diamond. 10 of diamonds. And it's down 3. Good defense.
Yeah, feels like a pretty good result for North-South.
What are their signals? I'm just going to take a quick peek. Because South did have one opportunity to discard. It was the 2 of hearts.
Yeah, I thought that they were upside down, but I'm not totally convinced.
They play right side up, it looks like. Yep, they play right side up. So the 2 of hearts was discouraging. I mean, if North had any concerns about shifting to the King of Diamonds, those probably went away after the 2 of hearts was discarded. Good defense. Ooh, all right. A spade, pass, a no trump. Probably.
Or possibly 3 diamonds, natural invitational.
Yeah, I hate it.
Really, like, the King of Spades is a pretty good card. You know it's working. Partner has King Doubleton of Diamonds and bids 3 no trump on. Some random hand, you're probably pretty happy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's not my concern. My concern is we could miss a spade contract and end up in 3 diamonds. But
And I think the problem is if you have it available and don't do it, then you can't hold that hand, which means it's going to be hard to catch up later sometime.
maybe. Well, South bids a no trump. We get a 2 heart overcall. North bids 2 spades. So I suspect South is good enough to raise to 3 spades. I know it's a non-vulnerable game, and I've been kind of talking about this for a while, but South's hand is just getting better. The Doubleton heart is not so bad. Yeah, he does raise to 3 spades.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, he'll raise to 3 spades and let his partner do whatever he does.
So,
going to take this in.
How do we feel as North? He does bid the game. I think I like the decision. Oh my god! Well, that was a thunderous double.
Yeah, right. Well, and he knows he has 1.5 trump tricks. His partner bid red-white at the 2 level in a live auction, It's maybe a little much, but the odds have to be his way.
Yeah, where's the blue card? Come on! Okay.
Well, again, as we were saying, you got to be pretty sure to redouble, and, North knows that if he thinks he has a surprise, that he's right.
Yeah.
How weak his trumps are?
Yep. Alright, so...
Space could be 5-0.
Yeah, so Declare... I expect to get out for down...
I think he's going to lose 2 clubs, a heart, and a spade, and that'll be it.
Well, I think there's a slew of possibilities on this one, actually.
And he's probably going to win and put the jack of spades on the table, and now, if he plays 3 rounds of diamonds... I always see what you're saying. Now he can play 3 rounds of diamonds to pitch a club.
Right.
Oh, but now he's still got the heart to deal with, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
wait.
This is a more complicated hand than I realized.
No. So here's a possible line of play. Heart, small, jack, ace. Jack of spades. What does East do? If East plays low on this trick, Declare plays 3 rounds of diamonds pitching a club, roughs the diamond suit good, crosses to the spade king, and plays a winning diamond shedding a club as East roughs in with a natural trump trick. There's no way to get back to West's hand for a trump promotion on hearts, so Declare makes it. If Declare leads the jack of spades, East has to cover this. East has to cover this trick. And Hanlon pausing. I think he spotted the problem. Oh my god. What a hand. Now, I was going to talk about the other possibilities where I think Declare could go down 2, but here we are. The jack of spades holds. Oh shit. Is Declare going to see it? He doesn't. He doesn't see it. Oh my. He doesn't see it. He could
Well,
have
he's just
made
paying on
this.
it, honestly.
Oh my god. What a... He's gonna hate himself when he looks at this one afterwards because there was no cost. Like, it didn't hurt. I mean, he was always going down if East was short in diamonds. So there was no cost in trying to cash 3 diamonds, pitching clubs before pulling a second round of trumps. And then when diamonds are 4-1, you know what to do. I suppose the cost is that East doubled with Queen third of spades, but really? Come on, guys. Oh my god. Down 1.
Oh, yeah.
That could have been a huge swing for Argentina. Ooh. This hand looks fun. So East is going to open a heart. Are we going to see 3 clubs from South? I think so.
I think so too, right? Even vulnerable, you're 7-4, you've got good interiors in the trump suit.
Yeah, and then I guess maybe West is just going to bid 3-no. 4 clubs from South. Well, West can't bid 3-no anymore. So what do we do as West? Also, what is 4-no?
That is a very good question.
West just settles for
Yeah,
4
actually,
hearts.
Yeah, I don't know what 4-no is supposed to be here.
It is somewhat curious. I mean, West had the opportunity to pass this around a partner who almost guaranteed would be reopening. Okay, never mind. There's 5 clubs by North. He was... Oh, there's 5 hearts.
Wow.
We have some action. So this will go down on a spade rough. And I think after the 5 club bid, there's no way South leads the ace of clubs.
Right.
Singletons are good leads. Man, also, like, West isn't sure what to do. Could he have saved this by bidding 5-no? No, not quite, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think as long as North-South don't... Well... Maybe they can make 5-no.
I think the diamonds are in the wrong spot. If we flip the diamond honors, it looks like maybe we can freeze the diamond suit and make 5-no.
Oh, right, because we have to lose 2 aces, and if we... Yeah, so 4-no would make.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Wow, what a hand. So it's not over. North is contemplating 6 clubs? No way, right? No chance?
I mean, no way, right? Like, you know, he's done his good work just by getting to defend a level higher.
I would think so. He can't possibly be thinking about doubling. Ilorian says we can't bid 6 clubs because that would be silly. Silliness is outlawed now in the bridge community. I mean, okay, I guess he's thinking about doubling, because doubling would be like, don't lead a club, and he definitely doesn't want a club lead. I just don't think it's going down often enough that he can be comfortable doubling.
And when it's going down, you know, that probably means that they've just made a mistake bidding it, and the value of doubling is fairly small. Like, if they're going down, that meant that they should have doubled you in 5 clubs, so why do you need to double them?
Right. Wow.
I mean, is it... I wonder if it's possible that there's something else going on other than North thinking.
It doesn't seem likely. I didn't notice any weird breaks in tempo or anything, so
Or even, like, just, emergency bathroom run or God knows what.
yeah, it's possible. It would be a weird position to get up in the middle of the hand.
I guess it's not really possible, but it's also not possible he's been in the tank for 3 minutes on this position.
Would a long think into a double be an ethical issue from North?
No, I don't see why. I mean, his North's next action will end the auction regardless. Maybe it affects opening lead, but I don't think so. And if anything, the long tank and then the pass creates an ethical issue because it says that he was thinking about something other than a pass.
Yeah, I think I agree that there's just no way for North to put his partner under some sort of duress from thinking for a while here.
Yeah, like here South was almost certainly always leading the singleton spade, but the longer North thought, the more likely it was that North had the ace.
Sure, sure. All right, there's the spade ruff. So even if South gets out the ace of clubs, it doesn't blow the defense. Declare just doesn't have enough discards, but South should definitely get out a middle club or whatever.
I mean, North asked for a diamond. He might just play one.
Oh, sorry. I was back in my La La Land where the diamond suit's frozen. No, you're totally right. Obviously, a diamond from South makes a ton of sense. Okay, there we go. Good call. Good call. 6 of diamonds. And now there's nothing Declare can do. He's not doubled. I guess we probably fly ace anyway. But even if we duck, North wins the king and another spade ruff comes. It's only down 2.
Right, like... Yeah, so he does risk the second spade ruff.
Yeah. Okay, down 1. 5 hearts. More distribution. So South has a clear 1-no opener. I mean, partially joking.
I would certainly do it. Whether the world does it, I don't know.
I think it's okay to open rebid clubs at the 2 level. Sorry, not the 3 level. I just don't think the hand's good enough for a 3 club jump, and I don't think it's too good for a 2 club rebid. The singleton king of hearts doesn't have to be playing. King, queen, third, small singleton, 3 small, ace, queen, 9, 8, 6. Everyone just opens the club and rebids 2 clubs. It all depends how much weight you want to give to the stiff king. We'll see. Madala does open a no trump. He does like to get creative. West, I wonder if they're going to stick in some sort of 2 diamond multi-bid or not. I think 3 spades is too much on the West hand. So they do bid 2 diamonds, multi.
Yeah, I think North's just going to bid 4 diamonds, and that'll basically be the end of the auction.
Well, East has a hand.
I mean, yeah, whatever. I don't think East is going to hit it, but he might.
That's a good point. I wasn't even thinking about doubling 4 hearts. I was just curious if East was going to bid 4 spades.
Well, that's possible. Yeah.
I mean, 4 spades makes, and it's not even difficult. You just pitch a heart loser and take the spade hook and then ruff a club. I guess, okay, I take this all back. It's a little bit difficult, but you can manage it.
Yeah, and after the no Trump opening, hard.
Wait.
Yeah, it's true. I was thinking so much about the Ace King Ace that I wasn't thinking about East bidding. But yep, there he goes.
Wait, hold on. Wait a second. How easy is it again to make 4 spades? I might have spoken too fast. Like, South can get in clubs a couple times and pull 3 rounds of trumps. Okay, this is... South rips this. Yeah, it makes sense.
So he's going to lead the King of Hearts, presumably.
Yep.
So let's say you win, play 2 rounds of diamonds, pitch a heart, and play a club.
Yeah, this is where things get interesting because if you lead the club towards the jack, then
Oh, I see. You might take a national club trick because if South ducks it, North can't lead a trump, and if he goes up to lead trumps, he's going to have to crash it on the next round.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is just going to come home. Now, Declare needs to be careful, right? Because he can't afford to pull a single round of trumps before doing this. He needs to protect against the 3-0 spade split. And I think the auction might lead him correctly on this. You know, this double. Like, what is South doubling on? King, Queen, Doubleton of spades and the King, Queen of hearts? And the Ace of clubs? I mean, maybe?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty likely that the spade position is 3-0.
Well, 6 imps going the way of Ireland, their first imps of the match. This has been a relatively tame set. Lots of pushes. 3 spades bid and made in the other room on that one. This was the big board where Argentina could have rolled 4 spades, I think, if they were a little bit more careful about the play. And yet it cost them not just 6 imps, but 590 would have been a huge result. Yeah, here's the 6 of clubs, and now South is in this bind.
Yeah, the commentators have, on BBO have come to the same conclusion that South has no good counter to this play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now, if he had, like, for whatever reason, just to fill in the dots, if he had roughed, say, a diamond back to hand and led a club to the 10, I think this is also good enough because North has King Doubleton in the club suit. Because if North flies King, South can't overtake, because then the Jack and 10 will be good enough by force to set up a trick, and if South doesn't overtake, then we just get to rough a club. But it's kind of interesting, because if North had King third of clubs, then you have to play the club suit this way. No. Because then, yeah, actually, it really is just King Doubleton that's the problem. And my God, what a shitty situation for Madala to end up in here. He's not going to be happy about this one. Doubled contract making. Do I have a bingo square for that? Yep, I do. I guess I'm not going to mark it preemptively.
I do wonder what's going to happen to the table on this board.
Yeah, it's very fascinating because I think a lot of the actions were natural after the one no trump opening. But if the other table opens a club, I don't think it's so clear that East-West are going to get to four spades or be allowed to play there.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? If the start of it is, just subtly different, it's going to get very, it's going to diverge very much at that point.
Etienne says, thanks, four spades
Yeah.
also makes if North had the king 10 of clubs. This is true. Yeah. This is very true.
Yeah, so Madala, I think, here is, eventually coming to the conclusion that we all see, looking at all four hands, that this is just really unlucky for him.
Yep. And I mean, he knows Declare's hand as well, is the thing. It's so much worse when you can see your own demise coming.
Especially after you're the one that doubled it.
Yeah.
He is thinking, right? I'm not frozen again?
No, he's thinking for sure. I mean, he's trying to come up with a layout where he can beat this thing. And I suppose if his partner has stiff king of clubs, he could beat it. He would duck this trick. Partner wins the stiff king, and then eventually he scores the ace queen later. That might be the plan. Argentina picks up 13 on board 10. No surprise after they forced the opponents a little bit too high. A hard opener by East. 3 club overcall by South at the other table. 3 no by West. No further bidding. Yeah, the mental torture when you know that they're making it and you're just like desperately trying to find some sort of layout that helps you. There's just nothing to be done. What's this called? I saw someone saying Morden fork. Is that what this thing is called? A Morden's fork?
Yeah, I think it's in that family. Like the classic Morton's fork is just, one where whatever you do helps declare in some different way, and this isn't quite that.
Will says closer to a winkle. Yeah. I mean, a winkle's a squeeze, though. I know. I understand
but
what
a winkle's a squeeze with the like a winkle's a squeeze with a crashing component.
Yeah, where someone has to come down to like a singleton honor in the suit.
Like the classic Warden's fork would be, suppose that Declare had like, King Queen third of clubs here or something like that, and you could win the ace and let him take a discard from dummy, or duck it, and then he has other things to discard the remaining clubs on. Or like sort of whatever you do, declare like helps Declare in some way. Anyway.
ATN says, Ace Queen 10-6 stops at King 9 Doubleton. Is this true? Club. We say Ace Low King. No, that's not good enough because then... remember, South has to return the King of Spades when they get in to start pulling trumps, otherwise Declare can ruff a club. So then Declare has a spade entry to lead up towards the jack of clubs later. You can't afford to unblock the king of clubs under an honor. So it would only really work if we could like somehow play the 10 of clubs and force West to duck it. Then the 10 of clubs holds, and then we can overtake the king on the second round, but obviously that's just not possible.
And meanwhile, there's just play a goddamn card, buddy.
Yeah. Any minute now. Come on, Madala.
I mean, I guess the nice thing is if you take a couple more minutes, we'll have comparisons available at this table in real time.
Yeah, we'll finally be behind the other room. This is what he's storing up all of his time bank for this moment when none of his decisions matter. There's the queen. It holds. Now north in the tank, right? Nope. All right.
4 of spades, probably.
Yeah, I just don't know because, right, as you say, the 4 of spades would be the only legitimate way to give Declare a guess at this point. But it wouldn't. He just ducks, right? Like, Declare has a known spade loser, so it doesn't matter if North wins a stiff honor. Yeah, it's hopeless.
Declare's just gonna make this as long as we actually do get to complete play at some point.
Maybe there'll just be an infinite time penalty because they're sitting here frozen on this hand, not wanting to complete it. There's the 4 of spades, but Declare does in fact just duck. They'll win the 9. Or whatever. Club to the king. Okay. Doubled and made. We're getting potentially close to another bingo. Someone can tell me if there's been a phantom sack today. I don't recall there being a phantom save, but it's possible I missed one.
Yeah. Well, it's wondering the 5 hearts down 1. If they could beat it to legitimately, then 5 clubs was the phantom.
No, there's no down 2 in 5 hearts.
Yeah. Don't remember the deal.
All right, board 12.
Right.
5 boards to go. Pass by West. I don't think North is going to open. Do they have a weird 2-heart bid? Even if they do. Is this the hand for it? Maybe.
Yeah, red, white, second seat, 5-4-2-2. Yeah, even if I could show 5 plus hearts, 4 plus something else, I'm not sure I would.
So they do play 2 of a major as a 5-card preempt, but again, maybe that's just marked because they'll do it favorable. 2 passes to a club. Take out double from south, pretty natural. West can bid a spade. Or, you know, depending on what they do over this, show spades. West decides to just pass.
Reasonable.
2 hearts pass, 4 hearts. Well, there we go. We got to the heart game. Is it gonna make? Declare has some work to do, but I think he's very likely to make.
Yeah, and the diamonds being onside is going to help with the club problem, so you can afford to misguess the hearts and lose a heart, a diamond, and a club.
Yeah, so as long as Declare sets up his club roughs early, he can just pitch a club on the 3rd round of diamonds. cash the ace king of hearts, and even when they split poorly, ruff 2 clubs in his hand for 10 tricks.
Yeah, and if he tops up with the king of diamonds, he only needs to ruff 1 because he'll get 2 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't, then he has no diamond loser. So one way or another, he's going to make this.
So is this the classic Morden's fork? We can win the ace of diamonds, cross in hearts, and lead a diamond.
Yeah, I guess the fact that it's cold anyway makes it a little less so, but I think it's in that family.
Okay,
Yeah, we can
so
get a
in
diamond trick in.
in the other
Cost ourselves a
room,
club trick, or
in the other room, playing a precision style, South opened 2 clubs on board 11. We did get a 3 spade overcall, preemptive, 4 hearts by North, 4 spades. So East West did find their way to 4 spades, but as I predicted, they were not playing there. 5 hearts by North. East does double, gets out for 300, and that's 7 imps. Back the way of Ireland. Nicely done. So, Queen of Diamonds, South wins the ace, and now, well, North wins the ace. He does elect to set up his club ruffs. Reasonably so. There's the heart switch. Hops up with the ace, and now he's very much in control.
yeah. You think he plays the diamond now? Looks kind of natural, doesn't it? Or do you play another heart first?
I think he might play the King of Hearts. He knows the King of Diamonds is with East, so there's no real risk.
No, I mean, one problem is the King of Hearts is his only easy entry to hand.
Well, Diamond ruffs and Spade ruffs.
Well, except you don't really want to be roughing diamonds. You play King of Hearts Diamond, you're not roughing diamonds, right? And yeah, you can rough spades back to your hand. You know, assuming that East wins the King of Diamonds, obviously you're not going to rough any diamonds.
Sure, but if East ducks, then you win the Jack and rough a diamond,
Yeah.
rough a club, rough a diamond. Brad says, if you play a diamond, East might give up a heart trick. It's true. It's true. I mean, I think diamond is fine. This feels like a match point play where you're planning to hook the Queen of Hearts out of West Sand, which is okay. I don't mind this play. I think it's perfectly fine. Ace fires back a diamond, and all that's left is will declare guess the hearts or not for an over trick.
And East did make a takeout double, but I think he's probably not going to make that play. I guess it's... I don't know, maybe he will. Like, it's completely cost-free. If it loses, you still got to claim. Nope.
Nope, claim's done. Good morning, Brad, by the way. How are your boys doing? I guess I could have asked Leon. Oh, right, there was the bye. You guys had a good 5th match, and then you got a bye this round. So you're catching back up to the pack. Some happiness, some H. I know what you mean. That is not a very good North hand. Pass, pass.
Yeah, we saw a 0 count in South's hand a little bit earlier.
Yeah, so this is a 13 count. It's in 3rd seat. I don't think Matala opens a no trump with this.
You know you want to open a spade?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I never want to open a 4-card major, but I could understand people who do. But he opens a club. Double, North is like... North has already dumped all of the green pass cards on the tray. He's like, wake me up when the auction's over. South has not gotten the memo. Can East-West get him? I don't think East-West are going to get him, but can they?
I mean, I think West double here is probably penalty. I don't think East is going to respect it, but I do think that's what it means.
West decides, nope, let's bid a no trump. Like 19 to 21, so I think East is just going to bid 3 no. There he goes.
Yep.
Will thinks there should be a name for 12 losing trick hands. Could it be the anti-pressure? We learned that the Jade Barrett system is called pressure earlier.
So, let's see. Yeah. I'm wondering if North would lead the first or the second suit.
Yeah, clubs versus spades. I think you lead partners minor. He did open it. So clearly he wants that
Yeah,
lead, right?
you know he has more of them.
Yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, you know he has more of them.
Queen of clubs holds. Declares just going to take the diamond hook.
And yeah, so this will be pretty easy from here. You know, cross back to a club, which crossing back to a club both gives you entry and unblocks it, which you're going to need to do eventually.
Yeah, Brad says think it's nearly always correct to lead the second suit in these cases. It probably depends, for third seed openers, I think there's a good case to be made for the first bid suit is often lead directional when you're weak. So that would argue for opening a spade with this hand as opposed to a club. But yeah, I see your point. South doesn't have to bid again. South bid a spade because they won spades led.
So I like the spade opening, both for the lead, but also I like that it's preemptive. You know, you have a doubleton heart, and it makes it pretty difficult for the opponent to bid hearts.
Mm-hmm. So what is South thinking about? Have we worked this one out yet? Let's say we play back a low diamond and South wins the 10. They play club, we win. We play back another diamond. South wins, plays back another club. We win. So we have 3 clubs, we have 3 hearts, and we have 3 diamonds. I guess that's what he was thinking about, exiting a low diamond rather than crossing in clubs to lead a diamond up.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good result for East West here.
Yeah, 11 tricks. Oh my god! 3 boards to go. 6-6. This is not the best hand we've seen at the tournament so far.
No, but both sides can make a slam.
Both sides can make a slam. Oh
Okay.
my.
Okay, fine. If West finds a low diamond lead, they can beat 6 hearts.
No, you're right, but 6 spades.
Do you have enough entries to do it, though?
Oh no, you're so right. They can just force dummy and diamonds, and then East has a trump trick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so pass. If Madala bids 4 spades, I'm taking off the preempt with 2 fewer cards box.
He's not going to with 5 hearts on the side. He'll start a spade 2 no trump.
Yeah, okay, fine. Fair enough. 1 spade 4 now.
Yeah, it's possible too.
Pass? Wow. I mean, East has some good cards, but I don't think he necessarily imagines this type of hand from his partner. Maybe he does? Nope, he didn't.
I mean, West. I mean, 6-6 can't be a huge surprise, right? Since 2-0 would include most of your 6-5s.
Yeah, but does West need to have all of the Ace King of Diamonds, King Queen of Clubs? I mean, like, Queen of Clubs is irrelevant, but Ace King of Diamonds, King of Clubs? Maybe? Maybe.
Yeah, so South obviously is thinking about bidding 5 hearts here, He has to be worried about a double make, as, we can see there is, yep.
Okay, West bids 6 diamonds. North is going to bid 6 hearts.
Yeah, for sure. His hand cannot possibly be any better. I mean, unless he bids 6 spades, which is possible, but I think he's going to bid 6 hearts.
God, and then what do you do as East? I think you just give up and take the cheap save, right? You can't afford to defend this contract. There's no way.
I guess it's true. Like,
can West pass over 5 hearts? I don't think so. I think there's no chance that West passes over 5 hearts. It's not necessarily that West thinks they're making 6 diamonds. I think West just, also has the mentality that 6 diamonds is going to be a cheap save.
right. Yeah, he knows it's never down more than a couple. Like, it's never more expensive than 5 hearts when 5 hearts makes.
Right. Yeah. I'm a little surprised that East is thinking this long about this bid. Look, I get it that yeah, he bid 7 diamonds. It's like the imp odds are just so in your favor for the 7 diamond bid. Sure, 7 diamonds could make. Okay, and it might. Look, it might. But even if we guaranteed we're going down 1 and 7 diamonds, I would still want to bid it, because if there was a 5% chance that we can beat 6 hearts, even if there was like a 50% chance that we could beat 6 hearts, it's just not worthwhile to
Yeah. Well, again, both East and West know that 7 diamonds is probably also cheaper than a heart game. Whoa, but notice East-West, they only have 1 making slam. So 6 diamonds doesn't make, but 6 clubs does, even with a 5-0 club break.
That's true.
South can lead a heart and get a club rough against diamonds.
7 hearts. Oh my god. Well, maybe for a similar reason. Wow, we got like a double phantom save on
Well, but I mean, Madala made a forcing pass of 7 diamonds.
Jeez. This doesn't make, right?
I think even on the Ace of Clubs lead or on a club lead from West, it doesn't make.
Club rough, heart to the ace, spade to the 9. Okay, yeah, I'm back on board. It's just, yep, too much.
Yeah, you need a 2-2 heartbreak so you can. Well, even then, I think you can't do anything because you've got a.
Yeah, too
rough
much.
A diamond at some point.
Wow.
Uh,
What an auction, though.
I'm curious what's happening. I'm really curious just what's happening, around the tournament on this hand.
Yeah, it's an exciting one. So, kind of maybe for the same reason that seven diamonds is a good bid from East, it's just in favor of the imp odds. Seven hearts is a good bid as well. It feels weird.
Yeah, I think it.
Right? Like, this one, I would be a lot more confident that the opponents are going down in seven diamonds than I would be from East perspective that the opponents are going down in six hearts.
Yeah, I think both sides just had the goal of getting a small minus and getting on with their lives as opposed to risking a big minus.
Brad says there's a 1630 on the Traveler, which is seven of a minor doubled making. So that would be seven diamonds doubled making. I can believe that.
On this hand?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to cash a heart, otherwise the hearts go away.
Oh, and actually, if South just leaves the ace of spades, which is kind of reasonable, there you go.
Right, well, it's not even that. Like, South could lead a diamond and you make it as well. You have to lead a heart at trick one, which is not obvious from South's perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think the ace of spades lead, is kind of attractive, right? If it doesn't cash, it was probably the end of the world anyway.
Yeah.
Well, nice result. I guess that's a reason to save if you're in danger of making the wrong lead and it's just going to make.
Yeah, of course, right? And it's just all about the imp odds, right? So let's say seven diamonds doubled is down one. Let's even say it's down two. Okay, we can do the math quickly while the rest of this hand plays out because I don't think it's going to be that interesting. West turned up with a singleton heart, so we know that spades are 4-0. So you're plus 300 against seven diamonds. But that'll only happen some percentage of the time. And the other percentage of the time, you're minus 1440. If you bid seven hearts and you get doubled, you're down one. You're minus 100. So you have the potential to win 400, which would be 9 imps, versus if you double them instead of saving, versus the chance of losing 1340, which is 15? Did I math this right? Hold on, I have a command for this. Hello? Streamer doesn't know his own commands. 16. Okay. So if we're being very generous to ourselves about that the opponents were maybe going down two doubled and seven diamonds, which is not, probably pretty unlikely, then we could win 9 versus lose 16. So we would need a little bit more than a 64% chance that we're beating them for us to be in the positive in terms of expected value. And I'm, really not convinced that we're beating them 64% of the time. And of course, if we change the math to be like they're only going down one, now it's 5 imps versus 16 imps. So,
right.
It gets much worse for our side.
Yeah, there's a north-south got out for minus 100. If they were getting plus 50 against seven diamonds, it's 4 imps. It's just nothing.
Yeah. Okay, so 100 east-west, I mean, this could be a big swing board. Exciting one. Now we get back to the normal run-of-the-mill hands. South has a 19 count, North has 6. They are on their way to 3-0?
Yeah, I think South probably... I was going to say, I didn't know South would have a natural 2-0 available here, or if he'd have to go through two clubs and 2-0 would be artificial.
Mm-hmm.
That beep was my computer telling me I need to plug it in, so I'll be back in 1 second.
So West on lead. I mean, seems pretty natural to just lead your 5-card heart suit. I think we'll see that. West knows his partner has at least 5 spades. I could get behind the Jack of Spades lead. I don't think that lead is so crazy. But he does go after his own hearts. Either way, Declare is looking to be in good shape with the diamonds coming home. 3 hearts, 5 diamonds, the ace of clubs. It is very risky to not just cash out here. So this does not seem like one of those hands Medalla is going to like mess around and play a club to the jack. West could have started with like ace jack 10 fourth of spades, finds a low spade switch to his partner's king doubleton, and then they cash out for down 1. So 2 rounds of diamonds. He might even just be claiming, but I do think he will run the diamond suit before doing anything else. Spade discard. There's the 6 of diamonds. Club to the ace. Cash the 2 hearts, and East-West get the remainder. 1 board to go at this table. We'll head over to the other room when this table finishes. Maybe we should head over for the auction on 14. Are they... I haven't looked. If they're in the middle of the bidding, that might be interesting, but I guess we'll wait.
Yeah, so they are in the middle of the bidding.
Okay, never mind. Nope, we're heading over there. Other table. Here we... Oh my god.
Sort of the middle of the bidding. Yeah, they're very late in the bidding.
Oh, snap. A spade by South, 4-0 by West. Same start to the auction. This time, East did pick up on the fact that partner probably has a pretty good hand. Bids 6 diamonds. 6 hearts by South. Pass, pass. 7 diamonds. And now North is in the same predicament. And on this auction, I think there's no chance that South gets off to a heart lead against 7 diamonds. So North absolutely needs to save.
Again, you know, West passive 6 hearts probably was not intended as forcing, because South could have 7-6 and God knows what, but East might have thought it was, or might have just been bidding 7 diamonds for the cheap insurance, or both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do not think West passive 6 hearts was forcing. Yeah, but if you're East, you know that 7 diamonds is going to be pretty good damage control.
Mm-hmm. So, North does well, finds the 7 heart save. I think we'll see a similar result. East does also double. And I think we're going to see the club lead.
Yeah, I guess the only way to get an extra trick is if somehow South or West leads a low diamond to get a rough, and I do not think that's possible.
Just imagine, though. Dummy hits with the stiff queen of diamonds, it holds. I guess it doesn't matter. Declare still has to pull a trump, but...
Yeah, like against 6, maybe you think about it. Against 7, it's not possible.
Yeah. Yeah,
if that
for
trick
sure.
is cashing, you're just happy to take it in your hand.
There's the club lead. All right. I'm going to pop back to the other room because we have another auction going on here. Holy crap, what did we miss? 1 spade, 2 hearts game force, 3 clubs by North. Now, North technically has 16. 3 hearts by South, 4 diamonds. Huh?
Well, I think 4 dimes is a cubit for hearts.
Sure. Well,
I think they both thought that because South Key carded, and here they are.
yeah, now, oddly enough, I have the feeling that Declare wasn't going to make this if they didn't get a club rough. I don't think they can actually trump coup East, but I could be wrong about that. But ace of clubs and a club made things very easy for the defense.
I think that might be, well, I mean, you're annoyingly short on entries to your hand, but if you could, like, take a bunch of spade finesses and just play high spades through East, you might be able to compress the heart and club trick that way. If East roughs, he loses his trump trick, and if he doesn't, your clubs go away.
Yeah, actually, I guess double dummy you can make it, and maybe... Very interesting. That maybe you can always make it. All right, let's head to the other room, because that's another result where Ireland could pick up a ton of imps if they stay out of the slam over here. Back to board 14, though. The play in 7 hearts doubled. Club opening lead. Declare crossed. In trumps. Took a spade hook. Kind of gets the good/bad news. Gives up a diamond. Planning to rough a diamond. And continue taking spade finesses. Yeah, this is just going to be down 1, the same.
So, a lot of excitement just to generate a push at plus 100 at both tables.
Yeah, it's certainly a very interesting hand. All right, Declare can pull trumps, take the 2 mark spade finesses, and claim. One down, and the score remains Argentina by 7 over Ireland. Now, where were these teams coming into this set? I guess I can't find... Wait, maybe I can. Yes, I can find out where they were coming into this set. So Argentina was in 7th, and Ireland was in 9th. So if these scores remain, that means Ireland is going to get pushed a little bit further down the rankings. And currently, with the live scores... Well, I spoke too soon. Argentina has won, or is winning the match, but somehow Argentina and Ireland both moved up because Chile... No, Chile's had a good match. Who got slaughtered this round? Oh, Chinese Taipei. Israel dominated over Chinese Taipei, so they actually dropped out of 5th place, or 6th place. Gotcha.
Israel certainly, one of the strongest small countries that we're going to see at this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, minus 100 in both rooms. The flat hands are so boring, I know.
Yeah.
We've just had 3 pushes in a row. Yeah, Israel didn't send their strongest team, but they do have Toledano and Zamir playing for them. Bierman and...
Who are the other?
Paktman, I guess. So Bierman and... Who does Bierman play with?
Well, he often plays with Dror Padone. I don't know if they're playing here.
Right, yeah. So Padone and Bierman and Pacman Zatorsky, I guess, are the other ones.
Oh, that's a strong Israeli team.
Right, but the other two pairs aren't playing. Bierman, uh, Padone, and Pacman Zatorsky are not on the open team.
Oh, I see. So who is on the open team?
Zamir and Toledano, and then a couple of players that I may have seen play once.
I see. So it's not the strongest lineup Israel can throw together.
No. 2-0 by South, 19 count. Probably within range. I don't think people are upgrading 4-3-3 all that often.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with Yukutieli. Like, I think I've seen him play at one point, but Herbst and Herbst, who are brothers, have been playing together at the top level for. I think they had a bit of a layoff at one point, but they've been, active on the Israeli Open team going back a very long time. And Bar Tarnovsky is a very strong player. So this is, maybe not quite Israel's strongest team, but it's a strong team.
Yeah, although, the other two pairs that are not on the team, obviously, would be excellent world-class partnerships to add. So they're certainly hurting not having them, but I think those pairs are playing in other events at the championships.
Maybe they have work for the Yeah, they might have clients for the transnationals, but I don't know. Well, we saw Paxman playing in something, right? But I don't remember what.
Could have been the mix.
Maybe the mixed.
Yeah.
But I would call this team only a small downgrade over the one you were just talking about.
Sure.
I think these guys are better than you think.
I wasn't saying they're bad, but man, like, those other guys can play.
Yeah.
Club Open and Lead. Also, Brad won an honorary participation medal playing with Yakutieli. I just filled in the blanks in your sentence for you, Brad, I'm assuming. So this club lead is going to give up an overtrick. Declare now has 2 clubs to go with 5 diamonds and 3 hearts. Probably still not comfortable enough leading spades up to the queen, trying for the extra overtrick. All of the match points. So this means going into the last board, Argentina is going to be up by 6. And the Argentines at the other table bid a slam that went down. If their teammates can, or if the Irish team stays out of it, they'll win the match and kind of flip the tide a little bit. I think that group that's sitting in like 6th through 10th place or whatever in the standings right on the bubble is all real close.
Yeah, it's pretty common in these things for there to be a bunch of qualifying slots in play as late as the final match.
Yeah. It's just the normal distribution, towards the middle, especially when you're cutting exactly half the field or pretty close to it. It's very likely that quite a few teams are going to be sitting around that score.
Yeah, right. If there's teams clustered like within 5 VEEPs of each other, which is a fair amount at the end of a long round robin, and there's 20 VEEPs at stake in every match, there can be a lot of action.
Mm-hmm. Eric says there were 2 plus 12 10s on the previous hand and 2 plus 14 or 16 30s. Now the real question is, did anyone get both of them in their direction?
So, were there any, did someone win 22 imps on that board? Is that basically the question?
Yeah. Ma Rider says, totally confused. Board 14, Poland-Denmark match, they got to play 6 diamonds. There was a heart lead, and then a claim for down 1. That sounds right, because North can win the ace of hearts at trick 1 and then give their partner club ruff. And that'll be very clear looking at the dummy that North needs to do that.
And also the auction.
Yep.
But yeah. Yeah, it's funny that 6 clubs, even though clubs are 5-0, is the only spot.
Yeah, which, you would prefer to play in diamonds, of course. Because a 3-0 diamond split is more likely than a 5-0 club split, but on this hand, it just doesn't work out.
Also, the auction is functionally the same as in the other room: a spade, a 2/1 game force and hearts, and a 3-club rebid.
Yep, 2 diamonds showing hearts by South. So 3 clubs. It's not the prettiest 3-club bid, but you kind of understand it. What else are you supposed to do with North's hand?
Right, you do have extras.
Yeah. So 3 hearts by South. We'll see if North takes the same approach in Q bids. And how did things get so off the rails over there? North Q bid and South decided to just take over with keycard. Not that unreasonable. Brad says North looks like a 3-no bid. See, that's what would have occurred to me too. We don't have a heart fit. We have 2 diamond stoppers. We have a source of tricks and spades. They're going to lead a diamond. I go ace of spades, queen of spades. They're going to lead a diamond. I run my spades, and then we, cash some hearts. It honestly would never have occurred to me to, try and look for a heart slam on the North hand.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I don't mind committing the hand to hearts. It's a little weird for 3-no trump, but I agree. Q bidding on a hand like that when you have only 1 heart and a bunch of holes does seem a little weird.
I think in the magical world where you're under the impression partner has a singleton club a lot of the time, the North's hand is amazing. But you can't really find that out. So I wonder if North was just playing, Hope Bridge, where they're like, hey, if partner has a stiff club, things are looking up. And so they queue 4 diamonds to say, look, partner, we have a club problem. And South is like, don't worry, I got you, King Doubleton.
Yeah, but South is likely to have a stiff spade as a stiff club.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's less helpful.
I mean, God forbid South has 3 clubs. It's just a disaster.
Yep.
And meanwhile, South is wondering if he should make another move here now that North is raised.
Yeah, and I get it, right? North has showed extras with 3 clubs. I mean, the King of Diamonds just doesn't look like a good card. Oh my god. South bids key card anyway.
If from your side is good,
If both Souths bid to 6 hearts over this, I'm saying 3 clubs is the problem in this auction. Yeah, you have 16, but you're not fitting and your club suit is bad. How much better would this slam be if the ace queen of diamonds were the ace queen of clubs?
Right, but what alternative bid are you proposing?
Well, I mean, you can bid 2-no, right? You do have diamond stopped and club stopped.
Right, but you're over strength for that.
Okay, you can bid 3-no over 2 diamonds.
I mean, you could. That seems like the only possible alternative, and that feels kind of weird. For one thing, suppose your partner has 3 spades and was planning to show them at some point. You've just screwed up their plans for no real good reason, right? I mean, partner could have 4 clubs. You just don't know anything.
The hand's so bad.
And I'm a simple guy. I have 5 clubs. I have 5 clubs and extras. I show that I have 5 clubs and extras.
Okay. All right, well, looks like everyone's just getting to 6 hearts. 13 opposite 16, 7 card fit.
I mean, like, obviously things went off the rails somewhere. I think, I think advocating against 3 clubs is very much tempered by the fact that you know what happens after you do it.
Well, I just think that if South is going to be forcing slam opposite a 3 club bid, then North can't bid 3 clubs with this hand.
Well, but maybe South isn't supposed to be forcing to slam after the 3 club bid.
Yeah, that's totally
Short
fine.
shows extras.
I was thinking
Short
South
shows
might pass
extras,
4
but you
hearts. I was praising
I think-
South
I
ahead
think-
of time. They had a great auction to 4
Now-
hearts.
I think the problem at both tables was North showing a hand that could commit to hearts with only one of them. Like, over 3 hearts, why is North not just bidding 3 no trump at that point?
Look, I'm telling you, 3-0 looks pretty natural to me. I have a plan to take 9 tricks.
Right.
It's very simple. It starts with winning the Queen
Right,
of
I
Diamonds
think-
at trick 1.
Right, I think the 4 level bids showing hearts were the problem, not the 3 club bid.
I mean, I understand 4 hearts from North, right? North probably expects that 4 hearts is going to be cold. His partner showed 6 of them. He does have stiff king, and he has some distribution. So if his partner does have the feared singleton club, then maybe 3-0 actually somehow just loses 4 clubs and, like, the King of Diamonds or something, or 4 clubs and the King of Spades. So I get it, but
Partner is 7 hearts, he can correct 3 no to 4 hearts anyway.
yeah. Does 6
Yeah.
no make?
Like, it doesn't... Like, 3 no isn't a bid that ends the auction, it's a bid that tells partner more about what's going on and lets him do something intelligent about it.
I don't think 6 no makes with this layout of the heart suit and club suit.
Yeah, the diamonds being as they are, so you're a little long on entries to the north hand and short on them to the south hand where you need to take spade finesses is a real problem.
Yeah, you have to overtake one of the red suit honors, which costs a trick, so you're only going to get 6 red suit tricks and 5 spades. So you're close. If they lead the ace of clubs, you'll make it.
Anyway, we end with 1 imp being swung on the last 5 boards. Despite a bunch of excitement.
I take all this back. 6 no may actually have play. I wonder if East gets funny squeezed somehow.
Where, like, you overtake the diamond but then get it back because he's squeezed in the red suits.
Yeah. Man, I don't think it's quite there, but I wouldn't be surprised if Double Dummy told me that 6 no could make north-south. Or sorry, 6 no could make from the south. You might need to switch the Queen and Jack of Clubs. Like, if East had a stiff Queen of Clubs, I think we're getting real close to 6 no being cold. Okay. That is going to wrap up the matches for today. So let's take a look at the standings. Oh my god, look at this slaughter. Israel against Chinese Taipei.
Wow,
Everyone's
so,
just in 6 hearts on this hand. Nope. I
Not
take
quite
it
a
all
full
back.
blitz,
Israel found a way to play 4 hearts. They had the auction a spade by north, 2 hearts by south, 3 clubs by north, 3 hearts by south, 4 diamonds by north, and south just bid 4 hearts. That feels pessimistic to me, but there you have it. Chat, how are we doing on bingo? Did we get the same suit declared by the same team at both tables?
Not that I saw.
Did we have any squeeze that actually operated?
I think, shockingly, no. I don't remember any.
We are 0 for 2 on bingos. This is very disappointing. Wait, we have 14 plus imps, not that it matters. Playing a Moisian and VP shutout?
Wow. So we had in the other group, Group B, Austria and Finland played to an exact tie, 14-14.
Oh, man.
And meanwhile, in the Switzerland-Canada match, which you would have expected to be a fairly strong one, 81-43. So
Yikes.
almost 100 imps more scored than in the Finland-Austria match.
Squeeze just happened on last board. Wait, really? Which one? Oh my god, 6 hearts doubled making on board 14. Jeez. Squeeze and 6 hearts down 1. This board.
Wasn't watching the play at all.
It did? We had a show-up
Yeah,
squeeze
no,
on this
more.
hand? But declare just... what? After it goes Ace of Clubs Club Rough. Played out last heart instead of Spade Finesse. Wait a second. At the... which table? This table? Because at our table, declare went Ace... or the defense went Ace of Clubs Club Rough. And so East roughed, and then East played, I don't remember, but declare unblocked the Heart King and roughed a club. And then probably crossed in diamonds, unblocking diamonds, roughed a club. You know what, chat? I'll give it to you. Squeeze, show up squeeze. Great. Will, don't ruin this for everyone. Alright. How do I gift a sub to my channel? I've forgotten how to do this. Boom. Hold, everyone stay. No one go anywhere yet. Oh my god, Twitch has destroyed this. It now costs me $6.50 to gift a sub? This is rude.
It doesn't go up.
Congratulations, lucky gift winner. Also, on YouTube. YouTube's is still cheap. $5. Congrats to whoever got a gifted membership. Enjoy. So bingo! I need to get like some sort of fanfare that I can play when we hit a bingo. Way to go, everyone. We did it. We'll try and make easier bingo cards for the rest of the week, but you have to contribute. Make sure you dump ideas in the bingo section on Discord. Okay, final. Let's look at the current standings. Here we go. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Craig, how are we doing? Current standings.
Yeah, I was just looking. Israel is leading Group A after that big win over Taiwan.
Oh, man. And that's all thanks to the USA having a pretty big falter against Spain, in fact, in this round. Netherlands up there.
Yeah. Some surprising ones. I mean, Chile holding Sweden to 5 imps.
Yeah, a lot of the top teams fell from grace during this set. New Zealand gets their bye round, picking up 12, so they're really right in the thick of things. Only 2.5 imps separating 8th from 10th.
Yeah, and England beat Pakistan, but Pakistan is in dead last place by more than 10 victory points. So only winning that match by 7 is kind of a lost opportunity if everyone else is just wailing on the Pakistan team.
It does feel as if England just might have been massively overrated by not just everyone, but also the tournament organizers. I think they might have been given like a 3 or 4 seed in the event. So
Sometimes, your team just has a bad week.
yeah, but man, match after match after match, they're just not putting up the results that we would expect. That does open the door for other countries, though, and Chinese Taipei was definitely up there until they ran into the very difficult Israel team this round, but they're still in striking distance. All right, Group B. What have we got going on?
Yeah, so Switzerland, as many would have expected, is leading the group, and I would say Turkey and Finland, I think, are both a little surprising to me at 4 and 5. Like, reasonably strong bridge countries, but I wouldn't have expected among the Scandinavians for Finland to be 5th and Norway to be 13th.
That's true. Again, I mean, Norway also has not sent their best squad, but any team
That's true.
with Bakke and Brogland on it, you would expect to at least make it out of the group. Australia has been struggling.
I think Turkey, has a lot of bridge, but I would still call that an outperform at this point that they're in 4th place in the group.
Right. But Italy, Switzerland have definitely sent their A teams to this event. France also sent their strongest team. So, no surprise that all 3 of them are sitting at the top of the standings here. But there is a bit of a battle. I mean, Turkey's doing well, but Finland, Poland, Denmark, China, Brazil, all kind of fighting it out for 4 slots there, 5th through 9th place.
And I expected the Australia team to perform a little better than they have so far.
Yeah, I think they did too.
Place and more than half a match out, yeah.
But they're still well within qualification range. I mean, if they have one good match, they just had their bye round, they'll come in well rested to tomorrow's sets. I think that they have an opportunity, but Pete is going to need to get his boys together as the coach. Yeah, Australia and New Zealand are both slow rolling. In the women's, Sweden's out on top. So again, in the women's, 16 out of 24 teams are qualifying to the round of 16, which means, there's a lot of leeway. USA had a really poor day 1, but they're now sitting in 16th place. So they've had a couple of good matches back to back. They are currently beating Chile, although that match is ongoing.
China always sends very strong women's teams to these things, and 2nd place certainly, is showing that this is yet another one.
Right. Over in the seniors, USA's killing it. They've been sitting up in 1st place for, I think, close to the entirety of the event. But France and Scotland right on their heels. All 3 teams sitting within half a VP of each other.
Yeah, that's an extremely strong French team. Yeah, Scotland maybe a little more surprising. I think, again, Scotland has a lot of good bridge players, but, wouldn't have thought that they would be, rising this far above the field.
Sure, makes sense. Still early, but again, I mean, the U.S. squad is, I think I've said it before, they could be an open team in this thing.
Right.
So no surprise that they're doing well. I think they're going to cruise. Again, 16 teams make it out, so even down as far as Italy on the scoreboard. New Zealand is up there in 17th, can make it through, so all the teams have a chance. Chile not having the best of times, but everyone else, I think, is well within qualification position if they just have a good day or two. And finally, the mixed. Germany on top, Norway second, New Zealand in third. And again, 16 teams qualifying.
Oh, I see. So Germany does have Roy and Sabina.
Yes, they're playing in the mixed.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Right, that's what a lot of the teams have been doing. Some of their strong players are going to be playing on the other teams.
Yeah, and it's possible that there's a sponsor on that team. Roy and Sabine obviously are one of the strongest open pairs in Germany, so they're a really good ad for a mixed team.
Exactly, and on Norway's team, actually, I'm noticing the 14 or 15-year-old Nikolai Heiberg-Evenstad is playing in the mix.
Oh yeah, we've seen him play. We saw him play in the Europeans, I think.
Yeah, he plays well. I mean, he's still young and has a lot to learn, but he definitely has showed some real promise as a bridge player, and they're doing quite well. They're in second place. The U.S. team is just slightly out of qualification currently, but again, 16 teams qualify, so lots of room for maneuvering over there. All right. I'm going to call it for the day. So thanks, Craig.
Yeah. Yep. I will see you tomorrow morning, presumably.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Chat, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Congrats on your bingo for today. I will pull that back up quickly. There we go. Keep leaving, comments on the bingo, like add more squares and stuff, and we can get a bigger shuffle of things so that we don't see all of the same stuff over and over and over again. But this was fun. We'll be back again tomorrow. Brad says 1 push board. I have the 3 push boards in a row square. Brad's like, let's make it just 1. Played slam in a part square. So if you can make a slam and instead you play a part square, that's my intention for that square. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I am super hungry, but I think this plan of let me just eat before and after stream is going to work, at least for the 48 board days. Maybe not once we get to the round of 16. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I will be back again tomorrow. No, what time do we start? 9 a.m. Eastern time. I think that's the plan. And we'll check out some more bridge. We'll be closing in on day 3 of 6 or something. 3 of 5, 3 of 6, whatever, in the World Bridge Games. And go USA. They're doing well. They're doing well, even though they lost the last match. All right. Take care, everyone. Have a great day, and I will see you all next time.